The Brewing Network Sunday Session is brought to you by More Beer, featuring the new easy-to-sanitize threaded diffusion stone. Check out the new threaded diffusion stone at morebeer.com. Item number keg 590.
I poured it in my mouth and it just wasn't going down.
My first beer was an IPA, the best IPA I've ever drank. Mostly because I brewed it.
If you have a scale that is good for measuring cocaine, you're probably good for measuring hops on it.
You're scaring me.
I think the information is awesome and the audio sucks.
Make some sugary water, throw some yeast in there,
And you're going to drink good beer.
yeah, it's going to be good. It's fine.
God damn it, man. Oh, my God.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
And a mighty good day to you, sirs and gents, and one chick.
Hey.
And other dude.
Welcome to the Sunday Session. Another great show for you today. In-studio guest we have today.
All right.
Yeah, which always makes us happy around here.
Much easier.
Mostly because there's less technology to break than piss me off when we don't have to do phones and Skype and all of that. We've got Ron Manabe from Tide House is on the show today.
May the mash be with you.
Tide House is a Bay Area staple, and we'll be talking about the history of that brewery. And we've got a few tricks up our sleeve too that we'll be talking about. In fact, there's a roundabout relationship between the Tide House Brewing Company and the artist formerly known as Shat the Producer.
Oh.
Yeah.
The artist.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew that.
Yeah, they're working together.
Yeah, not even that roundabout.
And speaking of Shat the Producer...
Well, now we blew the announcement.
I'm worried about Tasty.
What's that?
Uh-oh.
I'm worried about the guy.
Should we take his belt and his shoelaces?
You see me out there by myself all the time?
He made it here today.
Pouring beer for no one?
I lost my entourage.
I haven't seen Chad around here in weeks.
Yeah.
I've seen him...
I don't have him anywhere. He's otherwise occupied.
And I feel...
Occupy Chad.
Tasty, like you've been abandoned
I have. I totally have.
For handles.
I totally have.
And I'm concerned for your welfare. How are you taking this?
Randy left before that, too.
Yeah, Randy's been gone.
Yeah, Randy moved to Santa Cruz, and Chad got this full-time gig. So
Tasty's on his own, man.
I roll by myself now. Yeah.
I think you need new people.
Yeah, no entourage.
How are you feeling about that, Tasty?
It's a little rough, but after I'm in a place like a minute, I realize there's like 10 people I know. So
sure.
You got any soft music you play while you talk about this?
It's pretty sad.
Right. Dun, 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 dun. Just sing it. Right.
But I have a guest entourage I bring now. I take 3 or 4 girls.
All ladies.
Oh, you did that?
Yeah, nice. All lady entourage.
You're taking the ladies around.
Should have made the change sooner then.
I'm dropping that, though. That's not working.
I saw him at Drake's with that entourage. It was pretty impressive.
It's also not that big.
See me there?
Yeah.
It's also not that different of a change from his last entourage. 2 ladies to more ladies.
The Tasty ladies.
Yes.
I do worry, Tasty. I feel like he just dropped you, like a bad habit.
Yeah.
And let's be honest.
I was over his girlfriend's place last Wednesday for dinner.
Okay.
Chad's all like got a collar shirt on and shit like that. I haven't seen him in a t-shirt since he took that job.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, and that's the other thing I wanted to be honest about. It's not just handles that's keeping Chad away. He's banging some new broad down there in the Pleasanton area.
Yeah.
So he's never here.
And you can bet she's crazy.
She's got to be crazy, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that a requirement for Shad's ladies?
No, that's why it's a match made in heaven.
It's her house that he's staying at, and he makes her enter through the window. He doesn't allow her to go. He doesn't allow her to go through her own front door.
Or the garage.
I'm going to commandeer that brewing system in the backyard here while he's not watching. I think.
Is it going unused?
Yeah.
Of course it is. I'm the only one here.
I've used it more than him.
That says a lot.
Tasty's new song.
I got to roll all by myself.
Poor Tasty.
I get a lot of love where I go, for sure. A lot of love.
They feel even worse for you now that you don't have your entourage.
Yeah, it's rough.
I wonder if he's going to make a beer in honor of Chad now, too.
Yeah, Chad's Yellow. That's going to be called.
What the fuck happened to Chad Ale?
Yeah.
Where did he go?
Where's my buddy Chad? PA.
Only just a little sour. Yeah. Just a little sour.
Well, you know, when he was
should make a Lonely Weizen.
It's going to be really bitter.
Fermented with tears.
Make a really bitter,
real
Lonely
bitter,
Weizen.
slightly sour.
Bitter and a little sour, yeah.
How did you get the pH balance? I cried into it for 10 days.
Saddest thing in the world.
Started lactic fermentation.
Speaking of it, there's Chad now.
Oh, we were talking about it.
And he's got a collared shirt on, too.
Shirt on.
Sure.
Clean shaven. No goatee?
No, clean shaven. Yeah, he's a whole different guy.
We're just talking about how you abandoned your friend Tasty.
He's
sharp.
No, we hang out here and there.
I don't know. That's not what Tasty's saying. Look at you. Got a nice new North Face jacket.
Oh, man. It's starting to rain.
Somebody else is dressing him now, I think.
This is Tasty's new theme song.
I love it.
This is how I roll.
I do miss Chad's explanation. You're like, oh, you got a nice North Face jacket. Oh, man, it's starting to rain. Fuck, I love it.
Look at you, Chad. You're looking good, man.
Yeah.
All cleaned up. You look like a professional.
Yeah. Try to.
He's married material now.
Tasty,
This is classic. Did I not say that's what it was like? Look, there he is.
Tasty, you're not crying already, are you?
No, not yet. I'm laughing, but
okay.
Yeah, we're all congratulating Chad on his like sharp look, and Mike's crying. Tasty's
yeah, I sound like the old days.
He's like, hey, what about me?
You've really changed.
Man.
Well, Scott just took a picture with the oldest camera in the world. He had to fill the flash powder and everything.
It's not a camera, it's a brick.
360 pixels?
Chad
we'll get that on the website.
I'm pretty sure Chad actually just showed up to get clean socks.
Yeah.
He's not even staying for the show or to say hi to Tasty. He just needed new underwear. He needed some.
Oh, it's Sunday? Oh, hey, guys, what's happening?
Clean those beer lines while you're here, Chad. Come on.
Yeah, the beer lines are a mess. Get to work out there.
And then put beer on.
Yeah. All right. Well, Chad is actually, the Handles beer is being brewed by Ron out there. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. And that's the roundabout way. Well, Tasty, listen,
Well,
help is just a phone call away, all right? I don't want to find out that...
Thanks for the offer.
All right.
Yeah,
it's not a phone call to Justin, but
yeah,
just
I meant
one
there's
phone
like
call.
helplines for lonely people, I don't...
Yeah, that's right.
I just worry you. All your boys are gone.
No, yeah, without an entourage.
Is that like one of those 1-900 numbers that you see on late night TV?
No, it's 800-273-8255, National Suicide Prevention Lifeline.
There it is, yeah.
Right.
I do know, a couple of the broads that you're using to replace Chad and Tasty, and I approve.
Yeah.
Especially that big boobied one over at EJ.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, you were serious? He really is getting followed around by women now?
Yeah, well, I saw her at the EJ the other day, and she's like, hey, where's Chad been? And I said, I don't know, he's working down there. And she said, yeah, Tasty, we've been hanging out with Tasty lately, and no Chad. So
Who are these girls?
Bartenders over at EJ,
Oh.
and they're nice.
He's got an entourage of bartenders.
One of them has the potentially the best cleavage in the world. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen better cleavage.
Wow, that's a lofty statement.
Got some nice C cups, yes.
Pretty nice. Anyway, good choice of replacement, Tasty.
Well, what am I going to do?
Right up,
I can't downgrade too far. So
Get someone with bigger tits.
But that's not working out. I'm
Then
flipping that
Chad.
format.
All right. So a lot to do today, as you can see. We'll get to our guest in just a few minutes. A couple of things we need to announce, though. I'm announcing a new way to donate to the show. That's right.
All right, we love it.
That's right. It's a new way to donate to the show. And not only that, this portion of the donations goes directly to the staff of the show that night. That's right.
No,
so it's an in-show. None of our other confusing
Why am I the only one clapping
ways to,
because I don't believe it.
I need to hear more.
You're so skeptical, you
Doc's
guys.
like, I've been on a lot of these. I want retroactive.
Go on.
In 5 years,
Right.
you guys could buy your own underwear.
That's right. Well, here's what we're going to do. I don't know how much money it's going to bring, and I don't know how it's going to work out. But what we're going to do is let the listeners sponsor segments of the program.
Interesting.
That's right. And here's how we're going to start it tonight. We're going to play with the format a little bit and see how we get it to work out. But this first segment, for example, by the way, the session is brought to you today by More Beer. It's always brought to you by More Beer. You can go to morebeer.com and check it out. Our good friends over there, they pay for this entire show, and we love them for it. But in order to help out the staff here a little bit, we're going to allow the listeners to sponsor segments of the show. So this entire first portion of the show can be sponsored by you. And here's what we're going to do. Highest bidder in the chat room right now. I'm going to throw out $20. First one to say $20. And then keep the bidding going until it stops. You'll hit the PayPal donate button. And then this portion of the show is brought to you by that person. Get it? And then we'll have a direct record of how much it was there in the chat room. That money goes directly to the co-hosts of the program.
Do they get a call in?
After my 95% cut.
Well, good.
I knew there was a catch.
Do they get a call in, like give a plug?
No, I will give the plug for them. We don't have time for all that nonsense. I'm not going to alter the course of the whole show.
Hey, if you're going to split $20 between 7 people, I want to hear what this person has to say.
We don't have time for all that, and I'm hoping now $20 was the starting bid, mind you.
That's right. That's right.
On top of that, we have 4 segments of the show. So even at the minimum bid of $20, we could potentially make what is that, $180? Right, guys?
Yeah.
$80. All right. If everyone does the minimum, it's $80. Right.
Yeah.
So we're going to give it a shot. Now, I don't. All I see is a bunch of sourpusses and bitchy comments about how this is working. How about a great idea, Justin? I'm glad that you're coming up with ways to get us money. I don't see anybody else bringing any goddamn money in here. How about a little thank you over here?
Hey, I was clapping.
Who was bidding?
We already have some bids.
Coming from our side to your side.
If we wanted money, we wouldn't be here.
How about a little thank you?
All right, Doc's out and Tasty's out. So the cut just got smaller.
I'm keeping my mouth shut over here.
JP's clapping.
What are we up to already, Nicole?
So Rhino threw down 20.
Okay.
And then NTAB followed with 30.
Now, what we could do is take everybody's donation, if everyone wants to throw $20 a segment. But I feel like one at a time, it'll have some longevity, right? Over the course of several shows, people will get tired of donating $20 every week. But if you just do it once a year...
then NTAB upped his own bid to 60.
$60 to own this part of the show.
And Brew Tattoo threw in 100.
All right.
I got 100. So we have 120. Do we have 120? 120. Do we have 120?
All right, that's
no,
enough.
not yet.
Enough of that.
Is that enough? I don't know. I feel like she should keep going.
No, I don't feel like she should.
I feel like I should keep going for the entire show.
Any other bitching, guys? Some more bitching about my new idea?
Well, no.
Hell no.
I think I'm going to steal
Where'd
it.
you come up with this idea?
Boy, oh boy. I come up with great ideas like this in my sleep. Are you kidding me? This is how the BN has become the empire that it is today.
Is that why you sleep so much?
My producer of the TV show came up with the idea. I just borrowed it. So there you have it. It's our new way to support the staff of this show. You've been listening for a long time, and you've heard, basically JP whine and cry about working for free.
Yeah.
And now you can help alleviate the whining and crying by owning a segment of the show. And you will go down in history, because whoever wins this bidding war by the end of the segment here... I will announce their name as the owner of this segment of the program.
The very first owner of this.
Be on their first podcast.
So look, guys, if we get $100 every segment right now, you're already making more than me. $400 a show we're looking at right here, divvied up among the staff of the program. How about that?
Wow. No way.
That's pretty good.
All right. We'll see how we do.
I guess.
Nicole, keep me abreast of the situation. I turned you off, sorry.
How about people that want to make a bid? How about you private message me, because it's impossible to keep track of in the.
Okay. PM Nicole in the chat room.
And how are we taking the highest bid here?
By the end of the segment, whoever has the highest bid, the end of the segment's coming up in about 5 minutes or so, and whoever's got the highest bid, actually the end is we got about 15 minutes left in the segment.
Okay, Brew Tattoo's at 120 bones.
Wow, attaboy.
You guys are awesome. Keep your bids coming up, guys. I need some money.
Right. Now there's 3 other segments of the program, so you won't be left out. Folks at home, you can play too. Now, the chat room, I guess there's been some confusion. You can watch the program on justin.tv/brewing network. You can watch every Sunday over there. It's streaming right now. And in fact, we've got a close-up cam of Ron, our guest cam. It will be in full effect today, so that you can see his shining eyes as he is interviewed today about his history in the beer world. Now, Justin.tv has its own chat room. That is not the chat room that we use. That's not the one we're discussing. You do not place your bids over there. Hit the chat button on the homepage, and that's our chat room that we speak of.
It's good. It needed to be said. There's always people over there wondering what's going on.
Yeah. Like, wait a minute, I'm here talking to yourself. Hit the chat button on the homepage, and that's how you get to us. And Nicole's in there taking your questions. If you've got questions for Ron and Tide House or anybody else in the studio, that's the best way to do it. Or you can call 888-401-BEER. Do I have a phone call I need to take, Nicole, or is that just waiting there?
Oh, no. There's another phone call I need to answer.
Got it. Okay. All right. So what else do I have here? Don't buy the iPhone app unless it's the new iPhone app. I'm told that it is now submitted to iTunes, waiting for iTunes approval, the last step of the process for the new Brewing Network iPhone app. The Android app is already in the Android market.
And it works like a charm.
It's awesome. On my phone, I love it.
Great.
Yep, works great.
All right, so the all-new Android app, it's all free. It's in the Android market. You can search BN Mobile, and that's how you find it. And then I'm just awaiting approval from slow-ass iTunes to get the iPhone app in there. So don't need to email me about why the old app is no longer working.
But it doesn't work, though.
Delete it from your phone.
But it doesn't work.
What's up with the app?
It doesn't work.
It's already
I get my money back.
Blah, blah, blah.
I paid already.
All right.
I paid.
All right. The other way that you can support the show is by buying merch from the store, by hitting the donate button and become a recurring donor in the BN Army. That's the best way to support the program for as little as $2 a month, and you're entered into the More Beer donation giveaway, which we do monthly, and we are still doing. We've just been doing it off the air. I've been sending out emails to the winners. So if you haven't gotten an email, you didn't win. But we do that. It's $100 gift certificate that we give away every month. So a good way, for as little as $2, you have the chance to win $100 to More Beer. Another new way to help support the Brewing Network is right on our homepage, right in the middle of the page, there are two big links. One of them is to buy the all-new iPhone case, the Brewing Network iPhone case, which has the hop grenade on it and a bottle opener.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's sweet.
It's pretty rad. Now, those of you who have Androids, you're stupid. And two, we do not have an Android iPhone case for you. But we do have an iPhone case, so sell your Android.
Tasty case.
Tasty's got his own case
I have
already.
my own case.
So you can click that, and portion of the proceeds go to us. Also, if you shop at Amazon, like the rest of the human world, you can click the Amazon link through our homepage and do your shopping that way. All your normal shopping, just go through the portal that is our homepage by clicking the Amazon link. Need more ways to support the BN?
Yes.
How about a subscription to BYO Magazine?
How about
50% of your subscription price goes directly to the Brewing Network. Or how about an AHA membership? If you're not in the American Homebrewers Association, you can still do that through us by clicking the AHA link. So if you're not the donating type and you want to support us just by doing the things you normally do anyway, those are a few ways to do it.
I like this.
What are we up to in the bidding, Nicole?
Come back to me.
All right, we'll go back to Nicole and find out where we're at. I'm waiting with bated breath.
It was 120 last we heard.
I was thinking the same thing. I don't know what it means, but it is a saying, right?
We're getting into the beer money range here, Doc.
Let me try to find out.
Oh, yeah, I do have to take out expenses first. Did I mention that,
Wait
guys?
a minute. You made, geez.
Well,
95%.
And also,
they're going to be charging us for the beer now.
Since I complained all the time about it, and then now this has happened, I get some cut too. So if you get 95, I think I at least get 4% of that. Just off the top, just to wet my beak, just a little bit.
Actually, it will be divided evenly, and in all honesty, the only thing taking out of it will be PayPal fees. So whatever fees associated with PayPal, which is 30 cents per transaction plus 3.9% or some stupid thing. Other than that, it will be divided among the people in the studio. Chad doesn't count anymore because he only comes here for socks. So sorry, Chad, you're out.
Where did this idea come from, Jay? Do you think of it?
I did not think of it. I said that. The producer from my TV show thought of it, and I thought, well, that's a great idea. Great way to do things. It was my idea to give 100% of those proceeds to you guys, though. So how about that?
I like it.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Well, that's the part we find hard to believe.
Right, that I would give anything away. Yeah.
I'm still looking for the hook.
Well, that's why you two are out. That's why. You're not in the divvy. All right, it's time for our craftbeer.com news segment, which we like to do every so often with our good friend Julia Hers. How are you, Julia?
Hi.
Now, Julia, of course, works for the Brewers Association and craftbeer.com and likes to come and share a little beer news with us. And I heard, Julia, that you were away doing some Cicerone work recently. Is that right?
I was. I'll be one of the proud people that out myself as having just come through the other side of taking the Master Cicerone test in Chicago.
Oh, the Master Cicerone test even. See, Julia's already a smart one. Now she's going to be a Master Cicerone.
It takes like days
to do the test?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on steroids. It's 2 days of testing. There were 11 of us, and it's like nothing you've really ever come across, and somehow twistedly, oddly fun.
Wow.
I don't know why, but it is.
You're still drinking beer, so that's fun.
Right.
Is there something above Master? Is there like Ninja Cicerone?
Yeah.
Emperor, I think.
Grandmaster?
Well, Ninja Cicerone is in the works. Ray Daniels is actually the only Ninja Cicerone in existence. Yeah.
Really, if you can throw a coaster across the room, that's really the test.
Stick in someone's neck.
Right. All right, Julia, what's in the craftbeer.com news today?
Oh, we got a lot going on, and I love the chance to get to do this live too. I get to defend JP. You give him such a hard time. He doesn't deserve it.
That's right.
I picked a different.
Yeah, he does. Actually.
You tell him, sweetheart. You tell
Julia
him.
clearly hasn't spent much time with JP.
Nicole has to chime in. Oh boy! All right. Well, craftbeer.com stuff going great. Hope you guys check it out. Beer lovers, be an army on a weekly basis. It's there for you to kind of show the world why craft beer is so amazing, and it's kind of the voice of U.S. craft brewers, or at least we're trying to be. And there's, everything from John Hall, who anything he talks about to me is very interesting about beer. He's got a full-fledged feature on growlers and the like. Growlers are hot these days. There's some controversy going on. I just saw Galen Oliver come out a little bit, not necessarily against growlers, but emphasizing that there's a freshness issue there. And I've even heard recently that I think either Crate and Barrel or one of the comparable stores was selling an empty growler for like $18 that just said beer on it, literally as a decorative item. Because what are you going to do? Bring that into your brew pub?
Right.
Still? So we need to keep it straight and let people know what's going on and why brew pubs and brewery tap rooms are so into this type of package, because it's reusable, it's lower footprint of packaging, and you get to go straight to the source. And John Hall's got a great story on it right now.
And I think Garrett does make a good point if you're referring to growlers on the shelf. Like, I know that there are certain beer companies, I think I've seen Rogue growlers available at the Bevmo and things like that. And I love growlers when I go to my local and pick up beer. I think that the growler is the best way to do it. It's fantastic. You get a nice quantity of beer to bring home, and it's fresh from the brewery, and most likely you're going to drink it in the next couple of days, right?
Well, I love it when you're not... I was recently at Ladyface down in Agora Hills in California. Beautiful beer. All their beers were way too drinkable, but I couldn't drink them all because I was driving. So I had a sample, picked one that I wanted, got a growler of it.
Okay.
Loved it.
So it is a great package, and it might you might discover some issues over time, though. I think most of us beer fans don't leave that growler in the fridge for a month.
No, a couple days at most.
But great. All right, a good discussion over on craftbeer.com. What else do you have, Julia?
We got one that's kind of near and dear to my heart that I pieced together. I call it Immaculate Fermentation, Science Not Sorcery. And it was my way, frankly, while I was studying for the Master Cicerone, to really wrap my brain around these, not only wild yeast like Brett, but the Lactobacillus and Pediococcus and Acetobacter. And I've got, just straight from the source, Vinny from Russian River literally talking about how he makes beatification and the process of how he does his sour mash. Like, that's crazy to just see his words on that. Also, Two Brothers out of Illinois, amazing brewery. Askew was a great little beer that Matt Bean from Men's Health competed with at Savor in a seminar that we did. And this beer was crazy, and he was up against a lot of competition, and the audience had to judge their favorite pairing. And the Askew won, and Jim Ebel, explains the whole process behind this little immaculate beer. And then you've got Allagash doing great things. What is a cool ship? People should become familiar with this. Hopefully we're going to see more breweries doing the investment that Allagash has done. Got a great little video in the post that literally shows you Rob Todd walking you through their cool ship with Jason Perkins brewing in the background. So a complicated topic, and what wild yeast like Brett does, or acidic-based bacteria for beers, and why they're just so immaculate.
Beautiful. Now that's the one for our listeners right there. They want to go and hear Vinny talk about that. And,
for sure.
And see all of that. Fantastic. All available at craftbeer.com right now. All right, Julia, thank you. And when do you hear back about whether or not you've become a master cicerone?
Well, I'll keep my head up either way, but probably by Christmas is the hope.
Okay.
And I mean, it's a journey. The program's a journey. It's not all about what you get accredited for. It's part of that, but it's the studying is what makes us more aware of when we appreciate what's behind it. Also, it's a journey.
Did you spend your vacation doing this, Julia?
Yeah.
That's a beer nerd right there.
Awesome.
That's how you know Julia's really into beer. Just spend her
dedication.
Vacation from her beer job studying beer. Well done.
Yeah. I'd like to play that back to my husband, that supportive applause, because he at this point thinks I'm absolutely off the deep end. That's okay.
Well, just because we clap doesn't mean you're not.
Yeah. We also clap for alcoholics. I mean, we're kind of a mess over
That
here.
better not been. That wasn't JP.
It was.
No,
It wasn't.
I would never say that.
All right.
I told you. Spend a little time with JP and you'll understand why we do this. All right, Julia, thank you so much.
All right. Happy holidays to you guys.
You too. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
All right, there you go. Julia Hers over at craftbeer.com. Check it out. Good stories. I like both of those things happening.
When I take my growlers to get them filled, I've already got them clean, sanitized, and CO2 flushed.
Oh, you flush yours too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
It says don't rinse it. Don't just open the cap, pour the beer.
I remember doing that at Russian River, and the guy...
They can keep 3-4 months, I swear.
What is the freshness issue there?
Well, that makes sense because
That's
you're
the
flushing
freshness
it
thing.
like that. Yeah.
Oxygen.
Yeah.
The thing is, all these like new beer stores that are selling growlers. It's not legal in California, but like in New York and other places, you can buy a growler and have it filled at like Whole Foods.
Right.
But if they don't have a properly balanced draft system, you're gonna get a crappy pour of beer.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
Yeah, you got to know how to pour them for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up too, Nicole, because I was reading people's different like Facebook posts, and I saw some people say, "Oh yeah, we had that. We were hanging out down at the Whole Foods, and they were pouring us that beer."
Yeah.
And I thought, "What the?
I remember seeing that
hanging out at the Whole Foods getting beer poured."
I remember
for
seeing
you.
that in Manhattan. It was amazing. They had like 4 or 5 taps, all local, interesting beers, and you could get a growler of any of them. It was really
They're
cool.
starting to do that. A couple of years ago, a Whole Foods guy out here approached me when I was at More Beer to help him run a system.
Okay.
And I was like, well, that's cool. He's like, yeah, we're gonna start doing beer bars and wine bars just across the whole brand, store by store.
This same store that I saw had all homebrew ingredients too. You could buy like a carboy and yeast and hops and everything at Whole Foods. It was amazing.
I was just going to say that too. Somebody sent me a bunch of pictures of a Whole Foods up in Folsom, California, and they had an enormous homebrew section, like half of an aisle, and you could get almost everything you needed to brew. You could get carboys. They had a refrigerator with both Y yeast and White Labs in it.
Wow.
Tons of different grains. Like they had grain bins.
Yeah.
There was like 10 specialty grains plus base malt. All at the Whole Foods.
Wow.
Moscow, call the Whole Foods for sponsorship, man.
Yeah,
they're rocking this entire homebrew section.
They've embraced it. It's pretty cool.
I'd like to see
Oh
that.
yeah, I think their corporate policy really aligns with yours, Jay.
Yeah, why not?
Of course.
To overcharge for food.
Yeah. I'm overcharging the listeners for the show right now with their bidding for this segment.
We're up to $150 from NTAB.
All right. Loving it.
Why are more Whole Foods not doing that then?
Well, they're rolling it out. They're experimenting.
It's a
with
test.
Sure.
It's a test market thing for them, I think.
And it wouldn't work in every market anyway. Unless they get me as the spokesperson.
It's
and then
weird.
It'll work
So
great
advertising here, it's going to
everywhere.
work like crazy then.
You imagine a cardboard cutout of me in the Whole
Giving
Foods.
a thumbs up.
Yeah, like this is where you want to be.
Well, it'd be Starling at first, but I can imagine. Yeah.
Right.
And then me in the cutout behind you going,
Yeah, that's
hey, I'm here too.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how it has to be. All right, speaking of sponsors, fellas, if you're looking to spice things up in the bedroom or been fantasizing about surprising your lover with an adventurous new toy or adult movie, here's an offer you can't resist. Go to adamandeve.com, and for a limited time only, you'll get 50% off just about any item. And that's not all. When you select one item at 50% off, you'll get 3 free DVDs, a free extra gift, so sensual, we can't mention it on internet radio. And to top it all off, we'll even throw in free shipping. So go to adamandeve.com, 50% off, 3 free DVDs, free shipping, a secret item, all with coupon code BNARMY, BNARMY, BNARMY. Use that, and And do it. It's a fun way to support us. You know, you get things for your butt and whatever else. I don't know. Whatever you want to get. I don't care.
Pleases.
I don't know what you do in the privacy of your home, and I don't care. But do it through adamandeve.com.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, it doesn't have to be for your butt. I just don't want anyone to misunderstand it.
But it could be if you wanted it to.
Wouldn't that be a great Black Friday sale?
Everybody want it to be?
Nicole just brightened up. But if you really wanted it to, it could be. Nate, are you taking notes over
I
there?
guess I know what I'm getting for Christmas.
Nate, I could see him.
Just what I never wanted.
Oh, great. Thanks, Nicole. Another thing for my butt.
Can't wait to use it.
Or for your
This
butt.
one doesn't take double D batteries. It's like 220 twist lock power.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Lantern battery.
Unplug the dryer.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're in the chat room, send all your messages over to Nicole. I'm only in there so Nicole can speak with me, so don't send me I'm just closing your private message windows. Everything goes to Nicole.
You want to get to Jay, you got to go through me.
That's right.
I think you can go. You can go ghost on that.
Oh,
you'd be invisible.
Sounds complicated.
Ghostface
Let's
killer.
get invisible, visible. I wanna.
I wonder how many things for Nate's butt Nicole's going to be able to buy with her
God.
share of our donation this segment.
Several with 50% off. And all that.
Yeah.
I know, with prices like that.
Find out what that sensual gift is,
Man,
too.
yeah. We can't talk about it on internet radio, so I'm going to find out.
I'll bet you probably couldn't talk about it after you used it.
No.
I thought it said you want to satisfy your lover, not your gimp locked up boyfriend. You know what I mean?
I'm going to miss
If that's your lover,
That's true.
I'm going to miss the next few shows.
All right, you can.
You can't take
He's
the
gonna
car
need a
ride
standing
over,
desk.
probably.
Yeah,
I'll be blindfolded at the next show.
Nate's like, Doc can have his chair back. I'm just going to stand from now on.
Corner. Jay, do you have the gas on? I hear like a.
All right, you can get all these updates and more over at Facebook. And also, Twitter.com/Brewing Network. JP, what's our Twitter game of the day?
Our Twitter game of the day is, I was thinking back the other week when we had the guys on from the London Pub Crawl.
Yeah.
And we were going through all those fun pub names, and I would like to know, if you had a British pub, what would you name it? Now, just to as a reference, there's a lot of pub names. They're kind of goofy, I think, as far as we over here in America like to talk about. But there's like the Slug and Cabbage, the White Hart and Red Lion.
Those are American ones?
Hen and Chickens. No, they're English pub names.
Okay.
But as far as Americans go, we don't see
Hen and
like
Chickens.
that.
It just sounds like they go out front of wherever the building is and name the bar after what's on the ground.
I
the
think
Slug and Mushroom, was that the first one?
What they had for lunch,
The
maybe.
Slug and Lettuce,
The dog's bollock.
they go.
yeah, the Slutty Cat.
Yeah, I think they just
Like whatever's-
throw a rock in two directions and see what happens. It's actually interesting if you go to pub names on Wikipedia. It's a giant post about why they, why they post the way they do. But anyway, that's what I want to hear. So go to twitter.com/Brewing Network and tell me what your pub name would be.
All right. Do it via Twitter, and then at the end of the show, we will pick the winning name and send out a Brewing Network prize pack.
Yes, sir.
I still have some Boulder Beer Company merchandise that we can throw in there, plus some BN stickers and things like that. I know it's like last week I had to send out a prize pack, and people are starting to get greedy. They're like, they'll write to me with their address, and usually I just say, I don't even know what I'm going to send you, but I'm going to send you some things. And this guy writes, and I go, yeah, you're getting like a shirt and a hat from Boulder Beer. And he writes back, that's cool. Could I get a hop grenade hat, man?
Wow.
And it's fine if I have it. I don't mind, but I don't really have the balls to do that. Like if I won something
for free
from a show that lives on ramen, would I go, hey, could you also throw in another thing?
Would it kill you to send me a keg of Heretic beer?
Yeah. So anyway,
Can you brew for me?
So I sent him a hop grenade hat. Fuck it.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Now everyone's rewarding his
insolence.
insolence.
Yeah. I sent one guy out 2 cozies and a coaster.
Right.
Good luck, Kevin.
All right, guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk to Ron Manabe. He's the brewmaster and senior VP at the Tide House Brewery and Cafe and Hermitage Brewing Company. If you've got questions, hit the chat now button or call us 888-401-BEER. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
listening to the Brewcasters.
On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing, and like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in a can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainasheff, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small. Single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
Oh, I was drunk last night and the night before, and I'm gonna get drunk just once more and do the drunk man's wiggle. Drunk man's wiggle. Oh, the drunk man's wiggle. Drunk man's wiggle. Oh, everybody's doing the drunk man's wiggle now. Well, you take a shot of gin and you take a shot of wine, then my boy, you really shine and do the drunk man's wiggle. Drunk man's wiggle. Oh, the drunk man's wiggle. Drunk man's wiggle. Oh, everybody's doing the drunk man's wiggle now. I met a pretty gal as cute as could be. I said, come on, babe, do the wiggle with me. We did the drunk man's wiggle. Drunk man's wiggle. Oh, the drunk man's wiggle. Drunk man's wiggle. We did the drunk man's wiggle.
welcome back to the program, everybody. We're going to talk to Ron Manabe. He's the brewmaster and senior VP at Tide House and Brewery. But a couple things to do just real quick. One, the guy who I was making fun of for asking for the extra hat is in the chat room crying to me now that I've made him mad. Oh, I wanted the hat to support, and now you've talked about it and made me mad.
If you want to support, then buy the hat.
Well, now you better talk about him by name.
Come on, it was a joke, buddy. Relax. You got the damn hat. Now you talked about it.
Now I don't want... He sounds like me.
I'm going to wear it inside out so I can't see the logo.
I don't want it now.
All right, Nicole. Who is the owner of the first segment of the program?
Your first segment was brought to you by NTAB.
And for how much?
For $150.
Wow. NTAB, my man.
NTAB, man.
All right. Thank you for paying my payroll for the first portion of the show. That's $150 in the kitty. You can own this segment as well. Start the bidding right now. We'll start the bidding for segment number 2. Let's see. Segment number 2 is good because it's where we're going to start with Ron. It's where we're starting with our guest.
It's the big content.
You know, every time we start an interview, it could be one of those interviews that goes down in history as one of our amazing, right? Like, you never know.
You don't.
So we're going to start the bidding at $30. $30, up $10 from the first segment. Ron, that's what you're worth to me, is $10 so far from the first segment. $30 is the start of this bid. When we go to the second break, we'll find out who is bringing you segment 2 of this session. All right?
I love this so far.
I'm happy to be here all of a sudden.
Yeah, everyone's like, man, you know what? I really love this show.
Like going to bingo night or something.
Well,
you got a chance to win.
And by the way, NTAB, we have all your info. So if you don't pay up,
he's going to send me after you.
Yeah, just hit the one-time donation button on our donate page. And let's see how we do for segment 2. Help pay the staff here at the BN. They deserve it for all of their hard work.
Yeah, I do.
Ron, welcome to the show. It's nice to have you in the studio.
Well, thanks. I really appreciate the invitation to be here. And it's from what I've seen, I have to admit that this is a kind of a new experience for me. It's,
cool.
And if I may make a comment,
sure.
I have some fairly young kids, and their favorite show, of course, is South Park, and I think I've arrived at and I think I know who Cartman is.
You figured it out, haven't you? Perfect. Yeah, don't tell your kids to listen to this show, though. We curse. We say all kinds of...
We've been pretty good so far.
That's true. If they can watch South Park, they can... We're not worse than that.
I wish I got paid like those kids, though.
Yeah, we're certainly not more clever than the South Park guys. Ron, how long have you been in the beer business?
Well, originally the Tide House started as a outgrowth of a family business, which is a farm, actually, in Watsonville. And that provided the seed capital with some... angel investors to start the Tide House. So this was back in 1986. And of course, at that time, I had a day job. I had a job or a degree in chemistry, and I was working in technology. And I had an opportunity to move back to California from New England. And my brother-in-law was given the charter to diversify. And I got a phone call one afternoon saying he was back from Germany and saying we're going into the beer business. So 1986 was when we started to...
86, okay.
Started the concept anyway.
And he called you because he thought, look, making beer is a science, you're a scientist, we can do this. Is that why you got the call?
Well, I was bridled with the responsibility to find where the brewing knowledge would be because none of us were home brewers at that time.
Oh, so you were really just diving in.
And in 86, there really wasn't any information out there in the greater public sphere on brewing on a small scale. So,
okay. So your brother-in-law, though, kind of figured out, hey, I think we can do this as long as we take the right steps. We can be one of the first craft breweries.
You got it.
Okay. Wow. And so where's Tide House now? Just so we can know, folks at home can know where we're talking about.
The original Tide House is in Mountain View.
Okay.
In downtown Mountain View on Villa Street, right off of Castro Street. And we opened that business in 1987.
I see. Okay.
So it's been a while.
So you were really in from the ground floor of the brewing side of Tide House.
Yes, it was my responsibility to find it.
Okay,
and,
you find the ground floor.
And if we had an hour show, I can give you the whole story.
No, we got a long show, but we do want to get as much of it as we can. But at that time, you didn't know anything about brewing. Is that safe to say?
Not on a commercial scale.
Okay.
No. And so my initial phone call was to the enology department of UC Davis. So at least I had some credit. Right?
Sure, yeah. A good start.
And the lady was very nice to me, and she said, well, Mr. Manabe, the person you really want to talk to is in food science. So that's Professor Lewis.
Yeah.
And so we made contact with him, and we had a meeting with him at his office. And at that time, a friend of his was retiring from Anheuser-Busch down in Southern California. He was consulting with Palo Alto Brewing Company. I don't know if any of you remember that.
Oh, yeah.
They were the original makers of Pete's Wicked Ale.
Ah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Oh, we should have known that. We've talked to Pete. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they were having some process control issues, and so Chuck was helping.
Okay.
Chuck Tom was helping Bob Stoddard at that time on getting more control over his process. And to make a long story short, we all got a mutual introduction, and we decided that we would acquire the brewing equipment from Palo Alto Brewing Company.
I see.
Bob Stoddard and Chuck Tom would come along for the ride.
To help get you going.
Right.
Okay.
So that's how we got started.
I see. Now, were you a craft beer drinker when you got this phone call? Or were you not even into beer? You were. Okay.
It's kind of a funny story, actually. I'm a West Coast guy, born and raised in Santa Cruz County, and I went to college up in Oregon, and then I went to work in Washington State working for the nuclear industry.
Wow.
And then this company recruited me. They wanted me to come back to Boston, so I moved back to Boston. And when I moved back there, another friend of mine who happened to be also in graduate school at the same time I was, he and I loved beer. And at that time, there were so many labels that I was totally unfamiliar with.
Okay.
You know, Genesee Cream. Well, we never heard of Genesee Cream. It was Coors or
nothing.
Or Falstaff or
sure. Out here on the West, you mean?
You know, yeah.
Yeah.
And they had Black Horse and Narragansett and you name it. There's just all these beers, and so we would just sit around and drink all these beers. Well, part of the job entailed for me to go to Europe. And so I became very good friends with our dealer in Germany. His name is Rudy. And he introduced me to German beer.
Ah, here we go.
And so my experience with German beer was unfavorable because at the time, by the time you bought it in the store, it was junk. It was oxidized.
Sure.
It didn't really taste good. But the stuff in Germany, I just went, wow.
Yeah.
So the equipment that we built was fairly large, and it went in large crates. And we would ship equipment over to Europe for trade shows, and he would ship the equipment back along with a little box.
There we go.
With my name on it.
Nice. Some fresh samples.
Fresh samples. And so, of course, the people on the loading dock got a few samples for informing me that my special boxes arrived. So I had a very, very popular refrigerator.
Nice.
So that's where the perception or the awareness that there's other flavors really came home, and so I was hooked at that time.
Now, not just the German beer, but correct me if I'm wrong, even the other, kind of new beers that you discovered back east were still really in the lager realm, right? You're still talking mainly lagers. Yeah.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, were you, pleasantly surprised to find that you could do ales out here a little quicker and things like that? Because your whole experience so far is a very complex brewing style.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Professor Lewis was consulted for the initial recipes of our four mainstay beers.
Okay.
And I remember the day sitting in the backyard of the house of Bob Stoddard, and we were able to get samples of a pilot run that Professor Lewis made for us. And I still remember the taste and the smells because they were ale processes, and we popped them open, and the freshness and the aroma, the crispness, just the clarity of the flavors and things were just overwhelming. And,
yeah.
And we decided, this is going to be great.
You knew, right? That was the moment.
We knew, yeah.
That's like a band in the recording studio who hears that recording and they go, okay, that's it. Yeah. That's the one. That's the single. Yeah. You guys kind of had that moment where you just knew that was great stuff.
And then Bob made a comment. Bob Stoddard made a comment. He says, there'll be a time, Ron, when you'll be at a party and somebody will tell you that they had a $200 or $300 bottle of wine and how great it was, but you'll be able to tell them that you had a bottle of beer that cost $1,000.
Good point, because that small batch cost $1,000 for you, didn't it? That research batch,
or more.
Is that beer that you had at that moment still available today? That style?
It is in the form of the Cascade Amber.
It is, okay.
Yeah. So
widely available. And is that under the Tide House brand?
Yes.
It is, okay. Yes. Let's open, guys, Tasty, go ahead and open up just one of those bottles. We'll start with the blonde.
Sure.
We're going to open up a couple of these. I think the blonde ale is, now you guys aren't just Tide House, which is the brew pub, kind of pub and cafe, right? But you're also a brewery, a production brewery, which is, what's that called from this one?
Hermitage Brewing Company.
Hermitage.
And that's was started by acquiring the assets of the San Jose Tide House. When the San Jose Tide House closed, the brewing equipment went over to Hermitage Brewing Company. And that's where we decided to start with our venture that we are doing now with respect to brewing contract beers for other people.
Got it.
Along with our own brands. We started initially while at the San Jose location. Many of the brewing audience are familiar with our brewer, Peter Light. Peter Light was the head brewer at Coast Range.
Yeah, okay.
Down in Gilroy. And due to circumstances, I believe they closed in around 2009. And so Peter came by and said, hey, Ron, I noticed that your brewery in San Jose is being underutilized. It looks like we can maybe make some beer for Drake's up in Berkeley.
Oh, yeah.
And so he said, you hire me and I'll make the beer.
I love it. This guy comes with his own...
That's right.
Comes to the customer right away. He's ready to go.
You got to write your own ticket these days.
CJ, you take notes about this guy.
I just did.
Yeah, so that's a good comment for all those out there who would like to get into the business. And so to make a long story short, we brewed quite a bit of beer for Jupiter.
Okay.
And that got our start in this contract business. So...
And like we mentioned at the beginning, you're actually brewing Chad's beer that he designed along with you guys to brew it for Handles. And so I think you guys are brewing the brown ale that you do. Is that right, Chad? What's the brown called?
The Hop Shack Brown.
Hop Shack Brown, which is a fantastic beer. I really like it. In fact, I need another keg, Chad.
Sure.
And what's the other one? It's
Sunbathed Blonde.
Which is like, started as like a Kolsch style. Okay, Kolsch. And you guys are brewing both of those for him.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So the contract business is kind of a good way for a brewery to actually brew at capacity, even if your own labels aren't selling all of the beer, right?
Yeah, that has been the model, but we always make a comment to people who come that our company is run, I guess I can use the word, ass backwards.
Yeah, you can use that, sure.
Yeah, we get that way sometimes.
Yeah.
And where the primary emphasis was on contracts and that any excess production that we had, we would utilize for our own labels.
So the labels were actually the second thought.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
That's cool.
That sounds like a smarter plan to me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I have to say, being in my chair and seat, it's been fun to watch because we have a lot of people that come through, and they have great ideas and great concepts. and to be able to provide them a vehicle, we call it an incubator, to hatch their idea.
Yeah.
And make it real for them.
What a great way to look at it.
So it's fun. It's been fun business. So
well, and that's a guy like Chad, a company like Handles, who wants to start it's a pub restaurant right now, but they want their own beer there too. But it's a startup, and it's a tough time to start any company. So rather than go spend $2 million on a new brewery, he's able to go to a guy like you and, like you said, kind of hatch this idea. His own beers, he designed them. The owners of Handles wanted you to design them, Chad. I know that. And then you get to facilitate that. That's a pretty cool way to look at it, Ron.
Yeah, and it's been fascinating so far.
Yeah,
so,
and also I think a brewery with your own labels, it's more expensive to do so many different kinds of beers. You have to register a new label for every one you want to put out. You also then kind of saturate your own brand with so many different. So you're kind of limited with how many different beers you can do. But if you're contract brewing, you could do as many different beers as people want you to brew for them.
Yes, and they have the great insight on marketing their products, far more than we can. We just don't have the corner on all the smarts to promote beer, but people have some great concepts and great styles. And
right.
Well, you're the manufacturer. I mean, that's what you are. You're the manufacturer of a product specifically designed for, it's obviously nothing new, but it is a great thing to see in the brewing industry that's been going on for so long.
Sure.
And so successfully.
It just happens to be that you manufacture one of the coolest products on earth.
Right. Right.
But you are the manufacturer, you're right.
Yeah, and to have so many people go through your doors going to you, because obviously you guys are doing it right.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing. You know what I mean? And,
well, that brown just came out fantastic. You did a great job on that. I know that. Now, let me ask you this, because your title, is that you're the brewmaster. So clearly, at some point, you had to go get some brewing knowledge too. You started out by outsourcing other people and finding Dr. Lewis and things like that. But I guess at some point, you got some brewing education.
Well, training as a chemist by nature, and working with Chuck Tom and Bob Stoddard, I'm a quick study. I learned quite a bit.
Good.
And but when I decided to come on board full time, this was in '94. Yeah, I spent time back at Siebel's back in Chicago, and as part of the diploma program.
Okay.
At the time. So
so you spent '86 to '94 working on this project part time.
Part time. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
That was probably a smart move.
Smart man.
There was no money.
Really smart
There's
man.
hardly money now, but there's no money then.
Right.
Especially in the late 80s, right?
But we had a great guy, Chuck Tom, from Anheuser-Busch.
He's a legend.
He's a legend.
Yeah.
And, of course, at the time, there was quite a bit of ridicule, amongst the microbrewery segment in terms of having...
Because of where he came from?
From where he came from. There was kind of a stigma. But,
Well, look at Stone right now.
The guy knows the process. And at that time, that was the key for our success, was to be able to have a consistent product.
Well, that's the key for their success, too. And that's the key for success as a home brewer.
Right. Yeah.
And as a craft brewer is repeatability. It's your process. Without your process, you can have the best recipe in the world, but it's still going to suck.
Well, and I think that in the craft beer world, that attitude has changed now, where there's really a lot of respect for the men and women who brew the beer at Anheuser-Busch, even if it's not respect for Anheuser-Busch. So now you probably wouldn't have gotten the same ridicule. Like you mentioned, JP, Mitch Steele, the brewer at Stone, also came. No one gives them any shit because they know that he's a fantastically trained brewer.
Yeah. Right.
So,
and real handsome.
But back then, I could see that it's a lot of us against them kind of a situation, and I could see you kind of catching a little hell for that. Now, so Siebel that was your kind of formal brewing education, and the rest was hands-on, and using your chemistry background,
right?
So at some point,
and having good people like Peter show up at the doorstep, that really helps too.
Sure, yeah. Now, at some point, do you become the head brewer when you go full time in '96? Then are you in the brewery every day?
At that time, we had 3 breweries. We had Alameda, San Jose, and Mountain View. So I became more the administrative person to help coordinate overall. And
okay. So do you then facilitate recipe design and things like that, or does that come from your head brewers and you just kind of make sure they have what they need.
Initially, the individual brewers had quite a bit of leeway with respect to what they wanted, and we would give some oversight with respect to how far we can take this. Because at the time, this is in the 90s, our major thrust was to make sure we had beer that was widely acceptable.
I see.
And we were just, in fact, even today we're going through our volume studies, and it looks like our 4 mainstays that have been with us since '87 are still by far the largest seller.
Really?
In terms of the beer.
What are those mainstays?
They're this Pilsner style. This is a
very nice Pilsner. Yeah.
Style made with an ale yeast, and it's used European hopping. And the amber, the Ironwood Dark, which is our version of an English brown ale, but it uses more domestic hops in it, and the wheat.
Okay.
Those 4 were the originals, and they outsell.
Still.
In fact, the amber probably outsells. It's probably more like 30 or 35% or 40% of our volume in our pubs. So it's a huge, and it's a perfect beer for craft because it's got the right color.
Sure.
It has that aroma associated with microbrewed beers, and
something about amber ales, and just everyone loves them.
Yeah.
I was going to say, do you think people are used to them, or do you think that it's just about the styles?
Well, they're familiar with it. They have they adopt it as their beer. We have a lot of repeat business and we're talking about growlers. We have a badge of honor, people coming in with the original growler.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And they come in with this swagger,
They're proud.
The ink is all off. You don't even know if it's a Tide House growler anymore.
I swear, I was here in 1989.
Now, just to, quickly about this Pilsner, you said it's made with an ale yeast. Is it fermented at lager temperatures or ale temperatures?
No, it's fermented at ale temperatures.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Now, why that choice? If you're going to do a Pilsner style, why not lager?
Because the decision was made early. Consistency, which meant we really frowned upon having more than one yeast strain in the brewery.
I see. Okay.
And we brew quite often in the brewery. So, but we've learned we can have lager yeast. In fact, we've cooperated with other breweries around who have lager yeast and have produced lager beers. In fact, our Oktoberfest of this year was made with a lager yeast. So,
but that makes sense. Like you said back then, there wasn't a lot of readily available information. And if you're kind of taking this consistency model from a big brewery, it would make sense that you're a little leery about bringing several different styles of yeast. So,
and another thing to remember, back in the 80s, yeast banks were primitive.
Okay.
The ability to get commercially viable, pure strains of yeast was not an everyday occurrence.
Where did you get your yeast from?
We originally got our yeast over from England.
Okay.
And it was banked over at Y Yeast up in Oregon.
So would we consider? Is it kind of like as a we're all homebrewers too? Is that kind of your standard English ale yeast that we can buy as homebrewers?
Right.
Okay.
It's Whitbread.
Okay.
Yeast, so.
And what temperature are you fermenting your beers with this yeast?
68.
Okay. So fairly warm with it too.
Yeah.
And it does have I think a nice estery kind of flavor to the beer too, but not the sulfury like you would get out of a lager, like a lager yeast, right?
Yeah. No, it is a very unique flavor, and I imagine that not only is banking a yeast kind of not really a huge choice back then, but it's probably really expensive.
Right.
And you probably have a lot of fees. You probably have to have like 100 strains, or you get charged $25 a month or something like that.
So why was it worth it?
That was a bank joke, in case anybody didn't get it.
Nobody got it.
Thanks.
I wasn't listening.
No one was listening. That's what it was.
Shit. Maybe you should listen to the show, Nicole.
Well, you started talking, and I was like, "Oh, can stop listening now."
Now back to Julie's going to have she's gonna be angry with you.
Yeah, great.
Back to picking kind of styles back then. What did you look to for examples? Because you didn't really have competition around the area to choose from. You're trying to find beer styles that are palatable, that you could enter into the market. Where are you getting the ideas from? What are you choosing from?
Well, we would go and purchase beer and taste it. Of course, by the time I came along in the 90s, all these styles were well accepted.
Okay, I see. Okay.
But no, there were examples of beer that were readily available.
So Anchor Steam, Sam Adams, things like this?
Yep.
Okay.
And even, like, for example, the English IPAs and things were modeled. And then at this time, of course, there were other microbreweries.
There were by then, okay.
And so, if we see something that's kind of cool, what the heck?
Sure.
Hey, Ron, quick question. For example, you mentioned Bob Stoddard earlier. So Stoddard's in Sunnyvale was going at that time already before you guys started? Or
no,
they were...
Bob worked for us for, and I can't know the exact number of years, but several years. And then, of course, he being the entrepreneur spirit that he has, he decided that he would like to start his own.
I see. So he got his experience with you guys first, and then started his own brewery after that. Right?
And then I believe he went to Campbell,
Sonoma,
which is now Sonoma
Chicken Coop, which is and Firehouse, or Stoddard's became Firehouse. Bob's not associated with that anymore, I don't think. But the brewery is still there, and they're still making beer. And Steve Donahue does real nice beers there.
I like the beers at Sonoma Chicken Coop, actually.
They're down in Campbell, like you said, right?
Yeah. They have a joint in San Jose by the Shark Tank.
Nice,
pretty good.
Now, in my notes, Ron, I'm noticing that your brewing process still follows the Reinheitsgebot. Is that right? Are you guys kind of strict to the Reinheitsgebot?
More or less.
You are. Okay. Which means what? That you're just not throwing in odd sugars and things like that, or
in the original Tight House beers, yes. But we strayed very quickly.
Oh, you did. I see.
Like we have a fruit beer that adds fruit essence, and we make a spice beer that's on now called Multide, which is made with a mulling spice mixture, and so obviously that's not part of the
Sure.
No, not at all.
So was the original kind of ruling about the Reinheitsgebot just because to pay homage to the beers that you were fans of?
Yes, and at the time it was a very distinctive marketing advantage because we didn't use any of those adjuncts.
Sure, you could differentiate yourself from the big guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, all right. Well, that makes sense. Now, here's something. I'm amazed at how little I know sometimes. I'm just going to tell you guys.
I'm not.
I'm so amazed at how little I know sometimes. The Coastal Fog series is your beer.
Right.
And I've seen this Coastal Fog for so long, and to me, you've branded that beer so well that I assume that Coastal Fog is the brewery. And so when I find out that you make the Coastal Fog series, I'm just sometimes surprised that the brewery's behind the brand of beer,
Yeah, the Coastal Fog series initiated with Peter Light while he was down in Coast Range in Gilroy. And, of course, when Coast Range went away, Jeff Moses, who was the marketing arm of Coast Range at the time, took control of the label, I guess, if you want to say, and moved it to a brewery near Sacramento, and I believe it was Bierman's.
Okay.
And then they kind of went away, and so now they're kind of in a lurch, and so we decided to take it back. And, of course, Peter being the originator of it came back home.
Right. Returns home.
Returns home. And so we've been making it now for Bevmo. That was our initial contract that we used to initiate the capital investment or use it for the justification for the capital investment to build the brewery in San Jose.
Okay.
And it's worked out well for both Bevmo and ourselves. It's a nice, stable product. We make it regularly.
Yeah.
And personally, it does not have a lot of the esoteric characteristics of the style, but it's a darn good beer.
Yeah.
And considering its price point, I believe I'll put it up against anybody's,
sure.
beer. Why not?
Well, I'm with you on that. And by the way, let's not shake a stick at the term considering its price point, because you're right. And we've talked about some other breweries recently that kind of do the same thing, like Firestone, who makes its Mission Street Pale Ale that goes in Trader Joe's. And we'll talk about how amazing that pale ale is, especially considering its price point as a quote-unquote generic beer.
Yeah.
Right? So,
but maybe you shouldn't do that.
How do you mean?
Well, mentioning the price.
No, I think you should because I do think so. Because here's why. I think that people automatically assume it's an inferior beer because of the price point. So to talk about a beer that is full of flavor, it's the kind of pale ale we expect, etc., and then go, and it's in the same price point as these others, I think it elevates the beer.
Yeah, I don't know. I think drawing attention to the price and how it is a little lower, I guess, than a lot of beers, and it's good. You know, it's kind of a left-handed compliment to say that.
Maybe, but the attention's already drawn to the price, so you're just going, don't worry about that. We're just telling you that yes, it's low, but the quality is high.
Oh, is that what you? Okay,
yeah.
Because when someone says considering the price, I think of like the reverse.
Oh, I see. No, to me,
it's really good
saying,
for how little it is.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I think it's a way to go. Look, low price, high quality beer,
which is weird that I automatically thought of it as a negative.
Right?
Yeah.
Was it Peter Hoey that said he wished he had priced his beer higher? He thinks it would have sold more if it was more expensive.
I don't remember. Maybe
I think I read that, and yeah, sometimes people will read low price as low quality.
Sure. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the Coastal Fog, though, I've seen that around my whole beer drinking career. I think I've seen that Coastal Fog around. So,
and of course, our view on the Coastal Fog is it's crafted in the microbrewery tradition.
Yeah.
It's made locally, and we try to keep it as fresh as we can.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
What else is there?
Now, I've got a question for Chad, and it's kind of for both of you, but I'm curious how a brewery picks. How a brewer like Chad picks your brewery, Hermitage. Hermitage, is that how you guys say it? Hermitage. In other words, so here's Chad with a recipe. He wants to brew a beer. I know that you spoke to a few breweries. How does a brewer decide to pick this contractor over the other?
Capacity. You just kind of, it's word of mouth. I mean, everyone has a little bit of capacity, but the brew schedule is always a little tight, so you just start talking to a lot of people that have good things to say. It just, it just kind of happens.
But don't you go like taste examples of beer that comes out of Ron's brewery first?
Sure. So I heard the name, right? And once I had the name, I kind of went to the store, tasted the beers.
Okay.
Went down, talked to Ron and Peter, and tasted the water and all that fun stuff.
Oh, you do?
I did, personally.
Sure. Smart brewer over here.
Well,
he didn't take his hat off when he...
Oh, what a jerk. Yeah, now he's all fancy. He showed up at your place in a hat and a flannel or something.
That's the old Chad.
Hey, can I brew beer here?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't just like, oh, great, there's a brewery, we're going to go brew a beer. It was definitely a process of, being comfortable with each other, the personal... relationship and the agreement, right? That's very important.
It's a lot of feelings.
But also just talking to Peter and what his process was. That was very important to me. And then there's some paperwork involved and all that stuff. You want to make sure everything's good there,
right?
But these guys have been open armed. I mean, they're just, hey, however you want to do this beer, let's get it done. Very open to ideas we bring into the brewery, like he was talking about. So,
and that's kind of what I was getting at, because a guy like Chad comes in, Ron. He goes, here's my beer. I've brewed it. I know exactly what I want it to taste like, and I need you to do that. So, are you guys open to him saying, look, this is the technique that has to be used in order to get this style done? Or is that do you guys kind of look at these guys coming in and go, look, just give us the beer and we'll get it right and leave us alone?
No, we invited interaction. There's certain parameters we can't go outside of. Like we're basically a single infusion system, and if you want to do a lot of fancy decoction or whatever, we're not going to do that.
You're not capable.
Yeah. And but normally being honest about what the capabilities are and honest about what you can do, and being open to maybe stretching it a little bit, I believe allows both parties to come to a mutual understanding, and I think a benefit to both. I don't know if Chad has a comment.
No, absolutely. I mean, these guys are very, like I said, very open to, certain inputs. If they want to run the Whirlpool 10 minutes longer for me, they were more than happy to. That wasn't a big deal. But it's those changes where I think in a lot of situations you don't have that control. Or you're kind of limited to what their process is or their equipment. But no, they're very open to getting it done the way you want it. In the end.
Now, how about and I don't mean to do this other than just to understand the process. How close were they on the first batch? Does it take a few times to get the beer that you wanted, Chad? Or
no? I mean,
really?
I'm very happy right off the bat.
Awesome.
The biggest batch I've ever done in that recipe, right? But at the same time, very happy with results.
Yeah, and I asked that also, full knowing what both beers tasted like. I had his homebrew version, which I loved, and then he brings home the first keg of it that you guys did, Ron, and we loved it. We stood around my kitchen going, "Holy shit, they nailed this beer! They really got it right." And it's surprising to me because it is so much more volume, and because Chad's not there brewing it himself, it surprises me that a brewery's able to clone a homebrew batch like that, But you guys nailed it. That's a good beer. Is that one of your best sellers at Handles?
Oh, hands down.
It is
absolutely. Yeah, I think the blonde sells 4-1, and then the brown.
I see.
Just as well. But I'm not as well as the blonde, but up there. Definitely top sellers.
Blondes sell 4-1.
Yeah.
So it's doing really well.
It is. Go through them really quick.
Ron, is there anything that you wouldn't be okay with? Like, assuming it was within your system's capabilities, is there anything that you would say no to?
Decoction mash.
Probably adding animal parts.
Right. What? Ron knows his audience already. He's like, Moscow, I'm looking out for you. And no, I will not brew a blood beer. That's a good... well, you got to draw the line somewhere, don't you, Ron?
Yeah. It's hard to answer that question. What do you have in mind?
Pork products, mostly.
Yeah, well, I guess I answered that.
Well, what about this, though? It is kind of an interesting question in terms of maybe you don't want certain equipment in your brewery or your brewery in general to be tainted with Brettanomyces or some kind of sour yeast. Would you not contract things like that?
Well, we just have to discuss it. We have a sour beer that we make.
Oh, you do?
A one-door sour mash, or not a sour mash, but a sour.
Okay.
Flemish sour. And we have in our cold box a concoction that's stored in a couple of kegs that we hold in reserve, and we add that to the fermentation.
Who knows what's in there?
Who knows what's in there?
I see.
It's sort of our analogy of sourdough in the beer making.
Yeah, it's your starter.
It's a starter.
Oh, I'm liking this already.
Yeah. So, but...
so you wouldn't necessarily shun a beer because you're afraid it's going to taint another beer. You guys would just deal with how to clean things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that means you're a brewery who knows what they're doing.
You're enlightened.
I mean, come on. I love these brewers that are just so afraid of this stuff. It's like, well, if you can clean something, you're fine, dude. Chill out.
Right. But it does happen, doesn't it? I mean, there are breweries that don't want to touch anything that just might, taint the rest of the brew house.
Right.
So
it's to me, it's a little easier issue because we can get new strains in a couple of days.
Yeah.
And we can get in sufficient quantity. If we had to start it quickly, we could.
Okay.
So, but 1980s, not so easy.
Sure.
Especially with those high bank fees.
I get it.
See? Yeah. There we go.
And now we're on the same page.
We're doing it. Would you do like a decoction or something like that?
We really don't have the equipment for that.
Yeah.
So,
Can't do it. So
but
no.
We're making plans. We're making plans to. We're going to be adding another fermenter. For those who aren't familiar with a commercial beer making process, a fermenter volume is sort of like acreage for a farmer.
Yeah.
And so that becomes a limiting thing, and we're getting sufficient contracts and other styles that we need to have that we probably will be expanding small in the near future. And
how many barrels do you produce right now?
We're right around 5,000. So,
and is that at capacity? Are you at?
That's pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much at capacity. So
and that's enough to sustain the business model that you guys have, because you've got your own brands, you're brewing other people's beers, you've got the pubs to fill. Is 5,000 barrels enough, to grow and keep moving? It seems like a small amount to me. That's why I'm asking. 5,000 barrels.
You're not going to get. You're not going to make it to the 1%,
right?
But it's a nice size to be at because you have a lot of flexibility.
I see.
But I anticipate that we'll be growing. But when we built the brewery and designed the brewery, we really had costs in mind, and it meant not necessarily having the ultimate in process, because there's some compromises you have to make.
I see.
But we designed it, I think, fairly efficiently, and being able to operate it with a good quantity of labor. I'll give you one example. We decided to go with bulk bottles.
What does that mean?
That means you buy bottles on pallets by a whole truckload.
Okay.
And a lot of breweries do pre-pack, but we buy bulk.
So the pre-pack would be the actual 12-pack just comes filled with empty bottles. I see.
Right.
Okay.
And that was a rather substantial capital investment on the outlay, but it really makes the business model work because it allows you to purchase bottles at a reasonable price, and it minimizes the labor content to handle bottles and packaging. So,
well, and glass fluctuates a lot too.
Yeah.
Just paying less for glass in general than over time.
Yeah,
and
it's pretty smart.
And that's a significant cost, believe it or not.
No, I do believe it, absolutely. Yeah. And I've spoken. We did a TV show, kind of a beer related TV show, and our sponsor was a big beer company. And I got to talk with them a little bit about their business. And one of the things that they mentioned was that the price points that they get for things is enormous, almost incalculable advantage over the small breweries.
Oh yeah.
And glass was one of them. They mentioned to me that they can't even imagine paying the prices for glass that small breweries do because they pay. It's so tiny compared to what that's small. So it's an excellent point that you make.
Yeah.
And you guys were probably closer aligned to their cost of glass than the average small brewery by buying it by the truckload like that.
For sure.
Right.
Well, that was some of the hinting at when Miller Coors kind of merged. They were going in on cans.
Oh, yeah.
And so that would just cut their cost for both breweries by a lot.
Just an amazing.
To go in on the same order of cans.
Sure.
Greater volume.
Yeah.
Did you also invest right away? This is something I think that a lot of craft breweries don't do, and I think some of them to their detriment. Did you invest right away in a big bottling line that would be able to go through all this glass?
We decided to go with a more of a smaller or a scaled down version of a large bottler.
So it wasn't like a 4-head Maheen filler that you have to really manually, work 24 hours a day.
No, we went with what's called a rotary filler, and all of your large breweries use a variant of the rotary filler, but we got a small one.
I see.
And our bottling machine runs at approximately 30 bottles per minute, which is, in terms of the larger microbreweries, it's slow.
Right.
But for our barrelage, we were able to match the capability with what our batch volume size is.
Sure.
So.
And in terms of the small local craft breweries, that's very fast.
Right.
That many per minute. So
it's one thing you have to kind of keep your wits about you, and it sure would be nice to have one of those super fancy,
sure.
1,200 bottles per minute machines, but
right.
You need the volume to be able to put it through. And it also points out whole other issues because people realize that they only have to handle one bottle or a 6-pack or a case at a time, but when you start to handle beer in large volumes, it's heavy.
Right.
And so if you're going to go to any volume, you got to have a whole bunch of ancillary equipment to go with it. So the costs just escalate.
I see. You guys see, Ron's smart. He's a smart man.
Well, he's chemist.
Listen to him.
Right? He's been doing this a while.
I'm just like I don't know. We're just going to do things.
Yeah, you say that as if the rest of us aren't. Take personal offense to that.
You see, now look at this man.
This guy, he knows what he's doing.
He does know what he's doing.
Ron, the mash tun and boil kettle for the Hermitage Brewery came from Tide House, San Jose?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Fermenters, too?
The 6 fermenters, we have 6 25-barrel fermenters that came from San Jose. Yeah.
And there was no bottling line there, of course, so that was added later as part of the build-out for Hermitage.
How many barrel is your brew house?
25-barrel.
Oh, okay. So it's a big brew house.
Good size.
Yeah. That's nice.
What was this equipment like that you got from Palo Alto Brewing? What was that one?
That was actually pretty nice equipment at the time.
What was the brew house size?
It's about 21 to 22 barrel.
Okay.
Wow.
And it was large. It was large at the time for a pub.
For example, Triple Rock, which is still using the same system now, they had that built in 86 or 85, I believe. That's 7 barrels. And that was kind of a normal size for that time. So to have something around 20 barrels in that same era was...
You were one of the big guys.
Yeah.
No wonder people were jealous of you guys. You had an Anheuser, you had a big brewer, and a big brew system. They just thought you were flaunting things. You know?
Well, I know that the initial discussions were that they wanted to be able to brew once to fill the fermenter.
And that is a brilliant move.
Yeah.
And that's actually what made me say that that's a fairly decent, it's a pretty good-sized brewery, because we've talked to a lot of brewers who have, 25-barrel fermenters that they brew twice to fill, right? Or 30-barrel fermenters, so they brew on their 15-barrel brew house twice to get enough beer into there. And it just, you have to make these decisions, like you said, based on cost and what you can do. But it is pretty inefficient, isn't it, when you could just fill it up and brew once? It's a lot of time.
Yeah. And space is another issue. And, of course, at that time, the availability of mechanized mash tuns for our size was not really available. But today, I think that double brewing is probably a good way to go. You can have automated brakes and stirrers and things for the mash tun.
That makes sense, yeah.
And there are some efficiencies that you gain from double brewing, and I think getting the right equipment, I think, is probably a good way to go.
I see. Okay.
Well, you get to spread the overhead over, multiple shifts.
Sure. Yeah. And with the mechanized
that 30
process,
barrel brew house is expensive. The 15's not. So if you use it twice a day, you just the bank doesn't care if you use it once or 3 times a day. It costs the same.
And if it's mechanized, you don't need 4 people to run it. You need 1 person to run it.
The labor could be lower.
Yeah. So that does make sense too. All right, let's do this. We got to take a break, but I noticed that you brought us a series of single hop beers. Which I think are a lot of fun for us to talk about with our listeners, because we get to learn about hops that way in the single hop series. So what I'd like to do is take a quick break, and when we come back with Ron, we'll taste the single hop series, and we'll see what we can learn about the brewing process with Ron. All right, hang in there. It's the session. We've got Ron Wanabe, Obi-Ron, we call him, is what I see. And we're talking more about Tide House when we come back. Hang in there. It's the session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
And now, Northern Brewer presents What If Homebrewers Ruled the World?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll follow me, I will lead you into the gallery area. Now, the first piece up for sale today is a Jamil Zainasheff original, a bottle of 1997 vintage Evil Twin.
I say.
A bidding for this one-of-a-kind piece will start at £7,000. And if you'll continue to follow me, ladies and gentlemen, I can show you a rather abstract piece from Bay Area brewer Justin Crossley. It's a German Doppelbock entitled Justin's Giant Bock. The brewer's notes here indicate that this beer had excellent mouthfeel.
That's just a crazy dream. Or is it? With Northern Brewer, a thirsty nation can craft its own ale and lager for the greater good of mankind. Northern Brewer, the home of $7.99 Brew Saver shipping, superior customer service, and the finest selection of home brewing goods for the future.
What does craft beer mean to you? Is it a delicious way to support your town's local brewer? Or perhaps it's the perfect beverage to pair with those delicious meals at your favorite restaurant and at home. Regardless of whether you're thinking of pints or pairings, pilsners or porters, craftbeer.com is the site where craft beer lovers come together to learn and share. Craftbeer.com is brought to you by the Brewers Association and celebrates the best of American craft beer and its brewers. Craftbeer.com is the best place to find craft beer events tips, recipes, great feature stories, the most up-to-date brewery listings, and resources for your next beer tasting or dinner, like style guidelines, pairing mats, and charts. Get the inside scoop on new beer releases and special events from today's craft beer insiders, and chime in to share your own knowledge, perfect pairings, road trips, recipes, and more. Craftbeer.com, celebrating the best of American beer.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Writing a review of WLP 400.
What? You're reviewing yeast?
Yeah. White Labs has home brewer reviews of all their strains. Are you new to these interwebs? Check it out.
That's awesome.
White Labs, your source for great yeast, invites all brewers to visit whitelabs.com to read and write your own reviews of all their yeast strains. Get real-world tips and tricks from other brewers who have made the most of their vials and post your own experiences. It's another way White Labs brings you closer to the best yeast on the planet.
And send. There you go.
You misspelled flocculate, dude.
What? Mother...
White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Hi, this is Push from the Brewing Network, and I want to tell you about the Brewmaster's Warehouse and how you can get 10% off your next order. I'm a pretty techie guy, but I've never seen an online store like this. It's awesome. Go to brewmasterswarehouse.com and click on Brew Builder. You can whip up a custom recipe so easily even Sven could do it. Seriously, it's slick. You can share your recipe with your own logo and notes to the Brewmaster's database if you want, and the best part, it keeps a running tally of the beer you're building while you're doing it. Then, bam, click Buy Recipe, and your cart is filled and ready to go with helpful suggestions in case you forgot something. This thing is amazing. Brewmaster's Warehouse is run the way a home brewer would do it, with great service, fast turnaround, and $6.99 flat rate shipping. Brewmaster's Warehouse and the Brew Builder blew me away. Check it out today at brewmasterswarehouse.com. I'm serious. And don't forget to put BNARMY in the discount code box for 10% off your order. Check out brewmasterswarehouse.com. Cheers.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
Small room
The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Welcome back to the program. We're talking to Ron Wanabe, who's the brewmaster at the Tide House Brewery and Cafe, and also Hermitage Brewing Company in San Jose. And we're about to try Ron's single hop, a couple of from his single hop series, which I always like because you get to obviously learn a bit about hops that way. So those are being poured now. We'll talk about that. In the meantime, as I told you at the beginning of the show, you can sponsor every segment of this program and help to pay our staff for all the hard hours that they work around here. And in JP's case, the not hard hours that they work around here.
Hey, it's hard.
So who's our highest bidder for the last segment, Nicole?
Something you guys should all be familiar with, Racking Off.
Racking off in the chat. Okay.
Racking off with a generous amount of $155.
Wow. All right.
Is that a record?
Oh,
We're up
man.
we are now up to $285 for today's program. Wow.
That is a serious bro, man.
It really is.
Racking off, leaving the true behind.
With my cut, I might just have enough gas money for going home.
Look, it's not my fault that you drive a Hummer, Doc.
He drives the equivalent of a rocket ship. With how much gas it takes.
Yeah.
All right. It is now the third segment of a at least 4-segment program, and you can get involved also. Racking Off brought you our last segment. Nicole, do your best. Last segment was brought to you by. I like your.
The last segment was brought to you by Racking Off.
That's right. We'll have to come up with that tagline for
Where will
everybody.
Racking Off take you?
There you go. Perfect.
We'll have to have someone else do it too.
Well, Racking Off took us through like the history of Tide House. He took us a long way. All right, and so now somebody else can sponsor this segment of the program. Here's how it works. In the chat room, there's a private message button if you double-click on Nicole's name, and you can send your bids over to Nicole. Nicole will keep the main chat room abreast of what the highest bid is at. Last one was $155. So at the end of this segment, the highest bidder, you'll get your name in lights, or at least in our voice. For having brought us that last segment.
Hey, I can even Twitter them at the end of the show.
There you go. JP will personally Twitter you at the end of the show.
Whoever
They'll probably charge me for that, though, so I'm going to take that out of the...
Hell yeah, I'm charging you for this.
That means that now it costs me money for these donations.
It also doesn't sound pleasant. JP Twitter.
Right.
You?
I have a kicker, though. Whoever wins the last segment, I'll send them a bottle of Evil Cousin.
Oh! The final segment
from Heritage.
We'll get a bottle of Evil Cousin. Now, check this out.
Is that this segment right now?
No, the last segment, Tasty said.
Not yet.
The fourth and final segment. Now,
when
check
will
this
now
out.
be now?
I want you to know, I haven't mentioned this, but... the Trophy Fire is going to be performing live in studio tonight during our last segment.
Oh, wow.
So the highest bidder of that segment is going to get the Trophy Fire perforering. They'll also get our Drunk of the Week phone calls and a bottle of
Heretic Evil Cousin.
Evil Cousin
8%
from Heretic. So there you go. All right. So hang in there. We got the Trophy Fire performing live here in studio tonight. You've been listening to their new album on the show for the last few weeks, and you can buy the new album at GrayDayRecords.com.
Yes.
They're out in the green room warming up right now. All right. So, did we get this one of these single hop beers poured?
Yeah, this is the Nelson Sauvin.
We use that "we" thing loosely.
Nelson Sauvin.
That's what this one is?
Yeah.
So, tell us about this beer, Ron.
Well, before I start that, we started the first segment off with a South Park joke, but
yes.
I have to make another comment that based on the math of the total donation so far, that it's obvious that Cartman's math was not his strong suit. So
yeah, I can't. I can hardly even balance my check. In fact, I can't balance my checkbook. I'm completely retarded, Ron.
So we'll still get paid in beer.
Yeah, which is why this whole segment works, because at the end they're all going to get like $1.50 from me. It's all by my math. Yeah. So once that happens. So, tell me about this beer, Ron.
Well, these are creations of Peter Light. We were discussing and brainstorm, and he came up with the idea. Why don't we come up with a series where we only add one hop to the beer, and it's sort of a play, on the the pure varietals of wine, making it only with one kind of grape. So we'll make this beer with only one kind of hop. And we're not the originators of it, but we decided to come up with a series. And this one's a Nelson Sauvin, and it's...
How do you choose the hops in the series?
We basically look at lists, and Peter kind of makes recommendations on hops that he thinks are kind of unique in aroma.
Okay.
And this one is from New Zealand, and New Zealand is quite a large hop producer, and very similar to the Yakima Valley here in the States. And this one is named after the fact that it has a characteristic that some people attribute to the Sauvignon Blanc grape. So it has kind of a fruity...
I could see that.
Passion fruit.
Yeah. White wine kind of flavor.
Yeah, white wine.
Fruity
aroma.
or tropical. Yeah, it's really...
Yeah, I do get the passion fruit a lot in there.
Is the base beer of all of the single hop series the same every time?
They're very, very similar.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Now, I hope this isn't too stupid of a question, but in the single hop series, is there really just one hop, or do you use kind of a neutral bittering edition of something else?
No, it's one hop.
It's always just one all the way through.
And we look at the bills.
Yeah.
And we go, yikes, Peter.
Yeah, I bet. You're like, listen, we pride ourselves on doing well in this area.
And one of the really popular ones that we made early in the summer was Citra. And for those of you who know about brewing, that was a scarce hop. And of course, Peter's recipes for these are not in grams or pounds. It's boxes. How many boxes per brew? So
we've kind of talked about that. We do another show called Can You Brew It, where we clone commercial beers. We attempt to clone them. And Jameel, along with Tasty, the host of that show, and he talks about that with pro brewers. Maybe not on your scale, but the recipes are done with grain. It's in bags. Like if it's a specialty malt, how many bags did you put in? You don't weigh it. You just put a bag in. And in hops, it can just be how many boxes. You're not weighing out pounds of hops here. When you're on that scale, you just throw in a box already. It's fine.
144-pound box. There you go. Dump it in.
Now, does he adjust then the amount of boxes, I assume, based on the hop? So in other words, one of these beers might cost you one thing to produce, and the next one, based on the hop, might be something completely different.
No, he's fixated on boxes. He likes boxes. So it's a very, very simple recipe.
Maybe you misunderstood his intent.
Check the box.
And I really dig box.
Oh, sorry, Nicole.
Are most guys fixated on boxes?
I think so.
We are.
That's a South Park joke.
Now, I like this. Let me tell you, I like this hop. But here's why I asked about the base beer, too. I don't think that every hop is going to go perfectly with the base beer. And I think that this one is a bit of an odd fit. I like that I can taste the two of them, but I feel like I taste the two of them very separately. I taste the malt of this beer over here, and I taste the hop of this beer over here, and they're not exactly like a uniform...
Simpatico.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that kind of goes without saying. That's why we choose different hops and things like that. But
that's weird that you get that. I don't get that at all.
You get them melding together nicely?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the flavor of the hop is it's not up my alley, kind of citrus, fruity kind of thing, but it's very clear. I've heard about this hop for a while, and never really had it as clear of an example as this beer.
Which is why I love single hop projects, because you get the clear example of a beer.
Yeah, but I get it. I mean, I get it as the malt is just a vehicle for the hop.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's mainly to showcase the characteristics of the hop, and I think they're a great educational issue for the general public. And having a party, and let's educate ourselves on what this character of this hop, and there are people who the beer speaks to. So
sure.
So it's.
Now, I don't know if there's a way for you guys to gauge this, but in your sales metrics, I mean, do you think that the people buying your single hop series are really people like us who will do it so we can be educated about beer? Or are you selling these in enough numbers that you think people are just buying, hey, single hop, I'll take it? You see what I mean? How do you know who's buying it?
Well, it's limited production.
It is, okay.
And so I would say the vast majority are to the
geeks like us.
You got it.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, thank you for that. I mean, just that you'd even do that. I mean, I don't. Do you guys think of this as something to make profit from, or like, hey, this is just a way for us to experiment, sell some beer. We're not going to worry too much about the numbers.
Well, we obviously are interested in some form of profit, but main thing is to get products out there. We think we have the ability and the capability to make a variety of different styles. Why not? And so costs of a label and a few approvals and put it in a bottle and let's see how it flies.
Well, and I think that the labeling that you've done, and I mean this, it's brilliant. It's simple, and it just says it really delivers exactly what the beer is. There's a big H on it in a circle. It says above the H, single hop series, and below the H, it tells you what the hop is. There's no bullshit. Perfect. You don't have to search around for what this beer is or what the hop is. We've seen a lot of single hop beers in here where you got to dig around the label to find out what the hell you're drinking.
Yeah, you got to read through a whole paragraph of them describing something.
Right.
I still didn't get it.
Our perfect marriage of malt and hops and pristine brewing waters.
Exactly.
Never mind.
This one is perfect. It says this is a single hop series, and this is the hop.
Like a single varietal wine, like Ron was saying earlier. That's how you want to present this, and I think that's what's being done there really well on the label.
Well, it's great as a home brewer to be able to get beers like this, where you can actually see if it's a hop you like. It's a way to
that's what it's kind of a research.
Yeah, I mean
tool
we're
for us.
sort of a small part of the market, but
well, what's funny about that though, Tasty, because we talk about this with brewers, we are usually the research department for craft brewers.
Yeah.
The home brewers are usually the ones doing all the experimenting. But this is definitely a reverse scenario where we get to not have to go brew a whole batch to check out what the Nelson Savant is like. Yeah. This second one that we just poured around is Admiral hops. Is that right? How long has that one been around?
That's our first batch or a batch, and we have about, I think, around 400 cases of that. So,
okay. But Admiral hops, I know I've heard of them, but I've certainly never used them. It's
fairly new high alpha bittering hop. I don't remember the lineage of it or if they've talked about it, but I think it's something similar to either CTZ or maybe Noble lineage. I'm not sure.
Oh, now see this one, whereas I said the last one they felt separate to me, these they go together. This feels like has a lot of continuity to it. This is a nice beer, and I think balanced with the malt bill. You need something, Nicole?
It's like a big, clean bittering hop, as opposed to the other hop was a real aggressive fruity and tropical fruit kind of character. This is far more get clean bitterness into the beer. I think that's how the hop was bred.
That is a real firm bitterness.
Yeah, this is the one. It's you were saying it gives you your big bitterness up front, but it's really kind of neutral still.
Like nice. A Magnum or something like
right,
this.
Right, and you're going to get a little with a lot, or a lot with a little, instead of the other way around, where you got to push the aroma hops or the flavor hops a lot harder.
Yeah,
get your bitterness, and you're going to a lot more of that floral stuff comes through, and maybe it's not going to mesh so well.
And because of those things that you're kind of mentioning, and especially the floralness of it, this one tastes to me like a really nice English IPA. I think it has a firmer bitterness than maybe the English would do.
That's a good call, actually.
But the malt backbone is super English malt to me. I'd like to ask you what the malt bill is, and then the way the hop fits together with the floral notes, I say like a pretty bitter English IPA. Yeah. What can you tell us about the malt bill?
It's basically 2-row with quantity of like Crystal 120.
Is American 2-row or English 2-row?
American 2-row.
American, okay. Yeah. Do you mind telling us who your supplier is? Because we can buy the same stuff as homebrewers sometimes.
This one was probably made with RAR.
RAR, okay. Yeah.
Nice.
And but we buy from
lots of different ones. You do, okay.
The difference between this one and the last one. This one I can almost smell no hops. Mm-hmm. I smell malt the whole way through, but it's a whole different flavor profile. Where the other one, it was hops in my face.
I've by evaluating these single hops, I've discovered a flaw that I have personally in my things. One, I don't know if it's apparent on the webcam because I'm really quite young, but
yeah.
But my olfactory sites have diminished in number, and these particular beers I get blinded very, very easily.
Really?
On the aroma, a lot more than younger people, and
than you kids.
Large part of it, if you don't get the aroma, you have to put it away for a while, like 10 minutes, and then come back to it, and you'll.
As it opens up.
That's a good point. Yeah. The other part of that in this particular beer might be, you said this was your first in the series, is that right?
No, this is I think the third.
Oh, okay. I thought you had said this was one of your first. Because I thought, that's the other thing about doing a hop series, right, is that fresher is certainly better. And so if this had been around for a couple years, that kind of hop character would certainly drop. So you want to push the beer out as fast as possible, right?
We were really excited this year. We went to the craft beer conference and we talked to our hop provider and one of them, and we thought we might be able to get some wet hop centennials.
Nice.
And so we were all excited about brewing a single hop using fresh centennials. But our purveyor called me with a very sheepish thing. Centennials are really short this year. And so they said that we really can't do this for you. So we were making plans, to drive up, overnight up to Yakima.
You were really going to do it.
Oh, we were going to do it. And, it would have been about 1,200 pounds,
Oh, man.
But oh, well, next year.
Hey, Ron, you remember those fresh hops we were talking about? The ones that you guys were so excited about?
Oh, yeah, we got our plans. We're ready to go.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
We're going to go to the local Yakima strip club.
Is it me, or are the hop purveyors right now, and the way it's been going over the last 3 years or so, the most loved and hated people in the commercial beer industry, right? Because when they come through, oh God, I love you. This is great. Perfect. This is great. But they have to make, I think, more of those calls that say, we're out of Citra, we're out of Amarillo, we're out of Centennial. They're loved and they're like the stockbrokers of the beer world.
Well, exactly. You make contracts and you may not be able to fill those because it depends on the yield. It just it happens. So you might be the one who gets ass out.
As Tuesday afternoon pimp. Who's got some good stuff or he doesn't.
Right.
You never know.
They become such a driving flavor and aroma in beer. It's just if they're not there, they're not there. And that's all they can do. By the way, Justin,
it's the promises, I think, or the hopes that can be dashed so easily.
Yeah.
Admiral hop is a English hop bred to be a high alpha version of Challenger or Northdown. So it's like a high alpha version of it's like a Super Goldings or something like that. So.
See, I'm like
good job, Justin.
I'm like a fucking Cicerone without even having taken the Cicerone.
You got mad skills,
you
brother.
can call yourself something else if you want.
I got mad skills. I don't need the BJCP or the Cicerone. I'm the JCCP.
Roan.
I'm the JC Sipperone.
Bonerone.
I'm the JC Bonerone.
Single hop that's like a relatively new phenomenon, isn't it? Single hop beers.
We've been talking about it with different breweries on here for several years. I think I think maybe Peter Hoey was the first one to come in here and talk to us about it back when he was with Bison.
Yeah, that was probably like 2006 or
relatively new.
So it's relatively new.
Yeah. But I just mean, definitely different breweries have been experimenting with it. Roger likes to do it now down at Triple Rock too.
Well, I'll say it's probably new for packaging breweries.
A lot of people like to do it, but they don't like to do it in such a series where we're going to get one after the other with consistency.
Right.
The home brewers have done it for a long time, but they're not so consistent either. Maybe they'll put a single hop with this beer, a single hop with that beer.
I think the market is ready for it now too, because because of the popularity of styles like IPA, people have an idea of what Cascade or Centennial or CTZ or something like that is. So there's an interest for people to buy beers focused and highlighting on a certain hop.
Well, I mean,
right?
you're right. But I guess a lot of the older style beers were probably considered single hop anyway. I mean, look at Sierra Nevada, right?
Cascade,
isn't that just all Cascade?
Yeah. Oh, is it really?
Yeah, but nobody called it a single hop beer because nobody knew that anybody really gave a shit.
Still to this day.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So you know what I mean? And now it's more people are after those flavors. They want to know exactly what's going on.
Right, like they've heard of Simcoe, they've heard of Citra.
Yeah, now the consumer has heard of these hops,
Exactly.
and they want to know what's going on, and they want to know exactly what they taste. So when they get a beer that has Admiral hops and Simcoe, they want to know if they can pick out the details.
Hops
and this
is such
is the only way to really know.
unique ingredient to beer. People are excited about these names and what those mean, so they seek out beers that highlight hops maybe they've never heard of.
Yeah, I
if they're
think
into
so.
Beer.
Yeah.
What? There's a Tide House drinking team, Ron? I wasn't invited to the Tide House drinking team.
That's news to me.
Oh, it is? Then I wasn't invited?
I'm only in production.
Lying.
It started the day the doors opened.
What is the Tide House drinking team, Ron?
And do they have an opening on their schedule?
We'll have to have Carolyn come into the chat room.
I see. She's the only one who knows about
She's the captain of the team?
Is it a secret team?
I think it's a secret society.
I like secret societies. We're one, too. We're the secret society of unemployed in this room.
We're employed
Hey,
now.
not tonight. We're getting employed. We're getting checks.
That's true. You're employed tonight. How's the bidding going so far in this segment?
Well, thanks to Tasty's promises for the next segment, that kind of ruined bidding.
That's true. You got to wait. Well, we're learning. We're learning how to do this, and that's a good point. We got to wait to do the bonuses during the segment.
But
all right.
Brew Tattoo had already started high, so we're already at 151.
All right. So now we're at a total of $208.
Right.
Am I right, Ron?
How come the number keeps going down?
I don't know. Look at.
When we get our checks, he's going to use that same math, I think, too.
Look, I don't make the rules. I just make the rules. And I know that we're at $208 right now.
You make up the rules.
Justin, I'm now pouring the Hop Shack Brown from Handles.
Oh, look!
Another Hermitage.
Wow. Chad found it in his heart to bring us a beer
I brought.
Oh, tasty! God damn it, Chad!
I know what show I'm on. Yeah, I pay attention.
So that's the brown.
This is some beer that Chad got in my possession.
So it tastes like vaguely familiar to you on recipe?
Yeah. This actually is, according to most reports, my Janet's Brown recipe.
Which is why you brought it.
Chad, is that true?
Well,
let's face it.
Chad didn't have the coals.
Janet's Brown.
Did you just take the Janet's Brown and put your name on it, or did you alter the recipe? Let's get this clear.
A little altered. Malt bill is pretty close.
Okay.
If not spot on, but then Simcoe Centennial.
All right.
A big dose of those versus the Cascade Northern Brewer.
I see. Well, now Simcoe, didn't that disappear on you? Did Hermitage have to replace that?
Well, the thing is, I basically can steal from other breweries and bring it down there.
I see.
That's why Chad's so well dressed right now. He had to go and convince somebody.
So in
that
other
he
words,
needed their supplies.
The Brewing Network is responsible for this beer in a roundabout way. That's because the connections are able to. You're able to get the hops you need.
Or maybe my sweat equity I have at Drake's.
Oh, yeah,
my,
that's
free labor.
Yeah, that's probably helpful,
I
too.
have that, too, in the Brewing Network. That's weird.
You know, you do actually make a good point, Chad. You know, as a contract brewer, Ron, maybe sometimes people come to you with these recipes and you go, yeah, no, that looks fantastic, but I can't get that hop. We're not going to be able to contract that. But a guy like Chad, who's got more connections, he can go, you don't worry about a thing, Ron. I'm going to take care of this for you and bring it in.
We got boxes.
It's not illegal, so it's okay.
Right. Well, not the hops he's bringing to your place. Now, do you ever have to do that, though, where someone comes in with a contract recipe and you go, look, I don't think we can find those for you?
Yeah, we work with them and come up with the substitutes.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
And do you do that? Are you looking for the substitutes for the hops? I ask because it seems like a difficult thing to do.
Pretty much we take the lead, and Peter's very... He knows what's out there. He's really got the pulse of what's in supply and what isn't.
Yeah.
And it's great for the craft beer because, obviously craft beer is a very, very hot segment. The hot styles are IPAs and double IPAs and quadruple IPAs. And of course, the hop specialty growers are having a heyday, but there was a comment made earlier. They really feel bad, that they can't supply because they would like to be able to supply.
Well, sure. Their bank account feels bad, too, I'm sure.
Well, I believe that it's a free market, but I don't feel that they're really gouging the situation, per se. But,
okay.
I agree.
But...
not every professional brewer that we've had sit in that chair, agrees with you. Some people really think it's not as if they're making hops come or go. They're not controlling what hops are available. But I've had brewers kind of say, look, they tie us into these contracts. They make us sign a contract at one price, and then tell us that the stuff's not available. Or lock us into that contract price when the stuff is readily available next year, and it shouldn't be that high a price. So, in other words, not every craft brewer kind of agrees. Some think that they are controlling it a little bit.
Well, obviously, prices are up.
Yeah.
And costs are up, but not compared to, when was that? 2 years ago.
2008?
Yeah, it was really nutty what happened in that period. And there was definitely some things happening, funny things happening. And,
sure.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of the blowback comes from. Because people are,
they signed a contract then at those...
Exactly.
But they signed at those prices, and then 2 years later, they're still locked in at those prices, and they're kind of thinking, look, guys, you did this emergency contract with me because everything was on a shortage, and you're not letting me get out of it at this price. And I think that there was definitely some backlash from certain pro brewers at that time.
Yeah, we did some of that at More Beer, but they let us out of a few things. Some things some things they couldn't, because it's like, well, this is what we got for you. We're holding it aside. But some stuff they let you trade, and they're usually pretty good about bending and bending to the will of whatever you want. They're trying to help you. I mean, you're going to go somewhere else. There's not a whole lot of places you can get hops, so it's either one place or the other, really.
All right. Well, one of our wonderful new banner sponsors this month actually is Hop Union. So if you want to go look around yourself, you can click the Hop Union banner on our homepage. It's one of our rotating banners, and check it out. They do an evaluation thing for homebrewers and pro brewers. You can actually send your beer in and have it analyzed by Hop Union. That's
Alpha
one way to do
Analytics.
Yeah, Alpha Analytics, exactly. And get it looked at. Or, you can just, most of the time when you're patronizing your local homebrew shop, like More Beer, for example, you're working directly with Hop Union. So good way to support a sponsor.
Or you can pay me $20, send me your beer, and I'll tell you if it's good or not. I won't tell you how many IBUs are in it, but I can guess.
You can make a number up. They might not.
JP will put his probe in it.
This is 49B. Huh? I don't know what that means. Good.
God knows where that probe has been.
Yeah.
Well, Chad, I still love this beer. I really like it. And I think it is a little... I think it's different than the Janet's Brown. I can see...
I think you cut back on the IBUs a little bit.
That's what I think. I think it's a little milder, and maybe that's why I really like it too. That
more
it's
dry hop,
less on
more
the
malty.
IBUs. I can see where it came. I can see its heritage tasty, but I do think it's a different beer. And Ron, I think you guys, again, I'll say it again. I think you guys knocked out of the park with this one. It's nice. Careful, Chad. Don't let Ron steal this and put some Tide House label on it. It's a good beer.
It's cool. It's the assistant brewer there is Greg.
Right.
Greg, and he's like, I'm a hophead. He's like, I can't wait to taste this. He's like, you're using Simcoe, Centennial. He was really into it. So it was a big hit with the brewers there. So.
And I don't taste the cat piss Simcoe thing that I don't like. This is nice.
What about onions?
Yeah, the dark malts will override all that.
I see. That might be
one thing that Chad didn't mention about the process of working with Hermitage is he gets to be the creative side of it. And he gets his recipe. When he goes back to get those brewed again, and he's going to change the recipe a little bit. He's going to, take it a direction he wants it to go.
Sure.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think he wanted to change things very slightly about the blonde in particular. He had consulted with me a little bit on some Kolsch's I'd done in the past to help dial in some malt bill ideas that he'd had and some water treatment and whatnot. I think the gravity is something that he wanted to zero in on, changing just slightly next time you do. Is that something you had in mind, Chad, with that one?
Absolutely. Yep. Always improving. Right?
Is this still the first batch? Just one batch of beer that we're drinking here? Oh, it is. Okay. Got it. Ron, did you have a comment about?
Oh, I was just thinking, lots of think. This show, your mind goes a mile a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's
maybe
and
just
in the
you,
wrong
Ron.
direction.
Might just be you.
And there's the word pimping and about changing recipes and giving brewers the freedom to do whatever. And I remember this conversation I had on the bus at the craft beer conference up in San Francisco, and a very young gentleman was making plans to put together his own brewery someplace in Minnesota.
Oh, good.
And he looked upon me because he overheard as part of the brew tour that we've been in business since '87, and he says, Ron, I look at you as a founder.
Oh yeah,
and I go, oh wow, thank you.
You're like
founding father.
So he's talking about his beer. And he's giving me the characteristics of the flagship beer, and this is going to be so wonderful, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he looked at me and he says, "Well, what do you have a flagship beer, for Hermitage?" And I says to him, Well, no, not really. We're more like whores.
I love it.
And the fact that, we'll make anything.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. I think that should be your tagline.
More like a whore.
Pain.
I hope this soundbite doesn't go gorilla or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Hermitage Brewing. We're more like whores. Yeah. It's the commercial we're going to make.
We're ready to be pimped out.
Yeah.
As long as the customer pays.
But there was a surprise on his face, and I explained to him. He says, the beer is an important factor, but it's the process and being able to execute your business plan, and there's a whole many other issues associated.
It's 80% business
with being successful,
Sure.
and not to get hung up on that aspect of it. It is important, but
well, Ron is you're really selfless that way. You're not saying that it's only my ideas that can be brewed here. You're willing to help people translate their ideas into the marketplace,
right?
There's a huge opportunity for that right now.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people who run breweries who probably don't want any other people's ideas in there. They want their ideas, and that makes sense. They have a lot of really strong and good ideas, but you're taking a different approach. You'll help people translate theirs to the market, which is really cool.
Yep.
Do I have to order more of this beer through Tasty, Chad, to get it on tap in here, or what? I gotta have Tasty bring it in?
Just call my secretary. Take care of it.
Right.
That's going to be Chad doing a girl voice.
Hi,
you've reached Chad Mosher.
All right, I got a few questions from our chat room for you, Ron, if we can do that. Let's see. Here's a question from Mills, who's in the chat. He says, on your website, on the Tide House website, he says you've got 6 beers listed, and the strongest ABV of those 6 beers is 5.2%. With the recent trend in craft brewing towards strong beers, do you think that Tide House are you trying to maintain a sessionable only beer list? Is it a conscious decision to stay with the low alcohol?
Well, I think we probably should update that beer list. The beauty about the principles being co-opted between the two organizations is we updated our taps, number of taps we have available in Mountain View from 8 to 2 towers of 14. So we have 28 taps.
Nice.
Wow.
I got to get out there.
And so the ruling policy is that whatever Peter makes, with the permission of the contractor, if it happens to be a contractor, we will gladly feature the beer at the pub.
You will? Okay.
And so we have Ale of the Imp on tap. We have the 2 Ton on tap. So we have a lot of 8% beers available.
Just not on the website. Yeah. Okay. So you're not trying to keep them small.
Yep. But the brewery in Mountain View concentrates on keeping the core going. And so we do make Hoptopia now in Mountain View. So that's an 8% beer.
Nice. Okay.
So
you brew the 2 Ton? I just recently found that one.
Who's that? What brewery is that? I know it's your brewery, but is it somebody else's label, or that's your label?
No, that's our label.
Oh, it is.
And the 2 Ton means that it literally takes 2 mash tons to make one batch.
I see.
I recently found that beer, and it's really, really nice.
Is it?
Yeah.
I haven't tried that. So is it the number 2 TUN is the name of the... Yeah,
2 Ton.
I like it.
It's got a really fat guy on the label, too.
I believe it might be in your box of samples.
Oh, so, is that right? Yeah. Oh, then it might be right next to Chad over there. See if the 2 Ton's in there. Oh, you put him back? Oh, yeah, grab it if it's in there. Let's try it.
In the meantime, we have some kind of serious questions for Ron coming out of the chat.
Okay.
A couple people have asked me to ask Ron, Ron?
Of course.
Okay, that answers that.
Very serious questions from our chat room.
Are we going to play Stump the Brewer since we got him here?
He is a chemist.
Yes, I know.
Good call, Doc.
We haven't done that in a long time.
Wow. Yeah. Next thing we'll hear from Ingrid Jamil with that reference. That's good.
All right, I'll tell you what. If they enter their questions now, we'll do Stump the Brewer. Oh. And Ron, it's no big deal. Here's what happens.
Just relax. Drink up.
They ask all sorts of... Everybody, you fail eventually. They'll just keep asking questions because we give away a prize. So they're going to ask some brewing questions, and if you know it, fantastic. If you don't, we say stumped, they get a prize. So yeah, have them private message Nicole the questions right now. We'll do Stump the Brewer. Here's another one from the chat room. DJ Connor is in there, and another DJ.
What kind of music does he
From
play?
Roseanne.
I think with his question here, he's kind of. I think he's trying to get your feeling about how the brewing industry is today financially, because he asked Ron if he would encourage his kids to go into professional brewing. Do you encourage them to go into the beer world?
Well, I have 2 daughters.
Okay.
And I got a relatively late start in life, so they're 15 and 13 and a half, 14.
Good for you.
And my visits in public forums for beer tasting, etc., the thing that I really noticed the big change is in the number of women who are into craft beer.
Sure.
And it surprised me.
Oh, yeah.
And,
sure.
And so for my 2 daughters, I would think that if they chose to, I think that they probably would be successful at it.
And you'd be fine with it. You'd encourage them.
They'll be fine. They're kind of lucky in that they kind of have an inside track if they want to do that.
They'd be streamlined right into that.
But if you would have said this in 2000, I would probably be more neutral. But the excitement, the fact that this show exists is a testament. Craft beer is a hot ticket now.
Sure.
And
well, let's face it, we barely exist. So
just begging for money.
Let's not get too excited.
Yeah, we're more of a lukewarm ticket.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good answer. I like that.
We're being put out.
Let's see. Afterlab in the chat room wants to know. Hey, Ron, did you guys brew any experimental single hop beers that really didn't turn out as well as you guys had hoped?
No.
You always just go for it.
You got it. If you're in the craft business and you do it for a while, unless it's something really catastrophic happens, you always come up with a product that you can drink.
See, this still surprises me, and a lot of brewers do come in here and say that, and I don't brew very often. I'm a home brewer who brews once or twice a year. Kind of.
It's catastrophic.
It does still amaze me, though, that you guys can look at a new ingredient and brew an entire batch of beer, and I think you're right. It's always something that you can put out on the market. Very rarely do we hear somebody say, yeah, we dumped it down the drain. Rarely.
It has happened.
It has,
but it's normally on a product we're very familiar with, and you would think. But for some reason, something does go astray.
So you're not doing there's no home brewery pilot system in there where you're doing tiny batches, 5-gallon batches to test?
Well, really, 25 barrels if you look at it.
That's your test.
That's your test. In terms of dollars per batch, it's not going to break you, so...
Okay. At that, so you can just go for it. And
now, if we're a 500 barrel
right
system, then maybe you want to make a 5-barrel or 10-barrel batch.
And most breweries at that size probably do that. They have. I know Sam Adams has their kind of smaller. You got to go see it, Tasty.
I got to brew there. Yeah.
They're smaller. They don't brew the first one that they're going to put out in the 12-packs on the 500-barrel.
No,
system.
they do their pilots there. Yeah, for sure. At Jamaica Plain.
You know where I did see batches getting dumped was on the Brewmasters show on Discovery Channel, Calagione show. Was that just for TV, do you think, or were they really dumping whole batches of beer?
I think it happened once. There was some big mistake that happened.
Right.
And like Ron said, it does happen, but I think it's pretty rare.
It's not rare.
And if you remember, it might have been
120,
some,
I think, or something, they had to dump some.
And they might have made some TV drama about it because, when you're Sam size, which is big enough,
right,
you're still pouring down the drain $20,000-$30,000.
Exactly.
And that's a chunk of money.
Right.
So
I saw a bunch of people dumping batches on Barely Legal 25.
Yeah, you did.
That was good. At least that one was more clear and not hidden.
No ATM fees.
It wasn't hidden
no
in
ATM fees,
the
right?
financial. Yeah.
I'm sure someone at Occupy wherever is going, that was a good bank joke, and that's what I want to be here about.
Right.
And then they get pepper sprayed.
Oh, the mash tun is good.
It's
or the
real
2-ton,
good.
I mean.
It's real good.
I could see. That second ton is getting me. It's pretty strong.
It's roasty, and then it's smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vanilla smooths out at the end. It's kind of really nice.
What'd you say? This is an 8% beer?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
The show just went to the shitter thanks to Ron.
Yeah. Good job, Ron. Come back next week, please.
It's like 8 plus 3 or something.
Yeah,
I do like this beer.
I saw this on the shelf, and I thought, I'm going to try that. I hadn't seen it before. It was local. Okay. and I bought 2 bottles, loved them both. I had to go back and get a couple more.
Nice.
I have some good Stump the Brewer questions over here.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do Stump the Brewer. All right, Ron, so here's the deal. They're going to ask a question. If you know the answer, you give it. If you don't, you say stumped. And the first person to stump you is our winner. And that's the deal.
All right. Well, let's see. Shark Muncher from the chat says his Stump the Brewer question is, how many oxygens are there in a humulone molecule?
In a humulone molecule.
You got me.
Do you want to take a guess, Ron? Take a stab at it. Just throw out a number. Let's see if you get it right.
Should we give him a hint?
Are we talking humulone or humulene?
And Doc can help.
Yeah, humulone. And the hint is that there's 3 alcohols and 2 acetones.
So 2 acetones would be 2, and 3 alcohols would be 3.
How many oxygens?
So
he knows how much.
There'll be 5.
That's the correct answer.
All right. Not stumped. Not stumped.
Not stumped.
Although,
We need
would
a
he
drop
have been?
for that.
Okay. The next one is from Beer Core.
Okay.
Let's see. His question. I only see the answer. Okay. Why does toothpaste affect your perception of bitterness and sweetness? And how does that happen?
No, well, that's not really a brewer question. I said, unless Ron knows the answer, that one doesn't count.
I'll toss that one out.
Okay.
Beer and brewing questions.
Okay, got it.
Care about your oral hygiene. That's another thing.
What was the 3rd largest plane to fly sorties over Nazi-occupied Poland?
Stop! See, I told you Ron didn't know anything.
That guy doesn't know
was a
shit.
fucker, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think it was a motherfucker.
Llama Box has some questions, but they don't seem like Stump the Brewer questions. They seem more like brewing questions. So I'm really not sure what he means by
General
that.
questions.
What temperature should I mash at to get a fucking thing?
Yeah,
How do I
kinda
ferment?
So we're going to move on.
Yeah, stumped.
All right.
Stumped. Knew it. Called it.
Okay, here's a good one from Minnesota Brewer.
Doubt it.
Okay. How does altitude affect isomerization of hops?
Well, let's see.
Scott,
Isomerization affects basically temperature. So the higher the altitude, it'll take longer.
Okay.
To boil, you mean?
No,
it boils at a lower temperature, so the process will be slower to get the bitter.
Less isomerization.
Yeah.
So you would if you instead of a 15-minute hop, you might have to do 20 to get the same effect.
Yeah.
What does he say the answer is?
Or add more.
Because, by the way, I'm buying that.
Yeah, that sounds
It sounds good. It sounds logical.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And that's what I'm all about, logic.
They hadn't sent you the answer yet, had they?
No, well, he didn't send me the answer.
We haven't done this in a while. This used to always be the problem with this game.
He's confused. Okay, let's move on.
Not stumped.
It's sort of like baking.
We're not doing that.
I'm going to ask an open-ended question and
Ron,
not
you're
know the
doing
answer.
Not stumped?
Perfect. We want to ask your question, sir.
If you're not ready, Nicole, I have a question about military aircraft.
Okay. Here's one from.
Go away.
Here's one from Brew Tattoo. A firkin is to a barrel as a hogshead is to what?
An idiot in the chat.
A hog's ass. I get it.
A firkin is to a barrel as a hogshead is to
So what's the definition of barrel? What?
I think he's talking about a U.S. barrel.
Like 31-gallon barrel?
31 versus the firkin.
Firkin. So it's about a half.
So what's the double hogshead?
2 dead pigs?
Snooky?
No.
Sounds like a sex move, though, doesn't it?
The double hogshead?
Man, Peter North pulling that double hogshead on Sasha Grey. Man, talk about...
Doc's on the right track. I think both Doc and Ron are on the right track.
Maybe like to the rest of the hog would be the answer. What do you think? I don't know.
Well, there's a name for a larger.
Well, yeah, hogshead is what, a 60-barrel.
Oh, would it be
barrel?
Oh, is that what it is?
Or it's like one of those giant, fucking huge ass barrels.
They do a lot of scotch in those things.
100 barrel.
Yeah,
100 gallon,
and wine. Believe it or not.
Nicole, what's the ansher?
A ton.
A ton is a hogshead is a ton.
No.
All right, how about this? Let's end this misery now, and we'll call Ron Stumped.
You are so stumped.
Great, though.
Thanks for the help, though.
All right, so Brew Tattoo, you
Stay
have
on
won
the chat.
yourself something.
We're calling that stumped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to keep going through this?
Well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we're all like
so that's
looking for a way out here, Jipper.
All right, Ron. Well, listen, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your service to our country in the beer world over all these years. This is a service that I'm thankful for.
Pioneer.
If I may have a parting shot here, know that the craft beer in particular, but beer in general, is really good for the country because what do? We buy real products.
That's true.
We buy real grain produced primarily in North America, and we buy packaging materials that are produced in America, and and we pay tax.
Right.
And you know I mean this.
JP's on his feet.
I know.
Yeah.
JP
I mean this shit.
JP's a serious American. He got chills when you were doing that, I guarantee.
American.
Thanks a lot, guys. This was great fun.
Ron, it's really a pleasure to have round of applause for Ron because it's just a pleasure to have you in here. And you do make an excellent point. You're not buying ideas or services in America. You know, they say we've become a service economy, but in the beer world, you're buying real, tangible products from America. That's an excellent point. Yeah.
I mean, maybe the glass, but whatever.
Full glass. Full glass. All right, Ron, well, you are certainly welcome to hang out for the remainder of the show. We got a great band coming in. The Trophy Fire is going to come join us and do their performance.
It's a band.
But really, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your beer and sharing that with us, too.
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff. So you can check out any of the Tide House places out in San Jose. If you want to taste their work in the Dublin Pleasanton area, you can go to Handel's and try Chad's beer there. That comes out of the Hermitage Brewery, which Ron does, too. So lots of good opportunities. You can get the Coastal Fog 12-packs at the Bevmo, which is where I always see it, too. I go do some shopping there, and you can always get a good deal on some Coastal Fog, good beer. And you guys, you really are kind of an institution in the craft beer world. And,
for sure.
And we appreciate that. You've been around for a long time, and thanks for that. All right.
And this segment was brought to you by JP's best friend from Bumfuck, Missouri. Brew Tattoo.
All right. And for how much?
$151.
Wow.
Mr. Gober.
Ron, correct me if I'm wrong. We're up to $120 now for the whole show. This is looking good for you guys.
Justin, I'm afraid this is going to shove me into that 1%.
Right. All right, here's what we're going to do.
I won't get a 1099, will I?
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll hear from the Trophy Fire live in studio, and we'll have some more beer with you.
And we're giving the Evil Cousin away for the sponsor of the next
fourth segment. That's right. All right, this is the Big Joe Hurt Band. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
an Army, HopTech has a great discount waiting for you. Do you often find it difficult to find specific specialty ingredients for your homebrew recipes? Well, listen to this. HopTech stocks 59 different grains to choose from, 39 varieties of pellet hops, and 8 kinds of whole leaf hops. And HopTech not only carries Y yeast and White Labs yeast for you, but also Fermentus, 04, 5, 6, 23, 33, and T58 Belgian yeast, plus Cooper's, Nottingham, and Windsor yeasts. Got your recipe ready to go? Pick up some great brew gear like new long and short sleeved shirts, games, and more. HopTech's new website is being updated every day with new items. If you don't see it, call the shop. They're open 6 days a week. BN Army and AHA members get a 10% discount, and active military personnel get 15% off. Visit HopTech.com today for great selection, great service, and a great discount. HopTech.com.
A heretic is anyone who does not conform to an established attitude, doctrine, or principle.
If you love craft beer, you're already a heretic.
The very first thing we did when we started looking at the beers that we would brew, we got rid of all those recipes. We started from scratch. We've been pilot brewing the most creative things that we could think of and the most interesting things. We've completely gone away from style.
Heretic Brewing Company is opening this spring in Pittsburgh, California, and you can be a part of it. Visit hereticbrewing.com and facebook.com/hereticbrew. Get the latest updates on the brewery and upcoming beers. Show everyone how you celebrate great beer as a heretic.
It's a fairly powerful word. Being a heretic, that means you're not settling for ordinary beer. You are going with flavorful, creative, bold, interesting beers. A heretic is looking for the best beers out there.
Be a heretic. Don't drink ordinary beer. When you hear Blickman Engineering, think innovation, passion, quality, and customer service. Blickman gear is designed by brewers to give you a sense of pride in your equipment. At Blickman, they know what makes brewing a pain and build gear that makes it fun. Like the intuitive beer gun, a completely different approach to filling bottles. The Therminator Wort Chiller, a new take on a plate chiller that's sized for flow, performance, and the high groundwater temps homebrewers face every day. The Brewmometer, a brilliant weldless thermometer design with brewing parameters right on the dial. The Autosparge, ultimate simplicity for preventing an overflow or running your mash tun dry. And much more, like the modular top-tier brewing stand, conical fermenters, and their Boilermaker brew pots. With more cutting-edge equipment coming soon, keep up with the latest from Blickman at blickmanengineering.com and stay on the cutting edge.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
Saw you, well, you were leaving at a robber's bar. There was something about the way you carried your drink out to your car. Now I think I understand the little things that make you tick. 'Cause I got behind
listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
Back to the program, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us, and special thanks to Obi-Ron Wanabe from Tide House and Hermitage.
What a cool guy, man!
That's a lot of good information there.
What an easy talking guy.
Yeah.
It was an easy interview. It was easy to get information out of him, and he had a lot of history. It was real good.
Yeah, he just wanted to chill out and listen.
Yeah, he was cool, man.
Good guy, and definitely very nice to hear him talk about the history of beer a little bit. So don't forget to go check him out. The Tide House Brewing situation. All right, so you can sponsor this segment of the program, and Tasty, I think I have one more break to take, actually. But do you want to let's make this the one that you were going to send out the bottle
for.
Well,
I could also offer up a twin for this segment and the cousin for the last, if you want to do it that way.
We can do that. Bevo.
There they are. I mean, there's Bevo.
Evil twins.
She was just Bevo's evil twins just walked into the room.
Yeah, they did.
Bevo's been here for a while. She was out breastfeeding on my couch. I'm gonna go smell it later.
She offered to show me what was under the towel.
I saw under the towel.
But you're a doctor.
Dad.
Bevo's like, yeah, he's a doctor. All right, here's my vagina.
What do you think about this? Is that a weird smell? Should it smell that way?
Bevo, that shirt is lovely, but it's not as flattering as last week's shirt. Last week's shirt did something to them. That one, they're out. It's out. Last week's shirt was like a friend to your boobs.
This is an acquaintance you might work with. Part-time.
But you still look lovely.
I don't care.
I see. I'm just trying to help.
Oh, well, I don't know about you, but the chat room, whoever was watching on the camera just got a nice view of...
a little shot?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
this
by the way,
segment's
Bevo,
brought to you by Bevo's boob, her left boob. This segment's brought to you by Bevo's left boob. And there was another baby here earlier, T-Bone's baby. It's become the baby house recently.
Oh, man, I'm out of here.
Has Mini Bone left, or is Mini Bone still around? Mini Bone's gone. Past Mini Bone's bedtime. Becca came by and brought Mini Bone.
I saw it, and I was like, okay, so what baby is this? Thinking they're both the same size.
All babies look the same?
Yeah. They all smell the same. And then Terrence is like, oh, seriously? That's my kid, and it's like old. I felt like it was going to like drive me home or something.
That's true.
Terrence, old.
T-Bone's baby's now old news now that
it's so grown up.
Right, now that Esther's in the world.
No.
Mini Bone's like 100 years old.
No, he's actually 6 months old, but it is kind of weird. Like, no one cares about him anymore.
Yeah, really is. We all just walked right by him in the house. He was on the floor.
But like, I'll be honest with you. Like, even when like Beverly comes over to the house with Abby, like Becca like throws checks over to me and runs towards out. Like, it's your kid. What's wrong with you?
Right.
That's showing the racism inherent in society today.
My baby's just cuter than yours.
Oh,
your baby has a lot of skin problems.
White babies are never more attractive than half breeds. However, in this case, they're dueling cuteness. Both of you guys put out some good kids, some good-looking kids. I don't know how to... hers is always attached to her boobs, so I gotta say...
That's probably why it's cuter.
It's cuter.
You know?
It has the ultimate accessory.
Yeah.
It's the window decoration.
Bevo's baby has the ultimate accessory. Her boob. All right. Here's what we're going to do. For this, you can sponsor this segment at home and get a bottle of Heretic Evil Twin. If you prefer a bottle of Heretic Evil Cousin, which is what's being held in front of the camera right now, that'll be the final segment of the program. Okay. But for this segment, Tasty will provide a 22-ounce bottle of Evil Twin.
I will mail it to you.
Plus, you get to own this segment of the program, which will feature my favorite local band, which you guys weren't my favorite local band until this album came out. I don't know. I'm not sure if you guys...
You earned it, though.
I don't know if you figured it out yet, but you were one of my least favorite local bands.
Oh, man.
until the... I mean, that's
switch lists. That's
not
good.
exactly true. It's
just brutal, but honest.
It's just that I had to like you because I know you.
Right.
But it was hard for me. Until the new album. And now you're my favorite local band.
All right.
The Trophy Fire is in studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
With their new album, Modern Hearts, which you can get at GrayDayRecords.com. And You guys just got off a little bit of tour. If you want to do the donate thing and sponsor this segment, just go into the chat room and private message Nicole. Highest bidder wins this segment. Brew Tattoo was our sponsor of last segment.
I private message Nicole all the time. I never win anything.
Never get anything.
Maybe that was your prize.
So the Trophy
Silence.
Fire, listeners, you all know Schumann. Schumann's been around for too long. And Schumann has recently, he did this big transition in life where he moved from my house to JP's house. So it was a very big deal.
Moving on up.
I thought you were going to talk about him growing hair again.
Yeah. He's like, you know what I'm doing? I'm going from Pacheco to Concord.
Well, let's be fair. It is North Concord.
Yeah.
Pacheco to North Concord.
Yeah, that's a whole different...
It's kind of uppity, I'm not going to lie.
That's lateral movement.
And Schumann is a Concord boy through and through, but he's never been allowed into North Concord, so it is really kind of a step up.
Yeah.
You were always in Monument Concord.
I know.
I'm making dreams come true.
Which, let's be honest, you and your brothers were the only white people there.
Yeah, pretty much.
In Monument Concord.
We learned how to take a punch and speak Spanish.
At the same time. Ouch!
Oh.
Something. I don't know.
I think it's Canadian.
That's Canadian.
That's Canadian Spanish.
Okay.
Ouch, K. Right. So we have followed a lot of Schumann's projects, and I've followed a lot of Schumann's bands. I was the manager of one of his first bands, Ben. I don't know if you knew that.
I didn't know that.
That's why it folded.
Yeah, I never heard too many things about them.
He just took all the money off the top. Nobody saw any money but him.
I ran
the manager gets, 75% these days?
Booking
right?
and promotion fees.
I ran the same racket I do on the Brewing Network.
Yeah.
The band works for free, and I get all the money.
There you go.
Ben Flanagan is the singer of the Trophy Fire.
Hi.
And now the Trophy Fire existed before the Schumann Brothers, though. It was your project earlier.
It did, yeah. It was my project with a guy named Jamie McGoldrick, still a great friend. And basically, the other guys couldn't really tour, and I was just looking for other musicians to play with. And I knew these guys from their band I genuinely liked a lot, Cold Hot Crash.
Yeah.
And I kind of had known that band wasn't... maybe I just got hints that they were kind of folding, and
they were hating each other.
That's not Schumann's fault.
No, they never said that. But they seem to be all close friends still. But yeah, it was just kind of serendipitous that I was able to snag them. So
right,
it's been good.
Now, Flanagan,
for the most part,
you're an Irish guy.
I am. I consider myself an islander. I mean, it is an island.
It is an island.
So I consider myself pretty exotic.
And I feel like that was your first.
Right. Well, with a fair skin.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Exotic, that doesn't just have to,
That's true.
Yeah.
Doesn't just mean
That's
you're
not
black.
true at all.
No.
It's gotta be.
That's good follow-up, though.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Now, I feel like that
There's
being
Terrence.
Irish and that you probably drink like an Irishman was your first kind of connection to the Schumann Brothers, because they've been known to have a few drinks, these two.
They've been known. I drink like in between. I mean, I'm not Van Morrison. I'm not Shane McGowan or Van Morrison.
That's too bad.
But, I'm also not Dolores O'Riordan from the Cranberries.
He's Mel Gibson.
Somewhere in between. He's Australian.
Mel Gibson. Uh-oh. Moscow doesn't
That's
like
a
that.
different...
Our
I mean,
Jewish
that's
producer.
a continent. It's somewhere else. Completely.
He's an islander.
Yeah, well, he's also a rock, too.
Now, let me ask you this, Flanagan,
And an
because
island.
you've been around the music business for a little while, and you've played with different bands. I know that sometimes you play guitar for Dredge.
Uh-huh.
Different. Has any one of your band members ever died of heroin or anything like
Negative.
that?
I don't think I've ever been in a band with anyone that's done heroin.
No heroin guys.
Good.
Yeah. No wonder you haven't made it yet.
I know, really. Somebody's got to take... We should just get somebody, just a tambourine player for a
I
tour
vote
or
Schumann.
something.
Yeah.
I vote Schumann becomes your heroin addict.
I hope soon.
Well, I think a band is nowhere if they're not at least hooked on heroin for several albums.
Is that true? Is that really been our problem?
Well, I think so. Well, I think
Ben's like, because I'll do it now.
The first, Schumann needs to be on heroin. He's too pudgy for skinny jeans.
The first step is denial. You're the only person who
Actually, Adam's been getting very fit lately. I'm sensing maybe he's been sneaking a little of the brownstone in the...
Oh, you stop.
It's all that fucking...
Now, let me ask you this, Flanagan. How long you been in a band with the two brothers?
About 2.5 years, I believe.
So you've got... Now one Schumann is difficult. Two Schumanns is nearly impossible.
I don't want to be cheesy or disappoint the listeners. It's actually, they get along quite well. They're pretty close to perfect bandmates. I really want to tell awful stories, but they're pretty fucking good.
They're good.
I wish. I mean, we have our moments. There's some
There are some times, but no, they're pretty fucking good.
Okay.
You clearly don't have an issue with male nudity, do you?
Oh, not at all.
Well, now I'm glad you brought that up, Bevo, because Schumann will just walk around his house in anybody's house.
Yeah, not his house.
In his underwear.
Yes.
Well, now that he's staying at JP's, have you ever woken up to Flanagan on your couch in underwear as well?
Yes.
So Flanagan's the same as Schumann.
It's but Ben won't walk around that way.
But he will be sleeping on your couch in his underwear.
Yeah, and the only way I know that is because I peel back the covers and I stare at him like that chick in Paranormal
It's not
Activity.
just staring.
There's some groping, but look, we've moved beyond that.
Well, Adam, I'll say though, with Schumann, I mean, there have been times I think on tour where the nudity goes to. Well, he's wearing. You have these. Are they tiger skin?
Yeah, I asked John to get me up some underwear, and he brought me these like tiger-colored silk briefs that said "Poppy," like P-A-P-I on them.
And where were we? We were staying.
We were in Portland, is what we were doing.
Why did you ask your brother to get you underwear?
It was one of those things. Two things you need to bring on tour, especially is underwear and socks.
Okay,
you need to do
no instruments, just underwear and
socks.
Yeah.
Right.
You got to wash them. You got to keep your feet clean. You got to keep your crotch clean. You know, you just got to do it. It stinks. It really does stink.
Okay.
The guy. Yeah, and so Adam hands me $8, and he's like, "Hey man, I need I need some more underwear." And so he gives me money. I'm like,
$8.
Right. Sounds good.
Go down to the thrift shop.
Ross.
Oh, Ross.
Had it.
Well, you got to dress for less sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I thought about that. I walked past these pair of I went to the women's section first.
Of course you did.
It's pretty important.
Really.
And I walked by it. I saw the lingerie, nice little netted vest thing for $4, and the panties for another $2. It's $6 for
good,
decent.
So
pair
he
of
only
lingerie.
would have got one outfit, though.
Yeah, and so I keep looking around. I saw the granny panties, and I was just like, this would be awesome. And then I kept looking around, and then I saw this package of Poppy. It came in a boxer briefs. One was
how do you spell Poppy?
P-A-P-I.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and one was tiger stripe. Well, actually, all of them were tiger stripe, but they were.
There was an albino
orange.
tiger.
Yeah, they were orange. They were orange, green, and albino. I think what it was.
And what did you choose?
That elusive green tiger.
The whole set. They were all in one set. I see.
And it was $6.
Perfect. So Shu, you were happy of what your brother brought home.
But I think we were staying at
I've never been happier in my life.
We were staying with somebody on tour. Somebody, bless their heart, they took us in. I forget. We were in Portland. Maybe was it the head of our fucking label?
Yeah, it was the head of our label. I was running around.
I think he had yet to sign us.
Great.
And Schumann's running. So I think actually the reason we got signed to that label is due to the mutant green tiger panties that.
They're like, listen,
wearing.
he's got style as well as class.
Sure.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing when they signed us.
All right, why don't we do this? I have a lot more questions about tour and how you guys work as a band, but let's listen to a song.
We have to?
So the new album is called Modern Hearts, right? How long have you been working on this?
On the record itself?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to say that. Some of the songs have been around for over a year. We recorded the record about 6 months ago, so. I'd say a year and a half. The whole album was
because your first Trophy Fire album that you guys put out. It was the three of you. That was songs that you had previously had as the Trophy Fire before these guys.
Yes and no. This is actually there was the first record was with me and my former bandmate Jamie.
Okay.
That record is called A Lifetime in the Middle of the Ocean. It's still on iTunes. It's a great record. I'm really proud of. And then we were going to record the follow-up record. And what happened was the label we were on, called Talking House Records, kind of went under. And so we were left with 6 songs, which we loved, but we wanted to do something with. So we released a EP called Armor. And then that was out for a while. And then we decided to record a full-length with this.
With this one.
Yeah.
And so are they songs that have come out of the last couple years of you guys being together?
Yeah.
I guess is what I was kind of getting
Definitely.
at.
I think there's only one song on the record, a song called Further Than We Know, that kind of existed in any capacity before we were all together.
I like that song, and to me it sounds like a white trash song because I always hear further than Reno. Sometimes
somebody said that.
Sometimes we've gone further than Reno.
Well, then you're in Sparks, and no one wants to be there.
Right, but I relate to that because I'm pretty trashy. So I'm like, yeah, I've gone further than Reno.
But you genuinely thought it was further than Reno?
No, but there's only one reason I didn't genuinely think that. It's because I know that you're smarter than I am, and that you wouldn't write that fucking lyric. I've met Ben, and he's a smart guy. In fact, isn't your dad like your father?
Just because my dad's smart doesn't mean I'm smart, but
he's like a serious writer, isn't he? He's
a philosopher at Duke University. Yes.
He's got a big brain.
He's got a big brain. He's got a bigger brain than I do.
And one day I will have it.
So I'm driving along listening, and I'm like, yeah, I've traveled further than Reno, and but then I instantly thought, I was like, there's no way that Ben's lineage would allow him to write this song.
Maybe the apple. There was a hurricane when the apple flew
really
very far from the tree.
All right, what are you going to play for us now?
We'll play the title track off the record called Modern Hearts.
Give me a note or two just real quick so I can make you sound good. I got you. All right, that'll work.
It's actually a song called Going Past Asheville.
Are we there?
You're there. Do it.
I want release to fire senses from the songs that took me from my driveway to you. We used to run recklessly, but we'd hammer it out. What could be more beautiful? And I want it back to crash and burn, laugh at the ashes. Now we fight our addictions, we live in our fictions. Our cold black modern hearts steal the show. We learn these chords and we labored through our songs. When the sun set, my basement, yours. We used to run recklessly,
I think that's my favorite song on the album, the title track. Yeah,
one of mine, definitely.
I love the last chorus, where it's not a chorus, but the last part where you hit that other. I don't know what you call it. Help me out here, but
super chorus.
You hit like the fifth in the circle. I don't know what it is, but our cold black modern hearts.
Right.
The last time you do it, it's another note from the other ones.
It's like the third nipple.
It's kind of an old.
It's the one that hits you right in the chest, right there.
Old rock and roll trick. You take the if a 2-chord chorus, and the last time you bring in introduce a few other chords, and kind of bring it home.
I love it.
Thanks.
That's the part that gets me. I was listening to the song, and I was like, it's all right. And then it
What
got
an
to
asshole.
that, and I went, yeah, there it is.
All right.
No, that's good stuff. What's that about? Is that like, it sounds like you're singing about, it used to be that you rocked out without anybody giving a shit, and now life, as you get older, kind of gets on top of you, and you don't, your cold black modern hearts take over, and you're not so primal anymore.
That's a pretty good way of describing it. Yeah, I don't think of it as quite that morose, but definitely has to do with there's some freedom in youth, and there's something that I think I'm a pretty happy adult. I love my friends. I definitely enjoy my life, but there's something that just when you're young and wild and you don't give a fuck, there's something just so beautiful about that.
Yeah,
and it's kind of about those times where I think we all just, even if we don't obsess with it, there are times where we just really yearn for those moments of absolutely not giving a fuck.
Are you on drugs now? Does that help?
I'm not
you?
on drugs.
You don't do drugs now?
I never really do drugs.
Because you might not have written that song if you did drugs, because you'd still feel good.
Exactly, that's right.
You'd still feel very primal. Right,
Yeah.
JP? A little crack?
Love it. You got any?
Let's
do it right now.
Got a little crack goes a long way.
Smoke that shit.
Never done crack.
What about you,
Has anyone in the
Sheila?
room done crack?
Oh, yeah.
Terrence the Black?
2 people.
What?
Just one? All right.
Why are we more surprised about Terrence than JP? Everyone's like,
Because
JP did.
Terrence is the opposite of every stereotype.
Right.
Except he did have a kid at a young age. But other than that, who's wearing Air Jordans?
I don't know.
His kid's wearing Air Jordans.
Your child, Little Bone, is wearing Air Jordans?
So, 2 stereotypes, but that's fine. Other than that, it's
right. Now, Shoe Light, we haven't learned
Yes,
too
sir.
much about you. You're
Good.
the youngest in the
probably
band.
good. Yes.
Are you on drugs?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Believe it or not, none of us are on drugs.
Wow.
Nothing serious.
Where you want to roll?
Yeah.
We can't
Nothing
afford 'em.
serious.
We like whiskey, beer, mainly just drinking.
Drinking.
A lot of drinking.
Now, Shoe Light, you've been known to, after a night of drinking, to be found on the roof of whatever establishment you've been drinking at. Is that correct?
It's pretty important. You got to join the scenic views of wherever you're at.
I
You're
can
at,
fly.
you know?
No, fuck you. I can fly. I'll do it right now. I don't even give a shit.
So as a band, guys, is that something where, like, if Shoe Light goes missing for too long near the end of the night, do you go, fuck, he's on the roof again?
Yeah. Or passed out in the women's bathroom.
Yeah. Oh, that happened in Boston.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it did.
How do you pass out in the women's bathroom?
I had my no. I was actually we were
Really
drinking, weird, and I woke up on the floor with my pants around my ankles,
And your ass hurt?
no,
Yeah, so you don't know
Is your guys' mom listening to this, do you think?
probably.
Were
Sure knows.
you don't
Hi,
know
buddy.
what you were were you getting roadhead? You don't know what you were doing in the women's bathroom?
No,
No.
How do you get
literally woke up.
roadhead in the bathroom?
Where else are you gonna get it?
Easily.
We'll
They all
draw you a
share
picture,
a
Nicole.
van.
Don't,
No,
don't you
it
need to
was,
be in a car?
No, not if they share a van. You don't get roadhead in the car when you share a van.
That would
Yeah.
be kinky.
It would be. Yeah, I guess
In
you
the
could if
Jeep.
Nicole's your girlfriend. Am I right, Nate?
Yeah.
Brain oil just added a +1 to the tour.
Yeah, right. Nicole's allowed in the band van
Oh,
now,
God.
ladies and gentlemen. So you just got back from a tour.
Yes.
So non-musicians and people like me who really always just wanted to be a rock star anyway, we think that tour it's got to be the best place on earth. Like, there's nothing better than traveling around, playing music, different city every night. Is that what it is for you guys?
We feel like that. Yeah, I feel like Ben has been in a little bit more successful bands than Adam and I have. I mean, coming out of Concord doesn't really get you that far. But I mean,
it gets you all the way to Pacheco.
Yeah.
or back to Concord.
First spot in the Brewing Network.
Bam. But no, I mean, for Adam and I, one of the main reasons, besides the fact that we love music, of course, is being able to travel.
Because you guys haven't been too far from Concord, either of you.
Yeah.
No, they have.
We never really had the money to travel or go anywhere. So
that's cool.
With a band for Adam and I, we're just. Ben is definitely more experienced as far as on the road goes.
So you guys are like, oh
Adam
my
and I
God,
are
we're going
like-
to be in Utah today.
Yeah.
And Ben's like,
exactly.
What? Yeah.
Dude, it's just Provo. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I think the thing is you just have to. There's sometimes it's so beautiful and so amazing, and sometimes the shows can just be awful. Even if you're in a gigantic band, there can be awful shows. But if you kind of keep an attitude of like, at least we get to travel, at least we get to see different places. A band. Even a bad band that has no fans can have some sense of serenity if they, continue at least just to enjoy the kind of Kerouacian whatever, just element of, travel.
Being on the road.
Yeah, being on the road.
It's a lot like being in the Brewing Network.
Except
we have no
you guys
real
are-
fans. We're not getting paid, but we love drinking beers. So.
Right.
There you go.
And you don't have to name the location because I don't want to alienate any fans. But what was your awful show on this tour? Like, what makes an awful show? What happens? And what happened this time?
I would say
Provo, Utah.
Yeah.
We
Cold weather.
Well, I'll alienate that. We're out with another band, and we're supposed to be sandwiched in between, a local opener and a local headliner. And I think the local headliner brought, one of their girlfriends,
big crowd.
and it was a total shithole.
Oh, as the crowd.
As the crowd.
So you had two people in the audience. You mean.
Maybe
we,
9.
We loaded into the place, and they asked if it was cool if they could practice their set because they haven't practiced in a while.
Okay, that's bad.
It was pretty bad.
This
It
is the
was
local
awful.
headliner? Oh my
This
God.
is the that's headliner
Oh,
in
what is this?
giant
Yeah.
quotations.
Do you mind if we practice? What did you say to that?
We just kind of looked at each other, and by that point, we almost hit a deer. We lost our trailer. Like, my drum set's falling apart, so we just looked at each other. We were just shaking our heads. Yeah, that's cool.
Wow.
Please
practice
do.
away, but yeah. Hopefully make a few phone calls. too.
Now I do want to hear the deer and the trail show, but how do you approach a show like that? You have to play, and there's nobody there who gives a shit. Do you still rock out, or are you guys bored to death?
No, you still got to rock out.
You still rock out. You realize you have, you're going to play music for half an hour. You might as well have fun playing music for half an hour. We love our songs, and I mean, there were 10 people when you played. We sold 3 records, and
Do you give each other roadhead afterward because
Sometimes.
there's nobody else?
Sometimes.
Who is the first in the ski pole position?
Yo.
Yeah?
I'm the youngest.
The youngest.
what's the ski pole position?
Drummer.
Now, Shu, I've known
ski
you
poles.
for too long, and you've
I agree.
always wanted to tour and
Yeah.
do things
I'll show
like
you
this.
later.
So, what is this experience like for you?
Well, it's awesome. I mean, we've got to tour with Dredge, and we did like a whole month of May, and then we did another tour with them for 2 weeks, and then now this tour. And I gotta say, I really do love touring. It's a lot of fun, and I got to see a lot of places I never got to see,
Like Provo, Utah.
like Provo. Even if it's a,
Right.
I tell you what, even if it's a small town, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if it's a small town. It matters like how into it the people are.
We went to a
But-
great bar in Provo.
Yeah, we went to a great bar in Provo, and we had a good time. We got to,
Got to pull Shoe Light off the roof.
yeah. And genuinely, as Ben was saying, I mean, everybody in Trophy Fire, we're all buddies. So it's nobody's at each other's throat. We're hanging out with friends,
Yet.
even if we not yet,
Right.
No, but I mean, we're just still hanging out with friends, so it makes it 10 times easier that
It's
way.
fun.
It makes it
It's
fun.
a lot of fun.
Now, check this out. And how fucked up is Schumann's luck? Now, Schumann's always had bad luck. All right? His whole life. And he talks about it sometimes.
Yeah.
He can get a little down about it. But most of the time, we laugh about Schumann's luck. Well, get this.
I do.
Schumann, his whole life, he's been wanting to tour, right? And it hasn't really happened too much until now. Also, he's never really had a girlfriend. He's banging over here, he's banging over there. Finally, Schumann gets to go on tour. He's on tour with Dredge, this big band. They're playing big venue. He's going all over the place. What happens right at the same time? He gets a girlfriend. So the one time in his life he's finally going to get some road vag. And
oh my lord,
girlfriend.
I'm blushing.
Girlfriend. Shoot, how fucked is your luck right now?
I got to tell you, man.
Because you're kind of tied down
get it
right
to it
now.
straight.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, and we're into each other, so it's not so bad.
There you go.
Well,
there's a man standing up for love.
What he wants to
Look
say
at that.
is, you're right, it's fucked.
You should write a song about it.
I got to tell you, I could either have my hot girlfriend or somebody toothless in Provo, Utah. It's a real tough decision.
Toothless.
But come on, there's more than Provo, Utah. Are you telling me that there aren't hot chicks hanging out at certain venues?
Like Fullerton?
Yeah.
And coming backstage and saying, I really love your song? Or does only Ben get that action because he's the singer?
Yeah, we get to dodge a lot of it. We're not the lead singer.
I see.
We get to dodge it.
Ben's got a girlfriend too, though, don't you, Ben?
I do.
Yeah.
We all have girlfriends.
All of us.
We all have girlfriends.
Oh, man.
You guys you've all made a big mistake.
Yeah.
You've
Basically
all made
being
a-
faithful to your girlfriends. Fuck that shit. You're on the road. Who cares?
Sorry, babe, I'm a lone wolf.
Can we get another song off the album?
Yeah, sure. I think we're going to try that. We heard you wanted to hear Heartbeats. We've never tried that before acoustically, but I think we'll try it and we'll probably fuck it up.
I love this one. Now, it's a cover, right?
Cover by a band called The Knife. Yeah.
And I've seen, now, since I actually learned about the song from you guys, I hadn't heard the original version. And then I kind of went looking for it, and I found a couple other people do it, too.
Well, there's
you guys are the best.
Oh, thanks.
You're the best.
Thank you.
Well, we're, honestly, the idea when we recorded it wasn't to improve upon it. There was the main version's kind of techno-ish, kind of a Bjork meets Postal Service-y, kind of, maybe that's a weird way of describing it, but kind of that vibe. And then there was a guy named Jose Gonzalez that did a very, acoustic, light cover that I also
Maybe
love.
that's the one I heard, I think.
Right,
yeah.
So anyway, it's, we just kind of, as a relatively loud rock band, it was something I wanted to try and just hear our version of it. And we kind of tried it and really liked it, so we put it on the record. But yeah, it's kind of just like a version of it.
Well, you guys rock this song. Let's get that microphone down where we need it. So this is the Trophy Fire. You can find their new album, and this song is on it. It's called Modern Hearts, the album. This song's called Heartbeats. You can go to graydayrecords.com and buy the new album. You can also go to iTunes.
Yeah, go to iTunes.
Or Amazon.
Sure.
And tons of different places to do it. This is Heartbeats from the Trophy Fire.
An attempt at Heartbeats. Don't fuck it up. You ready?
That's a lot of pressure.
Too late.
1, 2, 3, 4.
One night to be confused, one night to speed up truth. We had a promise made, 4 hands and went away, both under influence. We had to find sense to know what to say. Mind is a razor blade to call for hands of above to lean on. Would it be good enough for me to call for hands of above to lean on? Would it be good enough for me One night a magic crush with the start a simple touch. One night to push and scream and then release 10 days of perfect tunes. The colors red and blue. We had a promise made. We were in love to call for hands of above to lean on. Would it be good enough for me? No, to call for hands of above to lean on. Would it be good enough for me? No, but you and the hand of the devil. Sorry, Terrence. Kept us awake with wolves' teeth, sharing different heartbeats in one night. To call for hands of above to lean on wouldn't be good enough.
Thank you.
Wow. I think you pulled it off acoustic.
That's all right. That's all right.
It's not bad.
My favorite part is the bongos.
You
Are
like
those
Johnny on the
bongos?
bongos?
Yeah.
Ambience.
There's not enough
Ambience.
I'll plead the fifth on John on the bongos.
Hey.
No, the bongo playing was good. It's just not, it's not my preferred instrument.
But it is a good band name,
Yeah.
Johnny and the Bongos.
Johnny's actually just playing a case of Bud Light and a coffee can.
Yeah.
Bud Light.
You guys let Bud Light into this
He's
house?
a bottling bucket.
We have an extra like half a 12-pack of Bud Light that was left over by some shitty beer drinking friend of Kate the Great's.
Can we have it?
It's for you. We've saved it for you. I was going to put it in the recycle bin, but then I knew you guys were coming over, and I was like, well, the Schumans will take
It's
that.
sitting on the NHC trophy, I think.
We're more Bud Light Lime guys, to be honest.
Well, you like a little extra flavor in your beer.
exactly.
I get that.
Well,
It's
Flanagan,
triple hopped.
this does beg a good question.
Right.
I know what the Schumans drink, and actually, Shu, the elder Shu, has come he's come a long way.
The old Shu.
What about beer for you, Flanagan? What's your beer of choice? If you could choose any beer at the bar,
Just a one beer?
Yeah, what do you pick? Like, what's your your regular beer? You go to the bar,
hams.
Yeah, hams. No, I'm pretty dynamic in my beer drinking. To be honest, I like a hoppy beer, but lately I've been I've had so much hoppy beer in the past few years. I've been kind of steering clear of it. I work at a German guest house in San Francisco, and we got a lot of good stuff. Stiegel Pilsner and Stiegel Lager. I love Austrian, wonderful Austrian beer.
All right.
I don't know. Franziskaner Hefeweizen is one I've always liked.
It's a good beer. Doc approves of that.
Yeah. My favorites. When I.
But you're not like you're not like Guinness. You're not like a stereotypical Flanagan.
I mean, I definitely like me some Guinness.
Okay,
but I think I'd say I prefer a lot of German and Austrian beers. I'm a big fan of. It's kind of my go-to. These days, maybe because of my vocation. But
now, what about on tour? Because when you go to different venues, and I did some like local playing, right? And some bars would give you an open tab. You get pictures of the band all night. Others would be like, yeah, you have $8 to spend at the bar, and so we'd get a picture of Bud, Light back then. What do you guys drink at the venues?
We get 2 drink tickets, and it's all cheap beer.
Is that what happens?
Well, that's not always true. Sometimes we get
3.
But if you have to go cheap, if you're given a budget, you guys will just go buy some cheap beer and keep that backstage, right?
2 drinks.
You got to do what you got to do. What is your cheap beer of choice? Is it Bud Light?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
See,
I actually
JP
like
wants
PBR.
it to be Pabst. There you go, PBR.
Well, I'm actually veering more towards Schlitz.
Are you?
I'm a big fan of Schlitz, man.
Okay.
Big fan of Schlitz. Speaking of drinks, what's this Drinkify recipe you guys got going
Oh,
on?
my God.
The Trophy Fire.
It fits us so well, it's ridiculous.
Which is 8 ounces of whiskey,
Jesus.
8 ounces of cough syrup, which you can find at any bar, let's face it.
Does the cough syrup have codeine in it?
That's
Is
my
it
question.
Slizurp or
No, but it should. And then 10 ounces of Red Bull
There
in
you
a
go.
highball,
So
stirred vigorously.
this website was just brought to my attention, the other week, and so I guess Drinkify, any band, it associates a drink with them, and so I look at this.
Oh, I see.
And I'm thinking, so yeah, every band has one.
Did they get your
really?
drink right, you think?
Well, if you want to kill yourself,
so they got it right.
So no, but
Because sometimes I listen to the album and I want to kill myself.
Sure.
Someone on Twitter was like, what did he say? I wish Drunkify had tried their drinks. 36 ounces of alcohol?
Well, so I looked, so I saw our drink, and then I started looking for another band. I'm thinking, okay, Led Zeppelin has to have a more hardcore drink than us.
And?
The Who? No, it's like a shot of some kind of whiskey.
So yours is pretty hardcore.
I haven't found a more hardcore drink.
I think that fits you guys.
hardcore.
You guys do stupid things.
When?
Well, listen.
Well, like right now.
I'm not even allowed to tell all the stories that I know about these guys. But let's be honest. You guys do stupid things. And I can't tell yet if Flanagan just follows along with the Schumans or if he's part of the whole crew.
That's a good observation.
We have it's a
group effort.
Yeah.
All right, let's take
say the least.
let's take some phone calls real quick. Nicole, is Joe still on one with some kind of random talent he wants to share with us? I think she's on.
Joe's on line 1.
All right, hey Joe, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, bud?
Joe, do you have a random talent to share with us?
I might. I don't know. I've been practicing, but it's not going well.
Well, it's a good thing you called then.
What is what's your talent?
Well, I have 2. I can either they're both very radio friendly. Recite all 50 states in alphabetical order and under, I don't know, some sort of time, maybe 40 seconds. Or,
I could do that. That's pretty good.
Great.
Is he jogging?
Or what's your other talent?
Sounds like he's jogging.
I am jogging. Who's this? Who's asking me if I'm jogging?
That's my other talent. I actually can call in a radio show while jogging. What's the other one? Our other choice?
I can quote some Shakespeare.
I would like to hear you name all 50 states in under 40 seconds.
Yeah, especially because I missed that episode of the Kids Say the Strangest Things when this happened,
I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
Well, you called it out, so I've got a timer here, and I'm gonna start the timer when you're ready. And if you do all 40 in under all 50 in under 40 seconds,
yeah, Obama.
Thank you. The Trophy Fire will send you their new album. How about that? We'll give out an album.
Amazing.
Nice.
I love this guy.
That means you definitely need an album.
Or a coaster.
You got to jog the music, dude.
Or both.
All right, are you ready?
Oh, shit. Okay.
Wait,
he's got to bring up the states on the internet real quick.
Yeah, hang on a second. Brewer's Code, you cannot have a map or Google open in front of you.
Wait, if he just did it with a map, that would be impressive.
The reason that I called is because I don't even have the internet or my...
Yeah, he's listening to the program.
Computer.
What are you hoping to do? Get it from us?
How are you listening to the program?
Yeah.
Well, that whole I don't have an
hoping
internet thing, what I meant was I barely have the internet.
It's only 3G.
On the Android
All
app.
right, I'm going to trust you. Brewer's Code, there's nothing in front of you with a list of states. You're going to do all 50 in under 40 seconds. Are you ready?
Yeah, word.
And go.
Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, Wisconsin, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Virginia, Wisconsin.
Stop!
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
How many times did you tell him to recite all 50 states?
Yeah, you
He
did
got
like
to
4
Wyoming
times.
and then he started at North Carolina.
You're a fan of Wisconsin, I can tell.
Virginia got me.
Did anybody hear Maine?
Wisconsin.
I heard Maine.
You heard Maine.
I didn't hear West Virginia.
I heard West Virginia.
I heard it twice.
He said in alphabetical order, though, right?
I'm pretty sure I said West Virginia at least 8 times. West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming.
So you failed.
Fuck.
Joe, you've just won yourself a picture of Schumann's wiener and the new Trophy Fire album. Yeah.
He didn't do it, though.
Yeah.
Good work.
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Wasn't alphabetical order.
He didn't.
No,
who
he
said
was
it?
done.
Jake,
What's the
will
point?
you
He
let
did it in
the
alphabetical
guy-
order,
will
and
you
then he
let
went
a
back and
guy
did more.
have
He was
it?
done and didn't even know it.
It was
Oh.
supplementary.
I thought that was the task. He could
I
say in
didn't hear
alphabetical order. That
I
was
didn't
his-
hear that. I just heard all 50 states in under 40 seconds.
I heard alphabetical order.
I heard alphabetical order.
Can
Would
I,
you-
can I make a play for myself? Or, I don't know. Can I defend myself for a second?
No,
Yeah.
you already won.
But you already won. But you can if you want.
Oh.
But I've
well.
given it to you.
Let
I'm
me
not gonna
let me guess
listen
the
to-
defense. He's really drunk.
Yes, thank you, whoever said that. And
Thank you, guy from the band I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, Joe. Congratulations. Send me an email with your information, and I'll make sure you get the Trophy Fire album.
And a picture of Adam's wiener.
And a picture of Schumann's wiener.
Send him the hamburger.
Right. So, guys, what is this situation out on the road where you? Now I know you guys just travel in like a Jeep Cherokee or something, right?
Yeah.
You don't have some big RV like people expect.
No.
And pulling your equipment is like just some like kind of a small equipment trailer. I think it came from your dead dad, right?
Yeah.
Like you inherited like nothing else except for this trailer.
It was our old camping trailer and scuba diving trailer and stuff. And
So this is
he
now your
died, so we
band
got it.
trailer.
Yeah.
So
Not
what
anymore.
happened
Not
to
anymore.
the trailer on the road?
The axle, all the bearings, the grease wore out, and it was just basically metal rubbing against metal. So, we
For how long?
Oh my god, I don't even know.
You never
pulled off the tire, and you just see like metal filings all over the place. And it was just at that point. I mean, it was made in the 70s. There's just no point of pouring money into it.
So what'd you do with the trailer?
So was Justin.
Can
we say what we did with it?
Left it on the side of the road somewhere. Yeah.
Left it on the
Took the plates
side
off.
of the
left
road
it.
somewhere.
You didn't properly dispose of it.
No, I got
is
the
the
feeling.
answer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you just left it somewhere.
What are you going to do with a broken engine?
Did you pull the plates and shit off it?
Yeah, for sure.
Come on, we know what we're doing.
from Concord. We know what's up.
Did you set it on fire?
We thought about it.
We got a call from. I was texting with the head of our label, and he asked about how tour was going, and I said we're going to leave our trailer. We're contemplating lighting it on fire. And this guy, Todd, if you're listening, I love this guy, but he will only call me. He's a real texter. He'll only call me if he really needs to. And I just soon as 5 seconds after I text that, it's like, do not light the trailer.
Right. Do not light. So you just took off anything identifiable and you left it somewhere.
But what was funny was the guy we're on tour with, Jonathan, great guy in a band called Bird by Bird. If anyone's out there want to check out another good band. He was feeling kind of sentimental, even though it was, as you said, their dead dad's trailer. He wanted us all to leave something behind, and we all left something, and that was actually meant something to us. I forget what you guys left, but
you're not just talking about you left a piss behind or something.
Well,
you left real things behind.
We may have all peed on it as well, but we all left real things that meant something to us behind. And I went to this great concert like a few months ago, and I still was holding on to the ticket, and I left it there. And then as we're pulling away, I go, "Oh my god." Was my name on the ticket? So I think, I was on some sort of list. I think it was a general admission ticket, but there's a good chance.
You hope so.
Don't worry, it'll come back to me, not you guys. So
sweet.
Yeah.
What did you guys? What did you guys leave behind for
cooler
Dead
full of Bud Light?
Of course you did.
We left the cooler was on. We bring the cooler full of Bud Light, everywhere we go.
Yeah,
anywhere.
So you left that. That's like new me to pour a little out for your dead homies. You left a cooler full for your dead homie, Dad.
Yeah. And Dad would have been very proud of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, he would have been mad at you for wasting beer.
So you left it. You just said half it. What'd you do with all the equipment?
Put it in the van. Luckily, Jonathan from Bird by Bird had a 15-seater van.
So they had room. So you guys still got to...
mad Tetris maneuver and got everything all in there.
Got it. Do you guys want to do a Drunk of the Week call in the middle of your interview here?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Nick, let's see. There's the note to me is that there's a belligerent motherfucker on line 2.
Nice.
No longer on line 2.
That guy's gone. The guy that's on...
The BMF?
The guy...
Paper thin?
I have on line 2, I have a new caller.
I see it.
Challenging the previous caller who says he can recite the 40 states backwards.
What's his name?
Backwards.
I couldn't get his name. I think he might be a Drunk of the Week
I hope
candidate.
he's drunk.
All right, caller. Can you do all 50 states backwards?
No, I can do ABCs backwards.
What the hell? What is going on?
Nicole said,
Put your wife on.
How did Nicole get he can do the 50 states?
Well, first she said 40.
I love
and
that
then
I was
she
just going to look
corrected
up the
herself.
ABCs so I could
correct herself and said 47.
I do ABCs backwards.
All right, do it.
You too?
What's a saggy Z?
Ready, go.
All right, ZYXVUTSRQP.
Who cares? Let's go to Bung Chuz, who's on line 3, calling in for Drunk of the Week.
Still going.
Hey, Bung Chuz, what's happening?
How's it going, guys?
Turn down your radio, man.
It's on my radio.
Oh, it's his friend.
You got Drunk of the Week? You calling in for Drunk of the Week? Oh, I can't do it because I can hear myself. It's a big mess
weird.
going on. Who's on line 1, Nicole?
I ain't hearing you too.
She doesn't know.
Oh, come on.
I can call in if you need me to.
Just on another call.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Give me a few shots, dude.
Everybody's hanging up.
Hanging up on you.
Nobody can stay on the line for, well, we've been putting them on hold forever.
So I got to take one last break before the show's over. But I'd like you guys to kind of help take us out. So can I do this? Can we take a break? We'll go have a pee and a beer and take care of some sponsors. We'll come back. We'll get another song out of the trophy fire, kind of wrap up the interview. We'll decide on our Drunk of the Week. And then, of course, that gives us one more segment for the listeners to sponsor, too, doesn't it, Tasty?
It does, certainly does.
And that's how we give away our, in this case, the Tasty giveaway will be the evil cousin.
Yeah, the cousin
That's
is
right.
the next segment. Yes.
Bottled by me.
Twin. We're
By
doing
the
the
way.
twin now and the cousin next, yes.
All right, let's do this. We're going to take a quick break. Go to GreyDayRecords.com right now. You can buy the new Trophy Fire album, and we'll hear another song from them when we come back. It's The Session. Hang in there.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
What's wrong with your beer? It's all sour. Pucker up, Brewing Network. Brewing TV is getting sour. In our latest episode, we go on a taste tour of some amazing Belgian beers. Then we bring that inspiration back to the fermenter as we homebrew and blend a bunch of our own sours. There's some pretty crazy stuff going on here. Brewing TV, episode 49. Online now at northernbrewer.com/brewingtv.
Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And hop drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today. Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients, and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of their 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Their new Snap-Lock stainless steel cam-lock fittings will make connecting your pump or heat exchanger quick and easy. Or check out their exclusive paintball tank-based draft beer equipment. They even have their own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
Live. Beer Radio. The Brewing Network.
The Brewcasters. If you're just starting, don't be discouraged by all this stuff. It's so easy. Just throw it together. Put some sugar and some water and some yeast in there.
Yeah.
Beer.
Brewing Network.
Buddy, better fix that door.
You better get out of my general store.
You sold me one, you can sell me one more.
I ain't gonna sell you no beer no more.
Too drunk to think about it, might as well try. 100 pretty ladies and they're giving me the eye.
But I told you once, I told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's vice. Left, left, right. And a right, right, left. overstated, you're going slow.
I missed my turn. Which way do I go?
Step out of the car, you're going to jail.
No. DUI. Too drunk to think about it. Might as well try. Cocaine, Chardonnay, 4th of July.
Walk the line, heel to toe. Tilt your head back and touch your nose.
What?
Walk the line, heel to toe.
Don't do
Tilt your
this.
head back and touch your nose.
What?
Walk the line, heel to toe. Tilt your head back and touch your nose. Recite backwards the alphabet.
Up yours, pig. You do that shit. DUI. Too drunk to think about it. Might as well try. All the pretty ladies in there giving me the eye. Walk a line, heel to toe. Tilt my head back and I touch my nose. Walk a line, heel to toe. Better get far and go, do, go. Tell my head back and I touch my nose. Walking line, heel to toe. Tell my head back and I touch my nose.
Put your hand on your hips, follow the pen.
I can't hear you, man. Say it again.
Put your hand on your hips and follow the pen.
I fucked your sister in the back of my van.
Put your hand on your hips and follow the light.
Sir, just want to go home tonight. DUI. Do nothing think about it. Might as well try. Cocaine, Chardonnay, 4th of July. I told you once, I told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's vice. Told you once, told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's vice. Told you once, told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's vice.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, welcome back to the program. It's The Session, and you can reach us at 888-401-BEER. We've got the Trophy Fire in the studio with us right now, performing tracks off their new album, Modern Hearts, and hanging out talking about the tour and things like that. Also, we're doing the first ever Sponsor This Segment portion of the show, and so far 3 segments have been sponsored. Nicole, who sponsored our Trophy Fire interview segment last time?
So this last segment, he couldn't get enough the first time, so we're racking off again.
Wow,
Yeah.
Racking Off sponsored 2 segments,
Yeah.
and for how much?
This time $100. So
Is he sober? Does he know what he's doing?
I sure hope so.
I worry about this. You guys can't hold me to the tally at the end of the show, because if they are too drunk to to donate it in, then what can I do?
No, it's
like-
bid. You have to cover the spread, man. If they don't vote in,
Well, racking off's great. He,
agree to that.
He gave 150 with the right hand, and now he's racking off with the left hand with another $100. So.
All right, another $100. So
way to rack it.
Racking off.
Now, correct
All
me
over
if
my
I'm
face.
wrong, and I'm being serious at my poor math skills this time. We're somewhere near $500 for this show right now.
Oh,
aren't we?
yeah.
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, we had 300, and then we're over 5.
Our first one was 130-ish.
No, our first one was 150.
150. Our second one was 155.
Our second one was 155.
Our third one was now 100.
150.
150. Our fourth one was 100.
100.
And now we've got another segment, so
Yeah.
we're doing well.
I want to know how many people actually donated it. That's
so
what
bidding,
I need to know.
Bidding starts now. Make sure you private message me with your bid. We'll start at $20.
Chip, can you not piss on the goddamn
I'm
free
not.
money? I mean, people are donating their hard-earned cash.
I'm pissing
giving
on
it all
anything.
to you, and what do you have to say about it? Well, did they donate it?
I'm sorry,
But I'm not sure if they donated it yet.
It's true though. You can't get me worked up for nothing.
I haven't seen the donation yet.
I haven't.
Come on, man.
I'm a practical thinker. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm going to make a new stipulation. I'm going to add rules to the new
strings attached.
and it affects everybody.
Good.
It affects everybody in the room. All right.
Good.
The new rule is
Even Ben?
JP has to stay positive about the new donation system.
Yeah.
Oh, we're fucked.
Or I will give all the money back to the people that donated it.
Yes. See, look, and it's only one time. I just want to make sure that it comes through. That's all. That's all. Can a brother just go, hey, you know what?
No, because it's
Why not?
money that last week didn't even exist.
It
so
still
even
doesn't
if
exist.
a portion of it comes through, I'll tell you that a portion of it has already come through. I've
Okay.
seen it myself.
Good, great. Now I feel
Then
better.
it's money that you never saw before.
Now I feel better. That's all. Look, I know our listeners. They get drunk and they do shit they're not supposed to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. I'm just covering my bases because I don't
But
want to...
your bases didn't even exist before I created the segment.
They existed. The coverage never did. I just don't want to make sure that my check to the PG&E isn't going to bounce. That's all I'm saying.
But this money would not have covered your check to the PG&E before I announced it at the beginning of this program. Therefore, anything that comes through is a positive thing. There is nothing negative about this segment.
This is fun money you declare to nobody.
I'm not understanding. I don't get it.
I can't understand the nothing negative.
No, you don't. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't get it. We'll talk later.
I'm going to let tonight's negativity slide. But going forward, if JP expresses negativity about the new payment form from the listeners, I will refund the entirety to the donors.
Wow. Is this deja
So
vu?
here, what you guys need to do is work as a team and support JP. And
that's right.
And his need.
Yeah, he holds our livelihoods in his hands.
Well,
that's right.
Doc and
So I
Tasty
want you to support your teammate.
Doc and Tasty already out for tonight, right? That's what you had said earlier.
Yeah,
We may donate it back. Who knows?
Yeah, they're in.
Well, see, so we can't even trust you. I don't know who to trust.
Just collect your money and shut the fuck up. Shit. That's what you trust.
I don't know if I can do that.
Are you leaving, Bevo?
Yeah.
Can we see him?
No.
Next time, though, right? No. Maybe the time after that?
Wiggle him a little bit?
I totally saw one while she was feeding. Always sit next to a breastfeeding woman because she never understands where
You
her
let
coverage
Gypsy
is.
your boob.
No, she doesn't know where her coverage actually is. She doesn't know where her blind spots are.
Good to see you, Beav.
That's amazing.
Over where they are flying around quite a bit. Well, thank you, Bevo, for them, and good to see you.
It's always nice to see you.
All right.
And them.
Okay, this fourth and final segment, actually I think it's the fifth segment, is available for sponsorship. And for this one, you will not only get your name in lights, but you will get a bottle of Heretic Evil Cousin.
The 8% beer.
Courtesy of Tasty.
Bottled by JP.
The bidding for this one starts at $20, and from there we go. So you
We're
can
already up
sponsor
to 40.
This. We're already up to $40.
36C with $40.
No! You think Spider Wrangler's in the other room
It's like
outbidding
220s.
her?
I have a feeling that Tasty will send a beer to 36C just if she asks real nice. She doesn't even have to sponsor.
She
the
contact
segment.
me separately. Yeah.
if
Send a picture, I'll send a beer.
I was going to say if that contact includes a picture of 36C, then all right. Let's
She'll
do
know
a
what
couple of phone calls.
Line two first.
Is that Trent Hooter?
I believe so. all he said was he just kept screaming that I want to talk to your manager.
Chat names to me. Trent Hooter. It's like the trophy fire. What the fuck does it mean? It's just another name. Am I right, Flanagan?
Absolutely. We got depth.
Trent Hooter.
Our songs are about feelings. I don't know if you knew that or not.
What's happening?
Yeah, I'm trying to complain about some shit. I tried to say
Yeah,
backwards.
boy. You had customer service.
I
Good.
tried to say ABC's backwards, and you guys wouldn't let me.
Oh, ABC's backwards, I think he said. All right.
Oh, sorry. This is
All right, ready?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Go.
All right, ZYX.
All right, who's on line 3?
She just wanted to do it.
Line 3 is Trent Hooter. I'm sorry, I got confused.
Oh, line 3. Trent Hooter, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing? Is this Justin?
Yeah, what's happening, brother?
Hey, this JP.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man. Tell me how you whack off $100, man.
Yeah, man.
Wait, hang on. Did he just say, tell me how you whack off for $100?
No, how do you whack off $100 is what I said. I'm speaking English.
He's confused about
First of all, you're barely speaking English, so let's fucking pump them brakes a little bit.
Hey, listen here, JP. You can suck it, man. I'm whacking off $100 as I speak.
I don't know what that
All of your
means.
girlfriend's titties, you know what I'm saying?
Oh man, I think it's a South Carolina accent. I'm good at accents. What state are you from, listener?
I didn't know your mom was over at your house.
Don't stoop down to his level, Jip.
I'm not. I'm just saying he's whacking off my girlfriend's tits. I didn't know that his mom was in his house. I didn't know that.
Hey, man. You ever heard of Real Tree Camo? I got a 30 rack.
No, I've never heard of anything as redneck as whatever you just said.
All right, Real Tree Camo Bush. It's hunting season, second day. Got me a 12-point buck. You ever shot one of them?
No, because
You ain't got
I'm
no
not
balls.
an
You ain't
idiot.
never shot one of them. You ain't got no fucking balls, JP.
That's right. I don't have any balls. You're right.
Hey man, I made a Keystone Light Clone today. That shit is delicious, man.
Yeah. Oh, good. Good fake accent too.
Hey man, that shit is
Real good fake accent.
Anything else?
How? Yeah. Man, hey, that's real good, man. I can do a fake accent too. I can pretend all day long that I go hunting. It's cool. Whatever, man. How big are your mud flaps, bro? How big is they mud flaps, man?
I got Tucker Girls tattooed right on my ass. You want to see them?
I bet you do.
Man, I got truck nuts hanging from my balls.
I bet you do.
Truck nuts hanging from my balls.
Yeah. Whose Twitter feed did you steal that from?
That sounds painful.
All right, that's
Very good.
T Hooter and JP. Everybody, there you go. The dynamic duo.
There we go. That was real good.
T Hooter and JP.
real bros.
I'm going to call up a shitty podcast and pretend to have a fake accent.
Now, speaking of, why do you have to insult my
I didn't mean to do it. It came out. I'm sorry.
That guy's called like 9 times, and every time he's like, "It's Trent from Raccoon Valley," blah blah blah, and then he's like,
Jip, why do you allow people to suck you down into the well?
What do you mean? No, I thought it was fun. I thought it was fun.
You look like you're having fun.
I thought that
but then
guy.
you end up insulting
Well, I didn't
our
mean
show
to. I
because
didn't
you
mean
get
to do
sucked into the well.
You think?
Yes, that's why you do things you don't mean to do.
I thought that guy was totally fake.
Right.
And I kept going, and I said,
I think
"Shitty,
he's legit,
I'm sorry."
man. Like that guy's called like 9 times, and each time he sound like more and more drunk and belligerent. It's awesome.
He's more angry.
That's why I think
Yeah.
he's fake.
Speaking of shooting a 12-point deer, what's this story I read on the Facebook about you guys killing a deer on your tour, Trophy Fire?
We didn't mean to.
Yeah, we didn't mean to.
on purpose.
What happened?
We were in Idaho. We were on a 2-lane road.
I think Schumann's just adopted the accent of T. Hooter. We're in Idaho.
I reckon we might have been in Idaho that time of year.
Right, you're on a
That darn
2-lane
deer come out of
road.
nowhere.
We have a 15-passenger van and a trailer, and there was a deer that was right in our lane, and I saw it, and I was thinking, "Oh shit, a deer!" And then I hear John's in the passenger seat going, "Oh shit, it's a deer!"
So both of the Schumann brothers can spot a deer.
Right.
Yeah.
So we got that
It's a
going for us. And with the van and trailer, I knew I couldn't really swerve and miss all of
you'd
it
be in
because you
trouble.
end up in a ditch. So I'm like, okay, if I just nick it, I think it's gonna be okay.
If I nick it.
No, that's what I was thinking because I can't swerve too much. So
He took its head off.
It was like
Oh, you decapitated it.
Oh,
we
man.
totally, we
You
took
did?
Yeah,
It was brutal.
Why didn't you turn toward the ass? You had to turn toward the head.
because that'll be even more of a swerve.
Hey, no. Deers.
We
deers
would have.
are-
That would have been us.
Deers are lame.
We were in the
creatures. They're
fast lane.
stupid.
Hey,
We were in the
They
fast
are.
lane, and its head was facing, our lane,
Okay.
and its ass is on the other side.
Yeah.
And did it now seriously? Like, did you look in your rear view and the fucking head had come off
Well,
of
we
this
couldn't.
thing?
No, the way the van was. I mean,
Standing there
you
with no
can't.
head.
You can't look in a rear
But you
view.
nailed this thing in the
I was
head.
sitting on the passenger side. I'm scooting up on my chair, going like, "Oh boy, here we go." All scared, braced for impact. And I hear the hit, and it was just brutal sounding, man. It was.
Bang.
Did you guys stop?
Yeah,
We couldn't.
There was 3
No,
semis.
I mean after.
fine.
Oh,
Yeah, so the next exit we pulled over to see if the van was okay.
yeah.
It was fine.
No dent. No
So you
trace,
guys were like-
anything.
No blood?
So you all high fived and we're like, "Yeah,
Any
let's
deer,
go."
Any deer teeth
we were
embedded
pumped
in
we
there?
didn't swerve and end up in a ditch because there was no
Right.
shoulder of
Yeah.
the road.
Oh man.
Well, at least you were merciful. You killed the thing instant.
That's true. Hitting it in the head maybe was the right move.
And you know that Schumann's like, "I'm a Superman" story now. It's just like, well, I hit a deer, but I knew what to do. I didn't panic. We didn't end up in a ditch.
Yeah.
So I'm in control, baby.
Except he has a girlfriend now, so it doesn't matter. The story doesn't do him any good. He's not getting any roadhead.
he gets guy cred though.
I get guy cred.
I see. Yeah.
Guy cred.
This will be the
Guy
last time in
cred
my
beats
life, by the way.
roadhead 5 out of 10 times.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. You guys have
5
been in
out
a
of
gay
10.
band for too long.
It lasts longer.
Guy cred would have been, dude, we just cut a deer in half.
Let's go eat
Yeah.
it.
With a chopstick.
I wish we were more like Trent.
So do I.
You want to jerk off my girlfriend's tits?
Yeah.
I'll kill you.
All right, GreyDayRecords.com, and it's GreyDay Records.com. GreyDayRecords.com. You can go buy, or you can go to iTunes, you can go to Amazon, you can do it that way. If you want to buy it through Amazon, you could help the band and the BN out by clicking the Amazon link right there on our homepage, and then go shop for the new album, and everybody gets a cut. That
Boom!
Yeah.
Bam!
Yeah. Help local
Pow.
struggling people that way. Now, do you guys want to complain about how I promoted how to buy your album? Is there anything negative about how I said that people could go buy your album and you guys could get some money?
You did a good job, man. It was lovely. It was a fantastic job. Thank you.
All right, you hear that, Jip? You
I don't.
I can't even hear it. I have a filter.
Yeah, I heard a smile in his voice and I instantly tuned out.
How are we?
What Justin's referring to is I told him how to spell the name, that maybe he should spell the name of our record label because it's kind of hard to spell. So I think he's making fun of me.
No, that was JP.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I don't know how to spell day.
And Justin couldn't even spell records. He just said records.
It's true, yeah. Or day. I said day, I think, too. How's the bidding going on segment 4 right now?
We're still at $40.
$40 for segment 4. This
Can we
one's
say
going to
50?
get you a bottle of Evil Cousin, which is the very hoppy beer from Heretic Brewing Company. You know, Jamil Zanishiev's brewing company.
Is Evil Cousin like a naughty kissing cousin or what?
I think so.
Oh.
Do you want to
that's
talk about
delicious.
that at all? I didn't know if you knew. Anyway.
Really? You went there?
Can we get another song out of the Trophy Fire?
Yeah, sure.
All right, before we got to go, here's what we'll do. We'll hear another song from the Trophy Fire, and we'll figure out who owns this segment. We'll do our Drunk of the Week, and we'll get out of here and go have ourselves some fun. So, what song is this that you guys are going to do?
This is a song called Darkness into Gold.
And is this on the album?
It's on the new album.
All right.
Yeah.
It's about the plight of the
And
black
it goes
man making it into
like
society.
this.
The Trophy Fire, Darkness into Gold.
Goes like this.
Ice on the road, trees with tired arms. The winter wailed, void of all its charm. So I filled my glass, half full of hope and half full of empty. Battled and they broke, but I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. I got lights, flickers and faders. But I can turn darkness into gold. I throw it down the drain. But what's down that drain? A bunch of holidays that never went our way. But I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. I got lights, flickers and faders. But I can turn darkness into gold. And I got swinging signs that leave me next to nowhere. But I can turn darkness into gold. Oh, honest, tell me right now, are we ever getting back home? Are the engines, are they fading? Are they breaking? Are we through? I got lights, flickers and faders. But I can turn darkness
much.
Thank you.
It sounds great. I love the new album. I'm telling you. I liked the old album. I liked it on record. I didn't like it live. I didn't like looking at you guys. And I didn't feel that the music translated well to me live. The new one, it's both. I love the album. I love watching you guys play it. I love the whole package. It's awesome. I think that you've come into your own with this one. It's the best project I've ever seen Schumann involved with.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love it. So thank you guys for coming in and playing it.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
GrayDayRecords.com, iTunes.com, Amazon if you want to click through our homepage. All kinds of ways to get it, and you should get it. Support the band. You know, it's still local music. It's still these guys are now a signed band, but you know, God damn it, if I have to hear Katy Perry one more fucking time. You know,
you will.
She's got like 4 singles off of her. I hesitate even to call it an album on the radio right now. All 4 of them are on the radio. They're all the same. They just did a shuffle. They actually hit. You know, you can hit shuffle on your iPod. I think in a studio you can hit shuffle on a song, and it just creates another song, and it's fucking awful.
Yeah, I love them too.
So please spend some money on these on the local musicians that are trying to make things happen. It's really good stuff, guys. I can't get enough of it. I got it in constant rotation around here.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
I'm annoying myself with it, is what's happening.
Hey, that's the goal.
You know. Do you guys like Katy Perry? Do you like stuff that's on the radio right now, Ben? Or do you feel
like stuff that's on the radio, Ben?
I do.
Little John, our drummer, listens to a lot of pop radio. I have to admit, I have to admit there are some songs on pop radio.
Yes.
What's this we got here?
Do you like this, Johnny?
Do you ever feel like a plastic bag?
Yeah!
Oh, man.
Sometimes there's just so much beauty in the world.
So you have to kill it with it.
What a stupid lyric.
Ben,
if you ever write a lyric like that, I will kick you right in your nuts.
I hope you do.
While you're cashing your big check. Yeah.
That's true.
The chorus of the song is ridiculous.
Who doesn't feel like a plastic bag?
I love I'm sorry.
You like Katy Perry?
I do.
Shoelite, what happened to you?
What do you mean?
As a youth. What did your parents do to you?
Touched.
What didn't they do?
Yeah, exactly.
This is what John likes right here. He likes the hook.
This is ridiculous.
It's a hook.
This is good. This note.
But she can't hit this note outside the studio.
That's a good chorus.
She's a good singer.
I'm going to stand by this chorus.
No, here we go. Right.
Maybe you're a firework.
Johnny loves it.
Oh, God.
Maybe you're a firework?
Sean, what'd you do to your brother?
So good.
What about that, though? And
It's like the Cranberries. It's like a zombie.
Yeah, but that's true. But that was one song. There are 3 songs on the radio by this woman right now that all have as the fucking hook.
She has a stutter. Give her a break,
That's what we need to do.
Maybe you're a firework. Maybe you're an overweight teenager in the Midwest.
Hey, there's nothing wrong
Lonely.
with that. Jesus.
This one too, Shoelight?
Oh, God. Come on.
What
Last
is
Friday
wrong
night.
with you?
What do you mean?
Just listen to the lyrics.
It's horrible. I love it. No, I really do. I like Katy Perry a lot.
It's kind of catchy. I've never heard this. Pretty good.
Yeah, see?
I kind of like it.
You know, Nate Smith's awful quiet over there. I'm pretty sure he's a Katy Perry fan.
I've just been waiting to get on the mic so I could sing along. No, actually. Give me some time.
It's like she's making fun of herself.
Now,
The trophy bar, Katy Perry, if you'd like to take us on the road, we'll gladly
do it, right?
Oh, you'll go for that? Okay.
Yeah, I'll tweet her for you guys.
Yeah, please.
Now, Liz, let me ask you. Oh, my God. Go ahead, Shoelight. Now, if a producer comes up to you and he goes, look, guys, I like you. I like the band. I like the way you look. I'm going to write these songs for you. You're going to record them. You're going to perform them. We're going to make you millions of dollars. You're going to be a big hit. Do you do it? I mean it.
I would make it a side project. I'd have fun with it if you like.
So you do it. You said, fuck yeah, I do. But you wouldn't do it as the trophy
Wouldn't do it as the trophy fire, sure.
No.
If it was, I do. I mean, genuinely, though, if you're asking, I know there's a big grain of salt with this, but we do enjoy pop music, and there's a fine art even in songs like that. There's something about writing a song that millions of people like that it is impressive. As the trophy fire, we wouldn't do that. It'd be fun to be in some bullshit pop act and
just go for it.
What would we be called?
I mean,
John,
the gas station dogs.
Yeah, gas station dogs.
That's not poppy enough.
Well, you'll see.
Well,
I
it is
think
kind
you guys
of
would have
gritty,
to be,
though.
You'd have to be like 3-man train.
The glitter
I like
fire.
that 3-man train.
I think that's what you guys would be called.
The major award fire.
Yeah, there you go. The
Yeah.
Grammy fire.
Hey, speaking of Grammys,
Right.
Did you catch this thing on the internet about the BYOB program being up for the
Yeah, we got
Taste Award?
The BYOB. Yeah. Hang on.
Yeah.
First, before we get to that, Tasty, that's a good point. But I want to play you. So Tasty has a new theme song. We played it at the beginning of the show.
I'm Too
And,
Sexy?
I don't know if you guys have heard it. It's close, but his entourage has left him.
Oh,
So
that's right,
this
that's
is
right.
his new theme
It
song.
makes me cry when I hear this.
I think Schumann will like it. This is how he goes out to bars now.
When I walk in, this is how I feel.
Can we get a Trophy Fire cover of Tasty's new song?
Yeah.
With crying, yes. Complete with crying.
There's really a crying woman behind me. I didn't notice.
Yeah,
I didn't notice.
That's just Scott. Don't worry about him.
She started crying.
Yeah.
Damn it, Scott, shut up.
I'm sad.
You're ruining our interview, Scott. God.
Right. Yeah, Brew Your Own Beer Television got nominated for a Taste Award.
Yeah,
apparently.
right.
What is that?
Reds.
I don't know what it is. It's one of these awards. You know, there's an
It's a major award.
program for everything. JP's convinced that it's a major award.
I'm stoked about
He's
it.
optimistic all of a sudden. He's not being an
Right,
asshole.
when it comes to his own accolades, he's very optimistic.
Fuck yeah.
Why would
Who
you-
wouldn't be?
I see a pattern there.
I'm the only one excited about my own accolades, so yeah.
I feel like it's one of these things that you have to be like you could submit it yourself and be nominated,
But it's not. And I've told you that.
How do you know that?
Because I looked on the fucking website.
Yeah, the website makes it seem like that
I
because it's
looked
their
at it.
business.
How negative are you right now?
I just feel like the show was okay. How could it possibly be nominated for an award?
It's not money. It's not money. It's an award.
Well,
Let's be sarcastic about that.
It could be how narrow the category is. It's like, what, beer and beverage or
It's
something?
beer and beverage television shows.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
actually up against Zane Lamprey with his... What's it called now?
Drinking Made Easy.
Drinking Made Easy, which
Yeah.
I think is a better show.
And then 3
than
other
our
wine
show.
shows or something like that.
3 wine
Yeah.
shows. You're absolutely right. But it's a better produced show, Zane's, but ours is deeper content.
I don't know.
He's so positive.
But
all
the
of a
point
sudden.
is, being nominated
Right?
is going to put you on the map with the people that are watching the people that are watching.
with the people who are watching it. Raise your hand in the room if you've heard of the Taste Awards.
I have,
before.
actually.
Come on, Nicole. Not before this.
I heard of them once. a while
Zane
back. I
Lamprey
wasn't really sure
hosted
what they
them
were.
last year.
Is that right?
It's a big deal.
I heard about him last year for some reason. I don't know why.
It's a big thing.
I
So we're going to Hollywood on the 12th of January.
January 12th.
Hollywood, California?
Except your award.
Yeah, it's the very same, my friend.
No. Nebraska.
Oh.
Yeah.
The place where the Muppets went with the sign?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. We're going to make a rainbow tonight.
This is going to be huge.
Well, you got to
Gotta
make
call
the
my
right.
agent.
You got to make the right turn at the fork in the road.
That's Bugs Bunny.
Can we do a live show from the
That was a
awards?
Muppet movie.
So if you're nominated, you get some comp tickets, or you still have to like pay?
No, this is why I know the whole thing is it's a bullshit
Oh,
award.
you gotta. It's just to get us.
I think
you get one ticket if you're nominated, and then you got to buy tickets.
It's all about-
and the
yeah.
tickets are expensive. And come on, it can't be.
Why are you raining on the parade?
Because it's not a parade; it's a gimmick.
You sound like JP.
It's a gimmick, though. Like I don't know. You've
Yeah,
seen
where do you
these
vote
awards.
at? Tell listeners where you vote at. Come
You
on.
don't vote. You don't even vote for this
Oh,
one.
you don't?
No, there is a People's Choice Award, but it's not what we're in.
this
We're
is
in a there's
a
a
judge
panel of
category.
Awards
people.
chosen by a panel of experts, quote unquote.
I just think I don't even like the Grammys and the MTV. I think they're all bullshit.
Sure.
And I think this one is even more bullshit because it's got to be just like it's a publicity thing.
And,
Yeah,
and
which
maybe
is
it is.
great.
You know.
Maybe it is.
That's awesome.
Who cares?
What's wrong with publicity?
I'm not
There's
going
going to be a bunch of people in the food and beverage, television, entertainment industry.
You're right. There'll be a bunch of
looking at us.
janitors
All
and a
20
bunch
of
of
them.
servers.
What?
and-
Look, hey, I will take that over sitting in here, in front of Nicole while she screens calls.
I guarantee
could make a
you-
living.
I guarantee you, as you piss on our show for the second time tonight, that we have more viewers and listeners to this program tonight than the Taste Awards has for their entire award show.
Beat the
now,
shit
I
out of
actually mean that
JD.
seriously, though.
Yeah.
That come on, who watched? No one's ever heard of the Taste. No one's going to watch that. You have more fans and listeners that will hear your message tonight than you will by going to the Taste Awards.
How did you even hear about them? Who told you?
The sponsor of the program sent me an email. How did you hear about it, Jippo?
Some dude tweeted me about it.
Yeah. See, like, come on. No one's ever heard of the Taste Awards. Now I'm going to go. Are we going to bring hot chicks to the red carpet, Jip?
Yeah.
Evo? How are we going to do that?
I don't know that.
We should put out a call right now for hot chicks.
Tell Jocelyn, she'll set you.
There's some escort services in Hollywood you can use for that, I think.
Shoelight, will you accompany me to the Taste Awards? Will you be my hot chick?
Absolutely.
What if we had now this is good, JP.
Yeah.
Since I think it's a joke anyway, we should make a joke out of it. Every good star has, like, theme music, right? Remember, like, I'm Gonna Get You, Sucka, where the guy's theme band just followed him down the street? Can we hire the Trophy Fire to walk with us down the red carpet playing our theme music?
Sure.
Which clearly
All
is...
by myself.
Which clearly is either all by myself or Baby You're a Firework. I haven't decided which.
Yes.
Maybe you're like a firework.
What do you think, Chip?
Going off at faces. What?
Should we have the Trophy Fire be our theme music band?
Could definitely do that.
Following us on the red carpet?
That would be awesome.
What about the fat guy who does the closing theme? The homebrew guy.
Yeah, well, I like Steve and all, but, you know, I guess he can come. All right, he can come too. What do I care? I don't know. Award show.
What's that about?
Awards. I don't know. I'm excited about it. So
yeah,
I think it's cool, man. It's it doesn't matter why they nominated us. They nominated us. Someone outside of our sphere of influence saw our show, liked it enough to go through 3 rounds until make us to make us the finalists. That's pretty cool.
I'm still not buying that. I still think that it got submitted, and there was only 4 shows submitted, and those are the shows that are in the category.
And you call me negative.
But that's how award shows work.
But I do it as a joke.
But that's how award shows work.
You're being very serious right now. Not all of them.
This is the one exception?
Why can't this one be? Why can't it be something cool for once? Why can't it be something cool where we're doing something that somebody else actually gives a fuck about?
Well, let's start at the root.
Instead of homebrewers.
Let's start at the root. Do you think that the show that we produced deserves an award?
Yes, I do. I thought it was a very creative show, very well written. The games were exquisite.
What?
The co-host was handsome as fuck.
Super awesome guest judges. Just
well,
hot.
that could have,
were
good. But were there flaws? Sure, could it have been improved? Sure, but in all fairness, to Drinking Made Easy and to Zane Lamprey, that show could use improvement as well. It's a good show.
Highly produced show.
It's a good show. It's produced well. It's edited well, and they do real well. But it is very formulaic and kind of bores me.
The new glass is half full. Jason Petros, right?
Right?
Here.
Isn't that what this asshole wanted?
He switch around.
Right?
Did JB just give
Looks
us
like
a
you guys
pep
are getting
talk?
paid tonight.
Right? Just saying. It's a good show.
Yeah, I don't know. That show is probably like a B or something. You need A shows for this.
But do you?
Hey, what's with this thing? They're
never got the
calling
B
their
show?
awards the Tasty or something like that.
I know they took your name.
Can they do that?
Tasty.
Well,
I'm sure that's
actually,
exactly what happened.
Maybe that's why you're nominated. Like you're trying to take
It's
the
going
brand.
to be a little bronze statue of you, the caricature of you, Tasty.
Yeah, it's actually it.
Taking a shit. I like that.
Oh, I'll accept that. That'll be great.
Yeah.
I think they've actually corrected it, Tasty, based on you. I think they used to be the Tasty Awards, and now they're just the Taste Awards.
Oh,
and clearly
my
that's
guys called their
because-
guys. I think. Yeah.
I mean, clearly that's because of.
Oh, they felt sorry for me.
Oh, I thought that was Christina Aguilera, which is that's a good song by her. The one that sounds like that.
Which is what? Every
Beautiful.
song? Oh, you like that one too?
I'm a fan of that one.
We'll key that up.
Really?
I got a little teary to a Paramore song on the way over here, if that says anything.
Flanagan, you're ruining my impression of the band by the minute.
No, I mean a Leonard Cohen. It was poetry.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know
was,
what Paramore is.
May I make a Trophy Fire quick announcement while we're on the radio this just in?
Go right ahead.
I just got a text. Apparently, the Trophy Fire, if you've been listening, we're one of 15 bands that are up for vote the winning the band with the most votes gets to play Not So Silent Night. It's a local competition here. We'll play with Jane's Addiction and some other bands. So after 10 p.m. tonight, if you guys can go to live105.com and vote for our band, The Trophy Fire. It'll be to open up for Jane's Addiction. What are the other bands? Some other fucking awesome bands are on that thing. Who are they?
See,
no
that's
one?
like a real thing.
That's a real thing
that's
that I'm
not
saying.
like some cheesy award show. That's like a real thing.
And by the way, Colac Crash won this competition in 2006.
And look what happened to them.
Oh, then I guess it's not a real thing.
No.
Oh, man.
Hey, we got to open for the Killers, man.
Then our dad died. Oh, my God.
Oh.
Also, we didn't even announce our show that we're playing in December.
Oh, that's true. We're playing December 10th at Slim's in San Francisco. Cool. Other announcement, we're just fucking taking over, Justin.
Apparently you are.
Apparently so. Go to live105.com after 10 p.m., please, and vote for our band, The Trophy Fire. We very much appreciate it. And here's Beautiful by The Trophy Fire and Christina Aguilera, featuring Christina Aguilera.
The Trophy Fire, inspired by bands such as
Christina
Katy
Aguilera.
Perry and Christina
Paramore.
Aguilera.
Yes, sir.
And Paramore.
Yes.
You guys are going downhill quick.
Their later stuff.
What is Paramore? I don't even know what that is.
Don't
What isn't
leave it that
It's
way.
two
Jim.
Moors.
Without legs.
That's stupid.
So wonderful.
Oh.
Suddenly,
Do you get chills when you hear the song, Ben?
I don't know about chills.
But you get inspired, don't you?
No, I never really said that. I think it's a well-written song, though.
He gets a boner.
What do you listen to when you write songs? Like, do other songs inspire you to write, or do like fucked up life things inspire you to write?
A little of both, I think.
Yeah.
There's no specific artist. Sometimes you get inspired by like a song that's completely out of your genre. Like literally, like you hear a disco beat that would sound nothing like your band, but you like the beat and you kind of try to emulate it. And then sometimes you'll hear a song within your genre and you like the sentiment of the song. It totally depends.
Whatever.
What? No sexy answer.
I thought I was the culprit of all the songs.
The culprit?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You thought John thought that he was your muse.
Yeah.
I didn't say you're not my muse.
Oh. All right.
Take your shirt off, Johnny.
Yeah.
Is this the longest you've ever gone without taking your shirt off?
Yeah, it's just hot in here, too. I'm actually wearing a thermal tonight, man.
It's pretty warm.
We always tour with bands with shirtless drummers, like every single tour. So it's just it's the way it is.
Just makes sense, doesn't it? Are there any other Katy Perry songs I can play for you, Shoelight, before we go?
We like her earlier.
Do a little California Girls, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, you like that one, do you?
I love it.
Did I say like? I love it. Let me find it.
Come on.
Well, I can't find ratings for the Taste Awards, but I'm sure people watch them.
Come on. I mean, listen, Chip, honestly, I'm not trying to rain on your parade. I'm glad you're excited about it. It just doesn't feel like a real thing.
He's investing in future disappointment. It's a real...
I mean, I watched my show, and I would not have nominated it for an award.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
This song, however, I also would not nominate for an award.
But it probably won one
But
somewhere.
maybe, I think this is going to be this will be the theme song that you guys play for us on the red carpet, I think.
Done.
Cool.
Can you guys play California Girls for us?
We could probably figure it out.
creep a little sneak peek.
Creep a little sneak peek.
You could travel
Oh my God. Johnny.
Sorry.
Yeah, you should be apologizing.
Yeah.
You should apologize.
If she were always topless singing, I'd be all about it.
Then that might be disappointing too.
And put a bag over it.
Maybe. See, there it is again.
That's her thing, man.
It's always like that. It's or ooey, or oh.
Katie, if you're listening, the Trophy Fire loves you, and we're ready. We're available, from February on. So.
Right. Johnny's a big fan.
I am.
Bikinis on top. Or something.
We got it on lock.
Oh,
Come
sorry.
on.
It just seems like I'm just writing music for 8-year-olds. It's actually like you sit there. It used to be that you sat and you either wrote children's songs, like Mary Had a Little Lamb, or adult songs.
It's a good fucking song.
And now, pop music is an adult star writing for adults children's music.
But that's the way it's always been. You're just older, so you're more cynical. When you were 15 years old and you heard, yes.
No.
There were some bad Madonna songs early on that sounded like Katy Perry songs.
Never.
Early Madonna songs.
You take that back.
See? Exactly.
You take that back right now.
Think about it.
Yeah, maybe you're right. but only a little.
You're only a little right.
You're only a little bit right.
All right, I'll take that from you. That means a lot.
Right.
It'll melt your popsicle, dude.
See, and she's a whore singing to 8-year-olds.
Hey, have you seen that?
She's a happily married woman.
Agent is on line one.
Yeah, Madonna was not a whore,
Who
was
is?
she?
Katy Perry's agent.
All right. Katy Perry's agent. Nice to speak with you.
How's it going, guys? Chaz Sampson. Listen, I'm gonna need you guys to calm down on the Katy Perry. You know, I know it's wonderful music. It's
Right.
I love it.
Well, Johnny loves it. Yeah,
I love it.
This guy's real good.
I you know, how can I disagree with you guys? You know, it's very catchy, very poppy.
he has a rapper. Who's not a rapper? Schumann is actually the rapper in this song.
Snoop Dogg. That's not just a rapper.
What?
See, she can even make Snoop Dogg not sound like a rapper. That's how bad the song is.
Oh. Have you seen that kid who does the Teenage Dream, by the way?
No, what's that one?
Oh, my goodness.
Snoop
What is
Dogg
that, he doesn't cover it. He lip syncs to it. It's on YouTube.
Snoop Dogg has been a caricature
you know,
of himself for like 10 years.
What is
Who
that?
gives a fuck
What is that
about
guy's
Snoop
name?
Dogg?
Ben, do you know his name?
What?
What is
the
it?
kid
It's
who
a
does the
cover
Teenage Dream.
of a Katy Perry song?
Just look up weird.
Why
look
is it
up
worth looking at?
YouTube
What's the
weird
deal?
kid.
Weird kid, Katy
Weird
Perry.
Kid, Katy Perry, Teenage Dream.
Why is it good?
This makes good radio.
You just got to
too,
see the guy lip sync.
It's good.
It's amazing.
Help me
This
out.
is not
They
good
gotta-
radio.
they
I
gotta
think.
search.
I think that's the
Oh,
first
I've
rule
seen
in
this.
radio is no YouTube
Yeah,
videos.
it won't be good radio.
Well,
I've seen this
first
kid
rule is
before. This kid does. Look
He
at
does a
weird
lot of
kid.
songs.
He does a
Yeah.
lot of songs.
Yeah.
He is a weird kid.
He's a very
He's making more money than the trophy fire.
absolutely.
Being a weird kid.
It's possible.
I don't know if you knew this, but he was actually nominated for a Taste Award.
I think I'm making more money than the trophy fire being a weird kid.
Right. Yeah, he's. We're up against him in the weird song category. I don't know if you knew that, JP.
I didn't actually, but thank you for telling me. I'm real positive about it. How are you?
I submitted a remix of our entire series of shows
Of your dog show?
with the weird kid singing it, and now we're nominated for a Taste Award.
Good. That must mean we're real good.
Are you really excited about the Taste? Am I offending you with my view of the Taste Award?
You're not offending me, but it is kind of funny how you flippity floppity all the time over it. Like, oh, you can't be so negative. Oh, I'm real negative now.
But I'm not being negative
You
about
are.
the Taste Award.
Yes, you are.
I'm actually being honest about it.
Well, I'm always honest. Why is it? I'm being not honest but negative, and you're being not negative but honest.
Bam.
That's like a
Well,
quadruple
That shit just fucking happened
Bam.
to your
Oh,
face.
wow.
That was a quadruple
Is this show a
positive.
fucking intervention for you two?
Look, hey, it's our show, Schumann.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut
Well, that's
up,
what the show
Schumann.
is.
a lot of
actually.
sexual
Hey,
attention.
play another song and shut up, Schumann.
Or at least just pick one of those two things.
Because, for example,
Yes.
the payment that you will receive from the donations tonight is cut and dry. You showed up.
Right.
People donated money. You get paid.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Whereas the Taste Awards is an award ceremony that no one's ever heard of, and
That
I'm
you
still
pay
not
for.
positive that you didn't get submitted or that you have to pay to be submitted. Maybe Coffee submitted to it. So it's not as
okay.
cut and dry as
Sure.
and I'm honestly if I find out
Yes.
that it's a real award, I will be quite positive about it. But I just feel like it's one of those like silly things.
Well, can I ask how are you going to find out? Because I looked on the website and I told you that it's
But the
not
website are the people who pay. Like they
Well,
get money
sure.
to put these awards on. For example,
Yeah, by sponsors
they
and all
get
that kind of shit.
$85 a ticket from the people that they nominated.
Well, that also includes
That's fucked up.
a VIP party with open bar. So I
from
made
the
the
people
open
that
bar
they
part. I don't
nominated,
know if that's true.
And I don't know. Yeah, see, and so it's
Well,
a
sure.
money-making venture. These award
Well, of
shows.
course, you're right. Every award show is a money making adventure, which is why we need to pay
Adventure.
That's it. They're adventures. Also,
Yeah. What did I say?
You said adventure.
Oh,
I
good.
said venture.
Oh, okay. But it is an adventure because they have like sponsors will
Fuck you,
pay
Flanagan.
all that kind of shit. And that's where the BN Awards needs to have sponsors.
Right, but okay, now
Right.
that's a case in point. BN Awards, total fucking bullshit.
Right.
Except for the beer of the year. That's the one award that's the not bullshit award because we
Right.
genuinely look at the beers that we've tasted and we
Well,
give
we should
beer
put a
of the
press
year.
release out now. When we have got nominated, press releases go out, people hear about us.
Right.
When we get the award, press releases, we're getting exposure to a show that will never have a second season. So that's kind of fucked up. And I can see how it's kind of, there's no real point because we're not going to go anywhere. But
I'm already in talks for a second season.
Well, there you go. Am I?
No.
Damn it. Well, then I don't care. But we'll go to a place with people in our industry that we can network. That's really the main thing, is you're going to a place. Anthony Bourdain will be there. Zane Lamprey will be there. All these people will be there. Producers.
They're not going to be there. They Skype
they will.
in. They
totally will. Zane Lamprey hosted the thing last year.
Yeah, but he's not host this year. He's not showing up.
Well,
that's why he showed up last year.
Trust me, he'll show up.
Now he knows the whole deal.
Look,
that's what
I
I'm saying.
hope that
that's
it's that good.
That's why you go. You go to network and you go to try to get other jobs. You don't necessarily go to sit in the audience and get rejected for an award. I'm not expecting that we're going to win, but it's kind of cool. I've never been involved in it before. Have you?
Maybe you'll make a friend or something.
Right, that's what I mean. I've never been to a major award ceremony in Hollywood. That's
After
pretty cool.
you go to the Taste Awards, you still will never have been to a major awards ceremony in Hollywood. That's all I'm saying, is that it's just,
brace yourself.
You know, that's all.
Well, that's all I'm saying.
And I'm going to go. It does sound like fun.
Yeah.
And I like the idea of being on the red carpet.
Well, there you go.
And I like the idea of the Trophy Fire following us and playing our theme music.
What's the song again?
I think it's, did I decide on Firework or did
You
I
wanted
decide
California
on California
Dream. Yeah.
Dreams, Girls?
I got it. I'm paying attention.
Johnny's paying attention.
Don't worry about it.
John's my manager.
Should be.
Wow.
We've come full circle. First, I was Schumann's manager in his first band, the Rocket Heroes.
Yeah.
It was very phallic. And now his little brother is my manager.
That's right. You're really moving up, man.
Yeah, I've also gone from Pacheco to Concord. Apparently,
Needless to say,
and then back.
Your studio's in my old bedroom.
That's true. My studio is in Shoe Light's old bedroom. Your jizz stain is still over here on the floor. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. All right, we're not going to do a drunk of the week because I don't know.
Oh, Rhino has been holding for like 45 minutes on line two.
Get him on.
And we got Twitter game to do.
It's important.
All right, Rhino, you're on the line. Drunk of the week?
Oh, no. Oh, maybe he's on line
all
3
I hear
now.
is Katy Perry.
Hold on.
And that's all I want to hear.
And hey, Rhino, is that you on 3? Nicole, do I have to bring Pregnant Bevo back in here? This is ridiculous.
Pregnant again?
I'll be the drunk of the week.
Can't even get the phones answered properly. Here's a little Katy Perry in the meantime.
I don't read lips. You have to come here and tell me or write me a note. Moscow, my producer, trying to make me read lips.
You don't. I mean, come on. You don't like that song? Nothing. Nothing about it.
Did she just say measure your twat?
I like her.
No.
I thought she did. I thought she said measure your twat.
I mean,
Menage
you're at a
a
bar and
trois.
you're drunk. This song comes on. You don't want to dance.
No.
Nothing? No.
Oh. But I don't want to.
All right.
Oh. No, but I'm not a
sure?
dancer. I don't know.
Are we human or are we dancers?
All right.
It's just Dancer.
Hey, if you're looking for a great way to...
which I am.
To formulate recipes and get your brew day kicked into action, you can go to beersmith.com right now and get a free 21-day trial version of the Beersmith software. That allows you to formulate recipes, convert them into different styles, and do everything you need to make the best beer possible. Plus, you don't have to take my word for it. You get a free 21-day trial version by going over to beersmith.com. I guarantee you, it's the only supported software out there right now. If you send Brad an email over there at beersmith.com, he's the owner and writer of the software, and you're having trouble, he's going to answer you. He's going to let you know what's happening. Plus, I got a podcast over there. There's video tutorials about the whole thing to help you figure out how to use the program, add recipes and ingredients to your shopping cart, print out your inventory, convert recipes automatically. Over 300 recipes available at beersmith.com recipe site. The list goes on. Get your free 21-day trial right now at beersmith.com.
Yeah.
Sometimes that just happens. Sometimes Katie just does me like that.
It's true.
Mm-hmm. I finish an ad and she cheers for me.
That is true.
She's a big fan of the BN Army.
So all I have in line for our drunk of the week right now is T. Hooter, which I would put T. Hooter and JP together as a duo.
because it was kind of their performance arguing
Right.
together.
He's back
as a,
again?
as a duo. So he's in for Drunk of the Week, and that's all I have because Rhino didn't really answer the.
Rhino's there. He's there. I just checked with him. He's there.
Rhino's back on line 2. Rhino, what's happening?
Here?
You're there.
That's happening.
I wish it wasn't.
I'm rocking out.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, you should really calm down a little bit.
Sounds like you're rocking out like the first Trophy Fire album.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben.
I'm going to buy that shit tomorrow.
You're going to buy it?
Hell yeah.
You should buy it tonight.
Yeah.
By buy it means download it.
Yeah, buy it while you're still intoxicated.
You'll like it better.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
All right, what's happening?
So, Rhino,
there?
do you get silent when you're drunk? Is that how we know you're
I'll
drunk?
buy it tomorrow when I'm fucking sober.
All right. What?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Hey, Rhino, are you drunk?
That's pretty drunk.
That's drunk.
Yeah.
He actually just passed out.
I like that.
Before I finished the question, he passed out. I can't do it. I can't do it. This is why I'm not doing Drunk of the Week tonight. I can't deal with these people. I'm not in the mood.
Well, I mean, these guys have been calling for like
I don't
hours.
care. Whatever.
Bunk Chaz is calling for like the 5th time tonight.
What did they climb Mount Everest?
Well,
I gotta. It's not been a.
While
so
they're
they
drunk,
dialed the
that's
phone
an accomplishment.
3 times.
Yeah, let him talk, man.
God damn it!
Because they're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me.
I don't care. This is not the Nicole show. You deal with them. Answer their calls. Apologize to them and deal with it. I'm giving it to T Hooter and JP duo. That's Drunk of the Week. Yeah, that's our Drunk of the Week tonight.
I don't want to send that guy anything.
God damn it. You guys ever heard of the Taste Awards?
Yes, they're really good. It's the 3rd annual.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the 3rd annual.
It's a tradition. Count them 1, 2, 3.
Jay, you realize you're going to be hosting them next year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That shows you how big a deal it is.
JP, I didn't want to tell you this, but I actually declined hosting the awards this year.
Well, you're an asshole.
They contacted me and...
You're going to open the next show with I've always supported the Taste Awards. What a great thing they're doing for the
you know
community.
I would do it, too. If they asked me, I'd be like, you kidding? I've been watching you guys for years.
You know, apparently,
3 of them.
Apparently, Brain Oil have a drink on Drinkify.
Oh, Nate, you guys got your own drink.
Wow. You want to hear what it is?
Nice.
Flanagan, I don't know if you know this, but Nate's kind of a big deal.
That's what I heard.
He's part of
According
the band.
to Drinkify.com.
Well, he's part of the band Brain Oil.
And we passed a web search on Drinkify, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
a big deal. Yeah.
You want to hear the drink?
It's a different genre than yours because men listen to them.
Oh, good God.
What's that like?
It sucks, I think. Ask Nate. It's like, yeah, fuck that.
No,
It's a smelly guys.
these guys have figured out melody. We're still working on that.
Still working on melody.
Yeah. Someday we'll get there.
What's their drink? What's their
I think
drink?
the Trophy Fire has figured that
Their
out
drink
a while ago.
is 12 ounces of Nordic Mist.
Which is what?
What the hell is that?
It's a drink mixer,
it's
non-alcoholic drink mixer.
Yeah.
I think it's actually semen from a Nordic man.
Yeah, but the second part's better than
Yeah,
the
he
first.
puts this in the glass to be good, yeah.
I'd call it Nordic Mist.
It's 12 ounces of Nordic Mist and 12 ounces of marijuana. Pretty good drink.
That's what the folks at Drinkify think you need to drink while you're listening to us.
I fucking would agree.
It's not a drink at
As a matter
all.
of fact, let's get real stoned and drink nothing.
Right.
We do have a Twitter game. You want to go through that real quick?
Yeah, let's find out who won our Twitter game. And then, hey, Trophy Fire, if you could, I know I told you 3 songs, but I'd like you guys to take us out. So while we're doing these couple other things, if you can think of another song, if you got it in you, I'd love for you to be the final song of the night. All right, what was the Twitter game?
Twitter game was if you had to name a British pub, what would you name it? And then I had a couple, actually, some pretty funny ones.
The Limey Cunt.
Couple.
Oh, I like that.
That probably just won.
Yeah.
This is from Rude Boy Brewing. He says the Twig and Berries.
Nicole's vote was Nate's butt stuff. Was actually Nicole's.
No, Stuff Nate's Butt is her website.
Oh, that's right.
Secret Lab 1 wants to call it Boys Club.
Yeah.
Richard Bryant says the Barrel and Bullocks, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Scott Shekaket says Between the Queen's Knees.
I like that.
But I think the best one is from Two Brewskis, Your Mate's Back Door Pub. Then you can pound some in your mate's back door.
Too long.
Well, you know, it's the justification.
The tagline.
Right.
Yeah.
Explains
But isn't brevity
But it's an
the,
English pub.
yeah.
Well, that's true. Well, your mate's back door.
Right.
That's the name.
Okay, if you could leave it at that.
Yeah.
Okay, we can vote. We should narrow it down to 2.
All right. Well,
so is it narrowed down to between the queen's knees and your mate's back door? Can we agree on that?
Let's do that.
That's a good one.
All right. In studio, raise your hand if it's your mate's back door. All right, couple of votes there.
Wow.
And raise your hand if it's between the queen's knees.
Oh, you guys are
good one. All right, who won that?
That was some guy. That was Scott Shake It.
All right, Scott, send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. You've won yourself a Boulder Beer gift pack. We'll give away some T-shirts and hats to you for winning our Twitter game of the night. Nicole, who sponsored this segment?
So the final segment was brought to you by Brew Tattoo.
Again! So we had
yay!
tonight.
So Brew Tattoo with a very generous donation of $249.
Wait, just the final segment, or
Just
you mean
the
total?
final segment.
Hammered, man. What an asshole.
What was this? What was the guy below him?
The guy below actually is an anonymous donor that even though he did not win, he donated anyway.
Wow.
It was an anonymous donation in honor of all the people in the chat room that can't afford to donate right now.
How much was that for?
I love you, 1%er.
$200.
$200.
Wow. Nice.
Wow.
What's the grand total?
I don't know.
I can't remember the
like
exact
$300,
amount.
right?
I think it's $85.
Negative 41.
Well, let's see. If I can think back, I thought the first one was $130.
I thought it was $150.
We'll call it $150 for now until I see the goods.
Let's call it $400.
The second one was definitely $155.
Right.
The third one,
$151.
$151. The fourth one,
$100.
And the final one,
$249.
$249.
Plus $200.
Bonus round.
Plus another $200. That's right. Wow. So the BN staff tonight. Oh Jesus!
You realize we made more than the poor Kenyan orphans that needed a cow by a lot.
Good point.
Yeah, well, we our cost of living is higher.
It is way higher.
Yeah, they have dirt.
And also,
for free.
while you're calculating that, Jay, I wanted to mention that Grod in the chat has donated $20 that's allocated for Sake, the cat.
Thanks, Grod.
I counted that we $10,000.
Yeah!
All right. I'm buying a new car.
$10,000.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I got to do it on a calculator. I'm such an idiot.
The trophy fire isn't part of this, right?
We get 50.
Make sure.
Well, we get 80.
Well, no,
80%.
they're the entertainment.
They did bring
I'll tip them out.
Yeah, it comes out of Tasty's half.
We got a lot of good beer. We're very happy.
They'll get what bands usually get. Here's a few drink
plus
tickets.
$150.
And a great experience.
I've had about 3 beers. I think we're good.
Here's some drink tickets and VD from the club whore over there.
Damn it, I have to start over.
You want me to do it for you, sweetheart?
It's like $721.
How much was the one that wasn't part of it?
Ben's just
Nicole?
mad now.
How much was the one that wasn't part of the sponsorship he lost? How much did he do? $240?
200.
Oh, 200. Wow. 200 plus
$590.
$150.
$70.
Plus
divided by
155 plus 151
times 9
plus 100.
Justin's adding this up.
Plus 249.
He's like, last time I do this.
I was right. $85.
Wow. All right.
See, and you think you're bad at math.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Are you guys in?
No, they're out.
Are you in or not? You get to call in or not?
I'm in.
Doc's in.
Really? The
This is
fucking
in.
dentist?
1, 2,
Who drives a Hummer?
4, 5.
He hasn't even higher cost of living.
6.
JP.
It's 6 of you, right? Am I missing anybody? It's 6
For
of
what?
you.
I don't know who you're counting.
A 1, a 2.
You each got $167.50 tonight. Yeah. Which, by the way, I don't know if you knew this, is $167.50 more than you've ever made.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Collectively.
Sure.
Figure out
so you're in.
40 cents.
Do we have to?
Is he over there now? Now is Doc over there pissing on it? Because I will. Because I will refund this goddamn money right now.
I want you to now.
We don't have to
Boy,
wait
oh
for their
boy.
checks to clear or anything like that, do we?
It only matters if.
Now listen. Look it.
That's true. It only matters if I piss
Now
on it.
I know that you guys have done a lot for very little, but we've had very little to deal with. The beer industry isn't paying a whole lot of money, and so I hope it's a bit. I do apologize if nobody's happy about the small amount of money that come in tonight. But let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
This is a big deal for me. For the first time ever, I'm able to pay everybody in the studio for showing up for work tonight, thanks to our listeners. And I hope that our listeners feel appreciated for the cash that they do.
Thank you very much.
Now,
thank you, listeners.
None of that is to say that you guys aren't worth $1 million an episode or whatever the hell you think you're worth. But I think it's a fantastic thing that we get to hand out a little cash because we've never been able to do that before per episode. So carry on pissing all over it and our program if you want. But thank you to our listeners for giving away some cash. Yeah. All right. Now, minus my fees, 200 per hour.
PayPal, blah, blah, blah.
200 per hour per file. Wow. You guys owe me 35 cents. Each one of you owes me 35 cents.
Here, don't worry, guys. I'll get this.
I expect it. JP's just covered your 35 cents each right here.
Wow.
For the next couple shows, too.
Yeah.
So I would like to thank
Oh, that's good.
JP,
Thank you, JP.
for contributing.
Well, I figure I'm a doctor and a computer programmer, so I figure I can earn that
They
much.
are not less worthy of the cash here in this studio just because they have an education and a
Look.
good job.
I thought it was America's fault.
Docs in 1%.
I thought it was America's fault, not mine.
I'm on the prestigious Taste Award. That's worth millions. I don't get anything.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't need anything.
I'm hiring a PR manager just for me on the 12th. You want in, you'll pay half.
Great. Now, thanks to you two, JP's going to occupy my house until the two of you
Occupy
concede
Pacheco.
your share of the donation.
Isn't that the only way to make a change?
Shit.
I want Tasty to pepper spray me.
What's weird is that JP had actually already put his tent up in my living room before I ever even announced.
I wondered what that was.
Yeah.
What if they want to donate during the week?
No, I won't accept that.
No
I'll take
can
all
do.
that. I'll take all that.
Actually, you can go to moderndaymerrick.blogspot.com and donate all the fuck you want just personally to me. Thank you very much.
Well, here's what happens. There is the donate portion, but the whole it gets a little confusing, right? Because we have several shows, several hosts. How do you decide who does what does this, what it's all valued? So this is why the during the show donation to sponsor a segment, it's cut and dry. You've donated for the segment, it goes to the staff, period. So
Done.
just to kind of honestly answer your question, you can hit the donate button all week long, but it's hard for me to say, was that for Sean Paxton? Was that for Moscow? Was that for Jameel? Was that for... It all goes to the kitty and how it gets paid out. So this is an easy way on Sundays for us to pay you guys for your time. So $167 each. How long have we been here? We should divide it out to your hourly
It's like
rate.
$40 an hour, I'm thinking.
We've now been on for 4.5 hours.
Okay, 35 an hour.
Jesus Christ.
Well, but-
$35 an hour? I've never been paid that goddamn price in my life!
Well, I got here at 4, so...
No, you didn't.
Can you figure mine in?
$37 an hour. Still more than you've ever been paid in your life. That's great money.
It is.
I like it.
I've been paid more.
At Starbucks?
No. No, I haven't. You're right.
It's good money.
Thank you.
It's good money. All right. Thanks to the listeners. Thanks to you guys for all your... I wish I had thought of this idea 4 years ago. Sorry, fellas. There will be no back payments. I don't know how to...
Fucker.
Yeah, I don't know how to go back and do that. All right. Did we pick a drunk of the week?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
JP
did.
And,
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And we gave our Twitter away.
Rhino was crying because he had two songs and a couple jokes lined up.
Oh, I can only imagine they
He
were
can do
really
it next
good
week.
jokes.
Ask him to speak up next time.
Yeah.
Or speak.
yeah. Start talking.
Or throw up.
What's going on?
All right, Trophy Fire, you guys want to take us out of here? We can get out.
Sounds good.
If-
All right.
if
Thank you
we're-
very much for having us, Justin, and the gang. We had a blast.
If
Thank
we're,
you, guys.
If we're dual Drunk of the Week winners, can I, Doc, will you do me a favor? Take a Drunk of the Week medal home and cut it in half, jagged, like one of those best friend hearts.
Oh, yeah.
That's
All
what
right,
I want.
you know where they are, Jip. Give him
Yep.
one.
All right.
And all right, we're going to saw it in half. We're going to give it to you and your friend T. Hooter.
I need two of them. You each need to have the little
Right.
neck.
Thanks.
You need two neck. Oh, I see what you mean. Because you'll cut the loop in half where it hangs on. All right, give him two.
All right.
We'll take care of it.
Okay, great.
All right, the Trophy Fire, you can go to graydayrecords.com right now and buy the album, or click the Amazon link on our homepage and buy the album that way. And support this band, because you'll be one of those guys who said, I supported them when. Trophy Fire, take us out.
late September, when fall is falling into view, a sea of blue lockers, and I would fade into you. I wanted to try her, I wanted to defy her, but she would never give me something I could do. I tried to prove to you that I'm alive. You passed me by a million times. I don't know why, and I don't know why. As long as I remember, these words were written on my sleeve, some caustic reminders of all the love I tried to leave. With you, disconcerting, 'cause my lungs were hurting, driving and shaking